Smyth-EL squad. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day today. Man, what a time to be alive. What's today? Sunday? Did we skip Sabbath class? Not really. Friday I broke down. What book was I reading? The Septuagint, the Wisdom of Solomon. Today be a little bit different. I think I'm gonna take a more metaphysical approach. Might know me as mgthefuture. How you doing? Has life been lifing? Have you or a loved one have been having interesting revelations and realizations and noticing that Cap is just where it begins? If so, I'll be your gracious host today and we'll walk through it. Shout out to Composure Slim. How you doing, brother? You having a great day? I'm enjoying my breakfast of champions. Hopefully you are too. Say Saturday, right? The 14th? Yesterday was a powerful day. I don't know what 9/13 meant in the astrology calendar, and I know we're still between eclipses. So you know, what is that? So lunar eclipse. So that means we're headed to a solar eclipse on the 22nd. We're headed to the fall equinox. We're going to end up damn near approaching Scorpio season too. Then it's really a wrap of Reynolds on this piece for me at least. You know, I'm triple Scorpio, so I can't wait to tap into that. But irregardless of what any of that means, I think enough of us have realized that this year has exposed the cap and the lid to so many things. Even these weak-ass false flag operations we endured the past couple of days or last week, they're not hitting like they're supposed to. People are already out of energy. They can't keep that candle going. They ain't got whatever Nepal got. They ain't got whatever France got. They got people with hot takes on the internet for likes and 3 cents a click, I guess, or 0.003 cents a click. It's very interesting how, on the sociology spectrum of the United States at least, like, oh my God, it's all these threats of war, like in the Bible and Christians and Charlie and this and that. And it's like, y'all don't care about none of that. Because if y'all cared about it, you know what the Bible actually said about it, and you'd understand that this ain't that. Part 3, 4, 5, and 6. So then what is it? What is all of this commotion? What are people waking up from, and what are they waking up into? What the Dante Inferno Plutarch cave is going on for real. And hopefully, in my gift to explain metaphysics to people, you'll start to make sense out of it for yourself. That's what my hope is. No matter what version of this reality you're living through, you'll get through it. As long as you realize one thing. This shit ain't real. It keeps proving to itself that it's not real, right? Laws and the sanctity and the purity and the awesomeness of all those things, they don't live like that. Being the good guys and saving the little guy and the women and the children, they don't get down like that. Protecting us from danger and evil people, psychopaths and narcissists and people with nuclear codes. Oh my God, that'd be the end of everything. This ain't that. Stop. Them boys don't get down like that. They don't shine like that. They don't ride like that. Yet we still here. Yet the so-called collective simulation still persists. People still driving, getting gas, delivering things, buying things, going to work, creating content. It seems like the only thing that has changed is the internal, the attitude of the people, not life itself. The game itself hasn't changed. The house rules have changed, or should we say that the banker in Monopoly was slipping extra dollars under the board when you weren't paying attention. What's up with these damn cigars? Man, these cigars don't stay lit for nothing. Cool thing about people like me, I guess, every once in a while the universe throws down one of the rare holographic characters. I know I don't mean to brag, but you know, I'm starting to appreciate that about myself. That my gift is to help other people awake. Like the real kind too. Like real enlightenment. I used to think you have to go to those Hindu brothers with like $5,000, $10,000, and they're like, tap you in the forehead and all of a sudden you're driving bicycles blindfolded. I thought that's what the game was. That's not what the game is. Nah. Opening up a third eye is one thing. That's for all the stuff in the 4D and 5D. Contrary to popular belief, a lot of people don't have that ability anyway. So that cannot be the object of it. But whatever it is, what we have here as Westerners, modern day, the remnant, if you will, of the ancestors that were here the whole damn time, it's for us. And if we can get this right, then everyone that's associated with us will benefit greatly. So yeah, it's a kind of big deal to be alive right now, no matter who you are. I don't think there's a more action-packed time period in recorded white man history, honestly. This is an action-packed time period. Literally everything has went to shit philosophically, emotionally, socially. And you can go to sleep, wake up, and the world is still here. So what does that tell you? That all those rumors and all of those things and all of the voting and all the mob ideal doesn't mean nothing if it's not real. Like if it's not based in reality. If it's not based in truth, it don't do nothing. Besides upset people. And that's not hard to do. You just step on someone's Nikes and have that happen. Shit. If they just lined up everyone in DC and just said, come on outside with your white Nikes, and they just had everyone step on everyone, you start a war doing that before you would anything else that's going on. The Nazis aren't Nazi enough for me. I have better ideas. But, you know how that is. I'll write horror one day. But, yeah, I'm starting to get to a point personally where I'm not even caught up in what they or them or it is doing. Because it's like a chicken with its head cut off. Yeah, it may be upsetting or it may alert you, but you know that shit gonna fall soon. So stay out the way. Those people that have been on the wrong side of your bed, stay out the way. That job that you know, if you didn't know now you definitely know it's temporary, inevitably. AI be damned. Just stay out of its way. Go there and get what you came to get. Minimum effort, same paycheck, pay your bills, pray, manifest, do the next thing. Those family members, yeah, I love them too. I don't think you can stop doing that. But once you find out what their true color is, or their true polarity, and they're unwilling to compromise, change, level up, turn to God, depending on, you know, what flavor of life you're living, let them be there. Realize that they serve as a reflection. You're not comparing them. You're not putting them down. You're not weighing them down. But you are comparing them to you. And if there's more distance, if there's more friction, if there's more what the fuck in you than them, then that means you're moving on. Don't turn around, Sarah. Don't try to go back and save them. Don't try to find that Gucci purse at the bottom of your closet that you were never using. Don't try to knock on your neighbor's door and say, come on, it's time to go. Because it might be too late. By the time you get the warning to leave, it is too late. For Sodom and Gomorrah, it was too late as soon as those two sons of God walked into that city. They was about to shut that bitch down, irregardless if they cat whistle to them. They was going to tear that shit up anyway. We know. Because that's why they came to get Lot to begin with. They were getting him to go. They offered the olive branch saying, hey, is there any other branches or fruits or leaves here that you want to go with you? We have a room for about 100. You got 50? You got 25? You got 10? Even you, Lot? Even you reprobate? And we watched Lot be reprobate right in front of him. What did he do? He offered up his 2 virgin daughters to these psychopaths to keep peace. Imagine that shit. And the angels were bewildered. Remember, these are angels in human bodies. Azariah, Raphael type. So they're like, all right. We're gonna get back to Abraham in a few days. But his little nephew Lot here has lost his way. Destroy everything. I feel like we're in one of those moments, you know, at least metaphorically. The Most High, above and outside of this simulation, says, you know what? Fuck it all. Destroy everything. Destroy all the false context, all the false constructs, all the things that people relied on, aka everything that people prioritize besides their relationship with spirit. Go ahead and just nuke that shit real quick for me. Now we find ourselves woken up in the same world, but with different rules. Quite possibly the original ones, if you understand what really happened to the United States. What's going on, brother?
All right.
I hope y'all have a great day, man.
All right.
That's your shorty?
Yes, sir.
I love seeing people out with their son, man.
Show you right, man. I got it.
We need it.
Oh, yeah.
By example, man.
Show you right. You got that right, man. You have a blessing.
You too, brother. That's more important than all the other shit that I've been talking about. We actually got fathers out here with their sons. Love to fucking see it. He older than me. He older than me. His baby, what, 5, 6, maybe 6. He ain't in school today or Sunday, but he ain't that old. Daddy had to stop at the liquor store minding his business, but he got a son with him. Can't go wrong on a Sunday. Who won that fight last night? Anybody know? Someone in there? I didn't watch it. But yeah. The game is so fucked up right now that you can only focus on the fundamentals, because the fundamentals are the only things that work. The fundamentals is the only thing that's going to win the game. I think a coach or 2 or 3 or 5 of them that I've had have said that. You need to work on your fundamentals. Bitch, I shoot 3s. But you're a center. Why the fuck am I a center? I shoot 3s. It doesn't matter. Work on your fundamentals. Oh, I just got to block niggas. You don't want me to win the game by scoring. You want me to stop them from winning by blocking them. Same game, different story. You gotta learn how to play your role. I was taller than everyone on my team. Of course I'm the center. But I also shoot better than all of them. What a dilemma. So, life is like that right now. You ought to be. You're prepared to be. You wish to be in a different position. But the game requires you to play your position that you actually have, the role that you've been assigned. And that's hard to believe. That's hard to accept. That's hard to accept, I think, just for anyone in a physical body, that you do indeed have a purpose. Within your grid, within your sensate group, within your contact, within your household, you serve a particular role. And a lot of us have hurt ourselves trying to be everything else. How do we end up like that? How do we end up doing everything that's unnatural to us just for us to return back to nature? That's what you gotta realize. It's not how the world did it. It's not how the white man did it. It's not how Trump is doing it. It's how did you allow that to yourself? Once you realize fear is a lie, that worry is a waste, and that motherfuckers just be saying shit, and ultimately no one cares, except for the few that do. You stop trying, you stop acting, you stop being a thespian. You stop role-playing all the roles and all the costumes that you gotta wear and the mask you gotta put on to feel like you're acceptable to who? Normies? Chumps? Narcissists? Witches? Weirdos? Nah, I didn't see that nowhere in the Bible for real. Matter of fact, I haven't seen that in none of the books I read. I'm biased for good reason, but nah, this ain't about nothing but you for real. Once you realize that, ultimately, you live and die by your word. Like Charlie Kirk. Here's a great example of this. That little false flag right there. Whether it happened to him or not, they removed him from the thespian stage at least. He will not be making a return if he pulled a Michael Jackson or two. But he lived by a certain word. He lived by a certain play. It was profitable. It made sense to the system he was brought up in. He naturally had a role in which he would be advantageous to get away with that. with all the dog whistling and the covert white supremacy, if you will, whatever that means. They love contradictions, don't they? But irregardless, if he was hit by anything, it took his ass out just like it would have took me. So what did he have? All those fans gonna find someone else soon. All that money gonna be spent by somebody else soon. His kid's gonna be calling some other man daddy. They weren't old enough. Pretty soon to be like he didn't even fucking exist. I think that's a very important thing to take away with you. That's a note that I take away with myself. Is like, no matter what you do for people, if it's not real, man, they will replace you with something real. We're trained to be consumers after all. No more Charlie dopamine hits. No more wiggling out of arguments. No more ad hominem. No more thespian Greek play about how we have to speak hate in order to elevate ourselves based on lies, numbers and data that are always fake. Notice with the job report? Notice with the debt? You notice with the terrorists? You notice with COVID? You notice with the vaccine injuries? Oh yeah. Another guy in healthcare just got taken out yesterday. He won't make the news cycle. It's still happening though, just like I said it would. So, once you realize that something else is happening, even to them, those who would assume power and control of the narrative, they can't keep this narrative in control. The CIA ain't that good, man. If the water ain't that good and the fried chicken ain't that good, those people behind that, they ain't that good no more. Maybe they never were. Maybe we just believe they were. Maybe we believe in confidence that we cannot see. How do we end up doing that? Oh, referral to authorities. Like we were children, right? Like we were kids who just believe anything. Santa Claus, tooth fairies, and that these guys are in charge of something. And then have the nerve to say we believe in a God or something. Interesting. We fear the unlikely more than we fear the possible. That's weird. That's really weird. I know I didn't build myself. I didn't construct this sandcastle. If I was part of the team that did it, I don't remember right now, so I'll run with that. I don't think I was part of this at first. And then you realize they weren't part of this shit at all. They're brand fucking new. They're not as dope as Egypt. They're not dope as any of the pharaohs. They're not even as dope as peak Africa. So what the fuck is this? Sand dollars and sandcastles? Gay fucking story. Shout out to El Mr. Now. Hey, what's up? Composure Son push play practice this morning. Hope it's all well your way. Yeah, I'm figuring shit out. So I'm gonna claim it to be good. Vaporwave, what are you talking about? El Mr. Now 3. Harut, peace. Yo, y'all saw them doing a Discord vote in Nepal for the new prime minister? That's what I'm saying. We're worrying about paper ballots and free cookies and stickers at the library and elementary schools. These motherfuckers got on Discord and voted. How many Discord accounts some of these stalkers got? Can you imagine the statistics here? But I guess it was a sweeping victory, considering the damn parliament building was still on fire when they did it. They probably voted on that shit outside throwing Molotovs. But you know what's interesting about that? They went through all that to scare people who constitute their government, but they still want the same type of government that allowed that corruption. So I have nothing negative to say about those people, outside of the fact that I intimately realize even they are not there yet. The problem was not the puppet. It's the same system, the same bank, the same rules that allowed that corruption to begin with. I guess they wanted to try someone who has a better ideology, but maybe a little bit less corrupt, because they're corrupted by the system that was placed there, and it wasn't their own. This is our elector. This is the person we're electing. The fuck? They're playing the same role. It don't matter what team I was on. I'm a shooter. If both teams make me center, I'm not going to be happy. We may not win by 30 points like we ought to. It's the same thing with them. That little move will appease them to stop burning down buildings. She'll say something socialist. They'll get some type of benefit at first. And then before you know it, they'll be like, damn it, we did it again. How do we keep getting in this same situation with the same fucking system? What they say? Y'all hate the players. You need to hate the game. The game is broken, not the players. They done canceled the best players of that game. They haven't even realized it yet. Same thing going on in the United States. At least they're saying the silent part out loud in front of you, so we can stop pretending and dreaming that Obama made a difference. He was one of their lapdogs too. That boy told you he African. I'm Indian. The fuck you gotta do with my justice on my land? Nothing. What did he do for us specifically? Nothing. He didn't even hold cops accountable for killing children. You remember that part of our life in recent United States history? Where they were just killing children on TV? And all you pussies just said, all right, well, at least Obama's the president. While he's fake drinking water in front of all the victims of Flint. That same motherfucker right there. With the dead cook. With the footage that ain't leaked yet. No, I know that's right. It's all bullshit. You know that by now. Most people get lazy and be like, what can I do about it? Think about it more than 2 letters. See how far you can go before you give up and turn back to the same system that you can't do nothing about, which means nothing will change. So why are you trying to hope? You're going to hope it does the same thing again? Because it will. Hold on, let me get this hand away. Bro, take your ass on somewhere. What the fuck? Shout out to PT Cruz and Smart Boy. Hey, bro, hope you having that blessed day. YouTube, man. Cherry Will, what's up, pimpin'? Yep. If not worse, Route 3. Yeah, shit weird out here. Thank God. It's making way more people ask why. What's up, bro? Do I have $1? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What are you asking for? What you need? Small bag. I don't have one. You better go in the store and buy something. They'll give you a bag. Anything. They'll give you a bag. Yeah, I think those are drugs. I don't want those drugs, man. Marijuana is enough. That's something else. That is. The drugs ain't drugging like they used to, guys. I'm a boots on the ground. Eyewitness reports. Drugs is making these type of people act very strange in this particular time dispensation we're in. And I've been around people on drugs a very long time. I've lived in neighborhoods. I've rode buses. I've seen what it does now. I haven't seen anything like that. Like what I've witnessed in just this damn year alone. Even the people you don't think are on drugs, buying pills and getting it from the old lady at work. You're wondering why their temperament is so short and why they fucking bipolar as fuck suddenly, more often than not. It's the drugs, bro. If they fucking up your legal food, what do you think they're doing with your illegal drugs? It's a great reason to quit. Shit. Confirmation. MH. What is 67? You said that's tote PM? Oh shit. I get it. Bags, totes. 67 is 13. What you know about that, Israel? What do you know about that Prester John? What do you know about that Heinz 57 though? Shout out to the Holy Roman Empire Germans, Moors. The real ones. Pretty sure King James was over that too. Pretty sure, almost certain. They don't care about that. History doesn't matter. You're going around calling yourself a crayon, it does. You should at least know why. But realizations are superpower. Once you realize it, you understand why it's so important to go through these things. So that you can realize something different. The original intention of realize is to make something manifest. To bring it into reality. Realization. So you go from idealization to realization. And a lot of times we're stuck in our mind about situations and circumstances because we're idealizing the outcomes, usually negative, if you've noticed. We're kind of primed to lean towards negative lately with these people. But the same is true for positive. Or let's take away negative and morals and good and bad. Just do truth and false shit. Truth and falsehoods. Realizing what the truth of a matter is your superpower. Small idea. You're in a relationship with a person. Let's call it a situationship. There's no relationship if it's one-sided. So you're in a situationship with a person, and you suspect that something's quite off. Whether it's in their energy, if you're one of, empath, whether it's in their conversation, whether it's in the things that you used to do they don't want to do no more. You just can't really figure it out. So your brain begins to simulate all the probabilities and idealizations of, well, if it's that, I hope it's not. If it's not, it seems like it. I don't know what's going on. How about I try a superpower called communication? Highly ineffective. Like, you must be fighting a rock Pokemon. All right, so if communicating and asking the questions turns into defensiveness, if you've been through this enough, you go, there's something behind that wall, Jericho. And you got to go through all this dancing, you got to go through all that energy, and every time you come in the vicinity of this person's aura, you feel friction, or even worse sometimes, you might be repelled to your damn self. They might not be able to lie to you, even if they're not telling the truth. You always feel it. But without realizing what it is, you're stuck in limbo. Life has to life, rent has to be paid tomorrow. And so far, this person hasn't stabbed you, so, you feel you're almost safe, but for whatever reason, the mind goes in high alert, right? Have you ever been through something like that? Were you on high alert about something, but everyone around you is just like, it's nothing. You tripping. No, it's not like that. All of these signals to get you to distrust yourself. I think liars only do that. Try to convince you that what you're feeling and sensing isn't real. Now, sometimes we witnessed being on the other end of that, where a person is just fucking tripping, and then they're projecting. The only person that knows the difference between those two is you. You know if you're projecting, and then you know if you're tripping. So just for you, in your head, nah, I'm not projecting this shit. I really feel this shit. This person is not who they say they are, or they're not doing what they say they're doing. Versus, nowadays, you go through a cell phone real quick, check some messages, check some hidden apps, some deleted photos, you check the Notes app if it's on Apple. You're like, aha, I knew something was here. How did you know that? May you live in interesting times and find what you're looking for. How did you know that? How did you know before you checked that it would be there? You knew something would be there. And it typically matches the intensity of the feeling leading up to you finding it, right? It's like playing the game of hot and cold with your nervous system. You can feel it. But once you see it for yourself, what happens? That feeling go away. That angst, that spider sense, that idolization, the thoughts of what it could be, all of a sudden it stops. All sales final. It just is what it is at that point. And then, of course, you might instantly go through the stages of grief, depending on how connected you are to the situation that revealed it to you, depending on who and what you're realizing. Or if you were tired of this shit to begin with, that was just what you needed. And you might pack up and leave right there. And leave that shit behind you. You'll still feel it. It'll still linger. You still got to go through a process. But it's not the same thing you were leading up to it. That's why realization is important. It's not just for pancakes in the morning. It's actually the gateway to the next scenes in your life. Awakening isn't just for like weird spiritual people in the woods in India trying to, slap box a white Jesus in the clouds and stuff, or bring back a Buddha that didn't exist in that way. Nah. It's almost required for you to actually live your real life. You heard what I said? It's actually a requirement for you to live your real life. Realization. Activation. Awakening. You're just waking yourself up. And if you're asleep, what are you doing? You're sleepwalking. Isn't that how they try to program everybody? In that particular state? Where your mind is not really accessing the higher consciousness? They call it primetime television. Prime time for what? Prime time to program your ass. I bet a lot of people don't know that. Here, see why realization is so important? Prime time is associated with the good shows back in our day. Prime time is associated with the best commercials, the best budgeted commercials. Now think about that. Prime time with the top 3 show lineup. Prime time with all the cool commercials and movie previews. Why that time? Why not first thing in the morning? Why not at 12? Why not at 9 right before you go to bed? Why is prime time right after work? Because you're tired. It's easier to get the power of suggestion through your subconscious mind. So many words to say. It's easier for you to be programmed. Oh my God. So primetime television, vision. It's a bunch of lies on a telegraph screen, I guess. Vacuum tubes and cathode rays. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But it's all acting. None of it's real. Like none of it. Even the aspect ratio of the TV, that's not how you see your real vision. So it's never real to begin with. But yet, the brain don't know that. Not yet. Whatever they're able to impress on you during that time, it's going to take some work to shake that shit off if you don't check it at the door. Similar to the Sumerian stories. Them boys just wanted to run up into their uncle's house, but he had a guy with a sword at the door. Couldn't just walk up in there. He was guarding his thoughts. He was guarding his truth. He was playing his position. You notice he didn't lose. Yeah. I guess the same thing is true for me and you. These motherfuckers could be saying and doing whatever they want. But as long as you realize they ain't got shit to do with you or God, you can kind of like, for all intents and purposes, just not even worry about it. You shouldn't worry about too much of anything, if anything. But trying to fix it, trying to adjust it, trying to argue it, trying to, that's not your role. Your role is to realize what it is, Freddy Krueger. Like, oh, this motherfucker died if I stop believing in him. Damn, that's powerful. If enough people are not programmable enough for primetime television, then the people who are programming you lose control. Oh my God, have you noticed something? We don't live in a primetime television era. We don't have centralized celebrities, stars, or status, nor do we ever have a centralized narrative. Even within political groups, MAGA don't agree with all MAGA. The left don't agree with all left. Shit, all black people don't agree with all black people, whatever that means, crayons. So, it's not prime time for programming people, is it? Something changed. What did it? They teach evolution, but they don't believe in it. Ain't that a bitch? The evolution or malleability or the adaptation of the mind is uncanny to anything else. Motherfuckers are actually out here thinking they're damn furry. They have convinced themselves they're a stuffed animal. They have convinced themselves that they're supreme. They have convinced themselves that they're good fighters. You've seen it before. You've met a narcissist or two. They really believe that shit they talk about. Because what else can they believe if everything they do is a lie? They live in belief. That's why I'm anti. I don't believe shit. Blasphemy. You'll get there one day. Even sometimes with your eyes, man. Because of television, it will deceive you. In fact, your eyes are trained to deceive you. In this damn reality. The way they manipulate colors and shapes and make everything square and rectangular. Even your damn room you're in. You notice our ancestors didn't sleep in rooms like that, right? I wonder if they were wrong. They didn't have these problems. Think about the tents. They were round, weren't they? They were. Even the castles. A lot of circular shapes. Rooms. Beds facing north. Praying facing north. For a reason, I guess. Not with this lot. It's all about making something simple because we can't make anything else. We do not have time to realize divine mathematics. I know that's right. So they never did. So if they never realized divine mathematics, then they never realized divine thought. And if they never realized divine thought, then they don't have divine actions. And that's why none of their shit works anymore. They were cheating. They're doing cheap shots. And now the cheap shots don't work because we learn how to block by paying attention to something else. Freddy Krueger shit. Now everybody know the jig is up. I saw Charlie Kirk. I saw his ring switch fingers. I've used AI enough. I think that's when I used to teach it. I've seen the Donald Trump video addressing it right away. It was AI for sure. You didn't have to scan that with AI. That ain't that motherfucker's face for real. We know. Why would the United States federal government have so much AI ready for such an event? What could that be? The people that lie about everything. Could they be lying about tyranny? Oh, yes, they can. But instead of worrying about that and worrying about what they're distracting you from, I'm charging you to realize how weak that is. We talk about people with nuclear launch codes and secret alien technology and all this cool shit. And they still doing weak-ass cheap shots. To cover up the fact that they're incompetent. That they're dying, that they're sick, that no one wants to play the game with them no more, and that they're so narcissistic that they cannot take accountability, which is bad position to be in for leadership, to even fix the problem, which is them. The government does not exist, it's just people. So if the people are incompetent, what's the problem with your government? The people? Okay, one more time. Government by itself doesn't exist. It requires people to take actions, okay. The people taking actions are corrupt, obviously, we knew that. But not only are they corrupt, they're sickos. You've noticed that. And not only are they corrupt and sickos, they don't hold none of the other corrupt sickos accountable. You're seeing that. And then they make up weird things and they do false flags and they use AI and they're lazy on top of that. Crazy. All right, so what do you realize about that? They're weak as fuck. I'm telling you. What do they say? A team is only as strong as its weakest link. Your leadership is weak. Now imagine that shit. Your weakest link is your leadership. Imagine that shit. In any game you've played, on any team game you played online, if you got a dumbass that keeps rushing in blind, it don't matter how many people you take out or how many lives you got. He's gonna get to -20 before you get to +10. If he just keeps doing the same incompetent shit. You'll get mad about it too. You ever play Counter-Strike? You ever play Call of Duty trying to win for real? You ever play Zombies and you got to like round 50 and this motherfucker jammed up before round 10? Then his dumb ass take all the cool guns and he want to pack a punch? And you gotta go back and save his ass with a regular one? Yeah, I know. So that's kind of how like this is. Once you realize it, this is more like Call of Duty than it's real. Oh my God. Be careful what you type on the internet. Oh, The Constitution does not apply to the internet now? Cool fucking story. So why is the government there? That's a contradiction. That sounds like incompetence to me. All right. Well, you guys are being mean. You shouldn't say these things. Go fuck yourself. Like, who the fuck are you? I can go in your timeline and see all the dumb shit you talk about. You're mean too. Ah, it's not the same. Sounds like incompetent. Another contradiction. What does it mean? They don't even have regular people who could fill in those shoes because they're so base level cheap with their thought process, and they created it this way. That's why it's hilarious. If you are a pirate on a ship and you're a narcissistic captain, meaning you're not going to teach nobody else how to navigate by the stars or the compass, and then you do that because you're afraid that someone will be better than you and take over the route and shit. But one day a storm comes and your dumbass gets sick. Who's gonna get you to shore? These motherfuckers really think they're gonna live forever. These motherfuckers really feel like their health, their life, their mind, their body, and spirit is really in their ultimate control. I could have sworn that God knew your beginning and end before you got here. It's a weird contradiction to have for all these Christians. Incompetence. I ain't even gotta worry about their belief no more. What the fuck is incompetent? Like, let's be honest. If a motherfucker can't pass third grade with honors, how useful are they gonna be in law? If a motherfucker can't finish and arrange and mix and master his own beat, how effective he gonna be running a record label where he wants to produce everything? Weird. You don't want to pay nobody either? Weirder. Oh, you think your clout and your signature, Taz Taylor, and internet money will do it by itself. Where they at? Last time I checked, Nick Mirror's back at home with his mother. But placements. Shout out to my Spicy Sundays tribe. Hopefully you realize what I was saying back then. Is that I know what the shit's supposed to look like when it's right. And if it don't look like that, it's not right. I ain't gotta know why. I just know that ain't right. 2 + 2 is 4, motherfucker. Don't talk to me about no fucking exceptions, bitch. It just is. That's how it works. I take your $2, I take my $2, we buy something for $4. We do not have to invoke secret math problems. And that's what a lot of people like to do. They do that to escape accountability, or they do that to mask their incompetence on simple things. I've noticed that around people around me in different areas of my life, and even recently, that a person could be talking about something, and I'm not thinking too much about it. I just say something, I guess, that's real or true. And then all of a sudden they'll sidestep, for no reason, right? It's not a debate or argument. They'll sidestep, and they'll go into like a 5 to 10 minute dissertation about random stuff. Atlantis, the Greeks, the Delphi, and all these other things. And they still be wrong. What do? I don't give a fuck. I knew you were incompetent when I walked in on some Taylor Swift shit. I knew that already, so I see what you're doing now. I have realized what their strategy is. Oh my God. I've seen this pattern before. I've seen this behavior before. But we're all unique snowflakes and butterflies. Now how come every motherfucker lie the same? You can only be unique if you're yourself. You can only be that unique snowflake and butterfly if you're real with yourself. You have the potential to be unique. But if you're programmable prime time, then they're creating a bunch of copies. You seen all the baddies? Shop at the same place, same weave, same makeup tutorial. They're just different shapes and sizes. And eventually you've seen enough of them, like you can probably even sort them in your bookmarks. These are all the plus sizes, these are all the BBWs, these are all the BBLs, these are all the petites, these are all the dark skins, these are all the light skins. And you don't even have enough labels for it to be unique anymore. You don't even have enough unique players in that realm to create a football team. They're all the same. You don't have enough subs. You have plenty of subs, though. They have plenty of subs for Charlie Kirk. They just don't have the same extortion, insight, Masonic degrees, or whatever it is to get him to where he was. They got to start all over again. They got to find somebody else to lead the charge, for white people to stay in charge of the narrative, I guess, whatever that is. I could have sworn it was white people fucking white people this time, though. I wonder how they gonna get control of that shit. What Genuine say? You telling me it's different, but what the fuck is different? If you're cheating on, you can do it to me. Come on. If they treated everyone else like that, if they treating Palestine like that, if they treating all the other 750 bases in the places and locations they at like that, of course they gonna treat you like that. They don't give a fuck about nobody 750 different times. You think you're special. You do. I can see it in your eyes. Whatever Fred Durst was talking about. So, yeah. You have to realize that they're not in control of you. Once you lose the mind program, once you lose the narrative, you lost everything. Game over. And then we come outside and the sun still rises and the wind is still blowing and people are still going to work. So they call that much ado for nothing. All that blood sacrifice, all that financial debt charging, all of that backbiting, evil, pathetic bullshit they do with children to stay in power obviously didn't work. Can you imagine that problem? You were a kid once. You know how it feels to get away with some shit you ain't supposed to. Having your hands in the cookie jar when you ain't supposed to get no more cookies no more. You know that little dopamine rush you get when you get away with it and you have the cookie too? Now imagine that's what they were trying to do. Now they get to a point, not only do they not get away with it, because literally there's a camera everywhere and everyone's watching them walk into the kitchen, go to the cookie jar. But now the cookie jar empty. So imagine getting caught trying to steal cookies and there ain't even no cookies in there. So even if you did get away with it, you get away with nothing. But now you can't get away with it. And now they're just walking really slowly with their hands in the pocket. They're looking at the cookie jar. And then you come out like, aha! I knew it was you. Empty your pockets. You see all these crumbs fall out. Because they haven't changed your pants in days. They don't wash your legs. If you don't wash your legs, you don't change your pants. What's the point? Anyway, so, understand something. So, it's the same thing, man. You can talk about your government that way. You can talk about your family that way. You can talk about your relationships that way. You can talk about your job that way. You can talk about the internet that way. Because at the end of the day, we're just people. These rules only apply to us, not the deer and the antelope. That's what you should realize. That the matrix that they're talking about is the hive mind of man, not life itself. You're not waking up from the matrix of life itself. You have so many more steps to go. You're waking up from the matrix of the rules that were put in place, an indoctrination for you to behave and act a certain way. That is the matrix. And these architects who sampled and stole everything and got it wrong are fucking stupid people. They're not just lying just to be lying. They don't have any truth. They don't have any answers. They're stupid. They're not just constantly making new rules and adjustments and it's not working because they have the best people on board. No, they're stupid. They say, oh, the FBI and Cash Patel, and we had the papers, but the papers are fake. Oh, we have an FBI informant, but he isn't really that because it's a hoax. Oh, the Russians and the Chinese, but there goes Israel again. Like, come on. Change the channel already. Change the channel already, Americans. We almost there. It's like Grand Theft Auto when you're on that loading screen for the next level. That should take forever. It's like 99.00008%. We're right fucking there. Because once they lose this in you, they lose everything. You can't get it back. Same thing with super soldiers. I learned this a long time ago. Around 2007, 2008, I went down the super soldier rabbit hole. I looked at these niggas in his interviews like, this nigga can't beat me. But it depends on what you think a super soldier means. You know, no Jean-Claude Van Damme, obviously. But more so in how they watered their gifts and talents, if they have them, since they were children. So they raised these children up to be cold, to be able to do certain missions. It's not always like in a battlefield. You could be a super soldier using corporate America. The soldier part just means you're enlisted with the military. But you know, there's people there's chefs in the military, and there's doctors. Same type of thing. And what ends up happening to a super soldier and all of their testimonies, and the ones that came forward, they're all tested on in the 70s, in the 60s. Very interesting. Boomer babies. And they started coming forward to share their testimony, as absurd as it may sound to you if you've never watched them. I believe a lot of them, at least in the MK Ultra part of their upbringing. And what happens is, around the time they're in their mid-50s, something happens in the human mind. Now, mind you, the people that came up with MK Ultra didn't have a lot of time. They're from the 20s. There's these World War I and World War II, German, Nazi, Jewish, whatever the fuck they think they are today. That group of people, that cast of characters. And all the occult science they brought with them that they misunderstood from the get-go, which is why it's not working today. So between the 20s and 30s and 40s, up into the 60s, only gave them about 10 to 20 years of competence to even try this shit. Meaning, they would have not known at that time that when this candidate turns 50, the brain itself will do something different and lose all the programming. Good math. So now these people in the early 2000s, they're in their 50s, and they're going mad. They're like, what the fuck? I remember this kid. I remember doing this. I remember they took us to the jungle on a field trip, but I wasn't a Boy Scout. My mom and dad ain't here no more. But these motherfuckers are part of it, especially their fathers, right? You just go down that rabbit hole, and it all ends up the same way. A bunch of people with mental health issues because they were playing with them as fucking kids. When I was a child, I did childlike things. Yeah, same story. Same story. Your brain adapts on its own. That's like when people hit their midlife crisis. I've hit a few of them, man. I can't wait for the 50 one. Can't wait for my 50s. Jesus Christ, I can't imagine what I'll learn then. But they hit their midlife crisis, and it wakes up, I guess, their main avatar, their main character. The masks start to crack. And mind you, by the time they're 50, they're not using them no more. So they're not following up with healthcare. They're not checking in with the CIA therapists. They just throw them to the wolves. And that's what their problem is. Not only are they 50 outside, remembering what they used to do, but then they realize that they broke and ain't got no fucking benefits. Isn't that a bitch? That the number one catalyst for them coming forward isn't all the grimy shit that they were programmed to do. It was the fact that they were abandoned by the system that made them do it. AKA, they didn't pay them. There's no hush money. There's no bribery. There's no medals of honor. They did what they did, whether it was one mission or 10. And then it's just like, feed them to the wolves. And in their 30s and everything, they're just back in real life. They get married. They're probably crazy as fuck, you know, when they get triggered. Probably deadly too. You know, they teach them how to hurt people versus people who don't know how to do that. Be dangerous. But then they just stuck in the lobby and shit. Now imagine, that was almost 20 years ago. These motherfuckers in their 70s now. Manchurian candidates and everything. I guess they don't make them like they used to no more. They want to switch to AI. I know that's right. You better switch to something smarter than you. I say that to say, that same story applies to you. You've been MK Ultra too. That's what school was. It was developed by the same people. They say there's a school to prison pipeline. Designed by the same people. The same squares, the same hallways, the same lines, the same bells, the same doors. All of that psychological warfare. Because your greatest grandmother wouldn't do that to you. But we have to do it. Why? So that we don't get in trouble. By who? An invader? A colonizer? You're already in trouble if you have invaders and colonizers. But I want to live. Prime directive, I get it. Self-preservation. But why does self-preservation make you a bitch ass nigga? Because you forgot who you really are. I'm a point guard playing the center. Whatever. Same story. So yeah, man. We have to realize that we all been what your boy Malcolm say? Hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run them up. That's what he was talking about, wasn't he? He was saying that these liberals and all these people were promising us stuff, especially if we marched with them, especially if we kept the peace, put on the suits, shaved our beards off, and talked just as nice as them on King James English. But it didn't return no benefits. They gave all the benefits to those farmers that are complaining about dying right now. Same generation, same time. It's a microcosm. They're dying because of what they did 60 years ago. For the sins of their fathers. That's why we come to break what? Generational curses. A lot of shit that you experience as a man, especially. I always speak for the men. I don't know how the ladies perceive it, but a lot of your struggles of things not working out when you're doing it right is because of something someone else did in your family. And it takes you a while to realize it, especially if your family don't talk. I can almost guarantee some good signs. If your family has a history or mysteries and they're not talking about it, or people get uncomfortable, or you hear whispers and rumors and shit, you're dealing with a generational curse. That's how you know, without a shadow of a doubt. If they don't want to talk about what happened to granddad, if they don't want to talk about that uncle over there, and you heard a rumor that someone killed somebody or that kid ain't somebody else's, oh yeah, that story pretty deep. And you'll probably never get the real story. They're probably dead already. But you'll get the after effects. You'll see it in your own life. You're like, why is this shit not going right? You be out here, just minding your business. Like, how come these people so fake? How come this girl can't just do the right thing? And you think that you might lose your mind thinking like you ain't enough or you ain't doing the right things. Tough. Nah, nigga. No. You paying the debt for an ancestor. Once you realize that's a thing, then you can start working on it. A lot of people don't accept that. They think it's just them by themselves. Like all these genes from someone else. All 1,028 or 1,028 ancestors you had in the 1700s. You're not sharing their curse? You're not sharing their plot? Then why the fuck am I an Indian, but I'm a United States citizen? Sounds like I'm living through someone else's fucking curse. This shit is stupid. And without the money, it'll become useless. And you'll see how many of these die-hard patriots and fake-ass people will turn coat as soon as they tell them, nah, we ain't got nothing for benefits at all. Burn it down. Ah, boo, that is not what I signed up for. Because I didn't sign up for that, I'm destructive. On God, your default setting is to burn it down. That's how you handle people issues. That's how you communicate. That's how you do justice. You just attack. You just shoot. You just murder. You just pillage. That sounds like generational curse. I kind of remember the generations that move just like that because they're still fucking here. Start to see it. You start to see that. Monkey see, monkey do, man. They act the same way their ancestors must have acted about everything, which is why they can never keep land. Look what they do. They dumbass system don't work, and then they destroy everything in a fit. And then once that fucking retard gets out of their adrenaline, they go, I guess we gotta go somewhere else. Time to steal a boat. I know that's right. I know, I get it. It's easy for you to destroy shit you never built yourself. You know those Nepalese didn't build that Tartarian building? That shit almost broke my heart. These motherfuckers didn't build that shit. That shit was there before they got there. Real life. It is what it is though. A long time ago. But we're dealing with that now. The Tartarian building that's in America is your mind. They're trying to get you to burn it down. They're trying to get you to forget further where you come from. As soon as you start to realize that this divine time, they're trying to put you on a Job trial. They're trying to get you to curse your God and wish you were dead. Oh my God. These faggots are trying to do it again. Thank God they can't read. On David. That's David, by the way. The king. How the fuck would he give up? Give up to who? Bad ideas? Give up to what? Power of faggot suggestion? Give up to what? Fake ass currency? Give up to what? All the shit that stupid people that fuck with kids are saying? Give up to what? Once you realize these variables, that's why I talk like that. To make it absolutely clear to myself. Ain't nothing good gonna come out of that. These motherfuckers on the Epstein list, what are we expecting different? The same motherfuckers, whether they participate or not, are on the same plane with the same people that participated. They didn't steal the cookie, but they waited in the room when they broke it in half. Same fucking story. And they'll be the same motherfucker that snitched on you with fucking cookie crumbs in their damn beard. You've been through that before as a shorty. You've been snitched on, but you weren't the only one doing the crime. You hear about this all the time. I'll spare you the gory details in all types of levels and dimensions. What's good for the geese is good for the gander, I guess. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But that's why realization is so important. You gotta realize something. Like, this is the game that they created, not you. They just created a role in a position and you chose. You never had to play it. You mirror neurons some shit. You gained agreement for 12 years. You probably went for another 4 to 8. Then you worked in the corporate environment with all the other people that did the same. They're even from different areas, and you meet them and they're saying the same thing. It must be true. Nah, game of telephone just got to you. People saying the same thing don't make it true. That's why you have a whole history full of lies, because everyone keeps writing the same lie, and everyone keeps reading the same lie, keep doing the book report on the same lie, debate on the same lie, and then you're like, well, if it's the truth, what are we debating? Easy. The only things we call back to are the things that are not quite clear. The only things that a generation of people keep calling back to, keep looking back for, is because something doesn't add up, something doesn't make sense. All the other things in history we could talk about and look at don't even cross our mind. Non-motherfucking factors. But the shit that is a motherfucking factor, when it comes to your happiness, or fuck happiness, fool's errand, peace. Things that disturb our peace are disturbing. Things that you did everything you're supposed to do and it didn't work out, then that equation must have not been true. Then you reevaluate it, don't you? Reevaluation is mathematical and science, isn't it? So if it was the truth, then why the fuck are we talking about science? Yeah, someone lied to us. All of us. You just gotta realize it. Squares. Oh shit, we got some commentary. We back in this bitch. Smart boy, composer Slim. Looped on the track. If not, where's street? Bro, you smoking light shit. Get something strong. What the fuck are you talking about? All I need to smoke something strong. So I'll be like your crack ass daddy that didn't raise your dumb ass. Smyth-EL says, yep, that's walking backwards into a punch versus getting punched walking forward. You start to feel your face hurt more and more until you almost get punched. Versus when you get punched and then the pain starts and decreases. And even if you tell them it's starting to get hot, they only feel it once they're burnt. Like a frog in a goddamn boiling pan of water. Smyth-EL 3, room 3, squares off the FOV. The last step of the process is the person you stop believing in stops living. Freddy Krueger. Dead ass. Dead ass. Dead ass. I ain't even finished reading that sentence, but I want to report to you. Once you stop believing in something, it dies, doesn't it? Think about a relationship. The person that was always lying or manipulating. Whether you saw the phone or not, you just get to a point, however you get to that point, where you just stop believing anything. You know, like that timer starts, don't it? Like, pretty soon I'm walking away. I lived through it myself a couple of times. Like, it don't even matter if I fix this problem. It doesn't matter if I'm wrong or right. I'm done. And here, I'm no longer imagining and realizing something else that's not there. So now you have to look at what it is. Oh, this ain't my fault. It's just my turn. All right, to turn directions. Once you turn the directions mentally, what do you start to do? You start imagining, all right, if you're living with someone, it's like, all right, it's time, I got to figure out how to get my own apartment. Like, all right, I got to figure out this. And all of a sudden, every day, you're realizing something different. And then what happens? You end up somewhere else, away from that person. Common fucking sense. Your mind changed everything. and they died. Sometimes it's more literal. Because some people are living off your energy. You probably met a few. Like, damn, I was just hanging out with that dude. He ain't here no more. I tell that story about Charlotte all the time. He was hanging on to life by a thread. And then he still had enough energy to try to play me. A couple weeks later, he was dead. So it's, and I remember how I felt and how I thought and what I prayed about after the incident. I was like, God, some people don't deserve a second chance. Because if he met me, it was his second chance. Same story. Same fucking story. It always is. The process is the person you stop believing and stops living, which is the hardest part for people to accept. Because down here, them dying manifests in a lot of different, even gruesome. He's going to charge somebody else he sees ultra. Charge somebody else's ultra. Terran Art, I see you, man. Same fluorescence light that stopped the melanin production in the brain, too. They put it in every school. Yep, it's all around war. Psychological warfare, yep. For control of other people. To do this stupid ass thing that we made up. Like, can you imagine if these motherfuckers were competent and they didn't have to do all the extra dumb shit, wasting money, time, and consciousness, trying to control everything at once? Like, bitch, control your ugly ass bitch at home and that dumb ass kid you got. I'm talking to the people in power. What the fuck wrong with these people? Why are your kids fucking retarded? You think I want their fucking meme coin? Motherfucker couldn't beat me in StarCraft. The fuck you want to talk about finance? See, they're about to lose at the tabletop games, and then they start flipping the tables. Yeah. Oh, and take my marbles home. Bitch, you didn't come here with marbles, and this ain't your home, so where you going? To the middle of the fucking ocean? Yeah, once you start stacking up that in your phone pineal gland, you be like, where the fuck these motherfuckers think they even going? I know they ain't going to Mars. That spaceship will blow their ass up before they get there. The fuck wrong with them? Amen Ra. Cash Patel said Charlie Kirk was his friend, and that they got there from a while Kirk is in Valhalla. And then we know the fucking Vikings have breastplates that say Allah, and Allah is in the word Valhalla. They're stupid fucking people. Valhalla is right fucking there. These are Mohammedans. How the fuck Cash Patel and some white boy that came up 200 years ago gonna be in a place full of niggas? I don't believe that. I know, you believe white people who just got here. I know what your problem is. The fuck wrong with you? In King James English. They so goofy. Of course Cash Patel, goofy, coked up ass would say that. Baruch straight like that. Oh yeah, the extra bright light ones, like the new cars. Man, I hate that shit. Couldn't beat me at multiplication sheets with the timer. Come on now. They think leaving from one side green in a game of Snake makes them change the map. They playing Pac-Man. Super Miss Pac-Man Arcade Edition on fucking Sega Genesis. You be doing a puzzle, and instead of going out and you end up like on the other side, it'll take you to another puzzle. And then all of a sudden, Pac-Man's walking outside like Sonic. Craziest game I've ever played. You don't have to finish none of the puzzles. You just have to get away from the ghosts. Ah, spirits. Same story. Nah, you back from the other side. Come on now. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde ass niggas. We have to make up lies to same power ass niggas. Then you're really not that goddamn powerful to begin with. Power does not have to be powerful. It is. Here I go. Expecting the truth of the matter from them. The people who lie to win. And do worse. See what they do to all the winners. And for a while it would seem that they got away with it. But we don't live long enough to realize that no one gets away with shit. They just say they did. They make it seem like it. They lie by omission. They lie about emissions. Same story, data center. They lie about everything. You don't get away with it. God will make a fucking example out of you and take down so many more at once when you finally do. Sometimes that's why they're still here, why they have permission. But you gotta remember, they have a brain and a mind too. They're living in torment, bro. They're living in torment until they go. And so they can't believe that life is worth living no more. You see how fast the farmers kill themselves? What happens? They ran out of benefits. Think about that. Think about how sensitive that program is. That the threat of free benefits, of posturing They can't even put their head down in shame and be like, I suck as a fucking farmer. I'd rather die. I suck at this stock shit. I suck at finance. I'd rather kill myself and rob my kids of their parents. That's what it means. Why would you kill yourself over something fake? Wait, is the sun gonna stop coming out next year? Then why are you killing yourself this year, bitch? Get back in the game. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm not a farmer. I illegally hold land that's a farm, and I pay slaves. Oh, now you see why slavery never lasted. It was already stupid by 1751. Benjamin Franklin said it himself. That slaves would just go work for a better plantation. It's in the real history. So the narrative is just a narrative, I guess, to scare people. I don't know. Like, yeah, this country that's built on slavery, it's so great these days. You should be happy that you're free. I am not happy that you're here. How about that shit? Let's start from day 1. Don't go to day 10. You don't even know if I was in slavery. The fuck, I'm an Indian, faggot. What the hell are they talking about? I'm not happy that you're here. Well, you're African American. What are you talking about? Were you there when my Indian ancestors were fucking? Fucking weirdo. How the fuck you gonna tell me? You don't know what the fucked up nose. You can barely breathe. Where the fuck your ugly ass grandmother come from? She's not Indian. Then don't talk to me, bitch. You don't even match the description. See what I'm saying? Once you realize some shit, them being here doesn't change shit about reality or truth. This ain't their shit, period. Which is why they don't know how to manage it. Which is why they don't respect it. Which is why the sun is killing them. Imagine that. I can look directly at this bitch. Don't stare at the sun too long. Why, bitch? You don't know how to fucking use your eyelashes and block this shit? I got long ass eyelashes for this shit. Imagine that. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. They can't do that, man. You get some of these faggots in that war over there in Ukraine and shit, just have them stand like this for about 30 minutes. They ass is cooked. Military strength and missiles. Faggots with remote control planes like Grand Theft Auto. You know how fucking weak you gotta be? And these faggots are talking about Valhalla? Shut the fuck up. Ain't none of you Ottoman Empire tough. Shut the fuck up. What the hell are they talking about? They can't beat fucking Hamas, and they trained them. Imagine how fucking stupid you are. That the people you trained are better than you with none of your technology. You can't stop them. They think they're gonna beat God or angels? That's crazy. At any timeline, that has never fucking happened. Thank God that there's a God in charge of everything, at least. Spirits and principalities, cause shit. If we were stuck with their core beliefs, we'd all be dead already. Once you realize some things, it'll stop being so scary. We'll stop getting worked up. We'll stop imaginary vanity. Do not hold those vain imaginations. A vain imagination is some shit that ain't real. Why are you worrying about it for, kid? You're triggering all the chemical reactions. The chemicals are real, so it feels real. But it's just an after effect of thinking about stupid shit. And that's what metaphysics has taught me. It's like, how much stupid shit a nigga gotta unbelieve before he can find peace? Oh my God. How much stupid shit did I accidentally believe that has robbed me of peace for years? Oh my God. How many times you try to solve problems based on fear? Oh my God. What did Abraham Lincoln say? Close your eyes and take a nap, and you'll wake up with the fucking answer. He was Neville Goddard before Neville Goddard was a dancer. Nah, matter of fact, let's think about it. Hermes Trismegistus, Abraham Lincoln was one of them. He was a Hermeticist. Of course he said do that. I learned that shit in elementary school. I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. All they tell you is like, oh yeah, Abraham Lincoln, North versus the South. The white people were mad because he freed slaves. No, he didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? What about all these free people? Why were they fighting? The people up north, the same racist motherfuckers in the White House from the north, they're like vigorously fighting for freeing niggas. That doesn't make sense in nobody's damn playbook. Why would they go send a 10-year-old child to die to stop a slave ship that you've never seen a description of? Yeah, on a land full of Indians. With an Indian government. Benjamin Banneker's Indian, so the White House is designed by an Indian. So you understand the Victorian thing. We're all Indians. Indians is a way of them butchering the J and I. It's Judean. It's not Indian, it's Judean. But I get it. They're fucking stupid. Take a U, turn it upside down, you get N again. J and I on their maps, they misread everything. It's not their fucking language. We're Judeans, not Indians. But I'll use Indian, right? Language model shit. So once you get it, you can't unget it. Once you realize something. Motherfuckers are liars. That's why they love the Bible and all that shit. Because that's, you know, that's where they are. We had a Quran too. We're not separate. Bloodline wise, we're not separate. We've been fucking for centuries. That book's a long time ago. And the kids kept going. And the kids kept moving. And the kids kept doing business. And the bitches kept fucking. What do you think is going to happen with two groups? It turns into a third. They're stupid. I guess they haven't lived long enough to see that happen to themselves. Kept happening to us though. Mandel's Law though. Oh. Mandel anything but the truth. Mandel Law don't work because you said so. It's just an observation of truth. Dominant genes are not impressions and thoughts and valor. It's fucking math. Mandel's Law is mathematical. It's not opinion based. What the fuck are these people be talking about, boy? I don't know how many times I have to say their money is fake. And we know it's fake because it's failing. It's only failing because it's fake. It's not fake. I could invest and get $1 million. How come you don't have all the fake money from the mean white people? I'm not mean white enough. Just look at me. The fuck? You seen a me before? You never even seen a me on TV. You've seen black people. You haven't seen Indians get famous. Indians haven't been famous since fucking 70s. I don't think we've had, the 70s, the soul people, blues, a lot of them, a lot of Judeans and Jews and everything. But they stopped picking us up. They changed us for the short people who are not Indians. Right, they might be mixing, obviously. But you know how women are. Complaining about black people and white girls. Think about all the Indians since there's fucking all the foreigners. All these ugly ass kids out here. Who did it first, sis? I got the book report. Since women outnumber men. So it'd be so many more women that look for something else. Obviously, they'll run out. We get it. We weren't tripping on that. We're tripping on what it turned into. And the lack of accountability for Jews. Ah! Hardy-ho, Judeans, Indian. I know that's right. Dumb diversus unum sanctum against who? The Saracens. That's us again. Their whole fake-ass religion based on our book and our language empowered them by make-believing that they were better than us. And this whole time, we was not talking about money and castles. We're talking about golden talents. You gotta realize that. They're not jealous of our salad dressing. They're jealous at how effortless our lives are. But simply because we live different. If they believe in evolution, then we'll be the evolution of Indian before they bitch ass got here. If everything was peaceful and already established and built up, you don't know about none of our wars. Because then they got to tell you it was us. They don't want to risk it, I guess. Faggots. Yeah. So much so, it's a long time ago. What does it matter? It matters that you're about to take your ass off of this goddamn continent and keep playing fucking around with the damn spirits here. It matters to the sun enough. 15 minutes out of the lake, you got skin cancer. Couldn't be me. So I think it matters. I think I'm supposed to be where I'm supposed to be. They can't say the same. They're running out of time on every dimension, boy. Lying, programming, pissing off their followers, money becoming, or banks becoming insolvent. Now they doing a thing. There's one cool white boy on Instagram, he like doing this fake shock value thing type of reel, where it's like, I wonder who's behind the housing crisis of 2008 at such and such company. Don't tell me it's Peter Thiel. Like, the three people they got, Epstein, Peter Thiel, and Fink. Those three, that trifecta of bullshit. All three of them. One paid for JD Vance to go to school. One's behind the 2008 collapse, which is the continuation right now. And then the other one did some other dumb shit. And then like Maxine was like the #4 Redditor on all of Reddit. And he just keeps exposing this shit in the way that they do. Because they're scared of the damn truth or something. Or they care more about clicks and, 0.003 cents per video. We know. They only tell the truth when it's official. Oh, that's a crazy program to be into. Imagine if they believed in God for real. They didn't enjoy flying games? That's hilarious. Couldn't beat me at multiplication sheets with the timer. Come on now. Nah, you back from the other side. I question why they even alive still. That's not our charter. I don't even wish death on nobody. Unless they fucking cause harm to individuals. But the idea, their stupidity or incompetence, that's all. A coward already suffers 1 million deaths. So I don't want to give them the same energy they try to give us with their bullshit. I want them to see it for themselves. I ask the Most High to open their eyes to themselves. I think that's worse than death for real. You gotta live around here realizing how fucking stupid you are, and that you'll never get control again, that you'll never have power, that you never had it, and that people ultimately, the biggest flex against a narcissist, if you will, is indifference. So where they become insignificant. Free Cougar, Nightmare on Elm Street. Like, you're just not even worrying about the nigga no more. Let them hunt someone else's dreams. That's how you get them. That is the death of indifference. You ain't got to burn their house down and shit. They probably didn't even build it. They'll probably lie still and get another one. So, yeah. For we are not battling against flesh and blood, but spirits and principalities in high places. And that was a Judean that said that. So, I think they were serious. So, nah. We ain't got to pray for the inevitable. Everybody check out of here. So while they're still here, while there's still grace and mercy on their dumb ass, whether that's an example for their people to get some of them to do right, or whether that's an example for us to trust, all you got to pray is that they open up their eyes. For real. The narcissist is dreaming since they were like 5 to 10 years old. Wake their ass up. Easier to do. No harm and no guilt. I pray that the Most High opens their eyes to their own truth. That they're not this and this ain't that. They got to figure out what to do with that information, not me. Once I realized who I was like, oh shit. I'm in the middle of the game. Hopefully towards the end of it. Spare me to go decent. So they got 2 owl statues in front of their garage. I wonder what that's about. Once you realize you can't unrealize shit. But I feel why people feel like that though. Why people want it to be a war. Nah, that shit right there ghetto. I gotta sweat, hurt people that ain't even the people I'm trying to hurt. Like, think about it. They're gonna recruit people that I gotta fight. Nigga, I ain't got a problem with you. Yo broke dusty ass ain't do this. Yo lost MK Ultra ass ain't do this to me. You ain't smart enough. You can't even do it to your own fucking household. Why are we beefing? Yeah, you're not warlock enough for me. Type shit. So it would be beneath me not even a fucking worthy adversary to even waste that type of karma on. Not at all. Not if a motherfucker allergic to the sun. Triple entendre right there. Nah. They ain't gonna get me to start hating and being evil or calling the arms. Like, motherfucker, they made up all those wars. They weren't here for them. The American Revolution was with Americans. Those are Indians. We had a revolution. They weren't here yet. They were not in power. They writing letters to Sidi Muhammad, another Indian. Like, the fuck are they talking about? The fuck? That's between Jerusalem and Israel, bro. The fuck are they talking about? That's not in the Bible, yeah. These are all the stories that are not written in it, stupid. The fuck do people think this is? That book's been done for at least 800 years. The fuck are they talking about? We went from Tartaria to back here. Like, the fuck are they talking about? And we started here in Egypt. What the fuck are they talking about? Everyone don't go at once. So it's the same fucking story, no matter where we go. Came back to grandma's house. Cool story, bitch. Then mixed back in with the new ones. As new ones on top of that. It wasn't the same ones that came back, it was the new ones that came back. Oh, I heard my daddy say he had a grandmother back then in that way. I'll let her know. I'll show her all the fucking hand signs and shit. And I still got his jewelry. Prodigal child and shit. What the fuck? Prodigal son for real. That's what that story is. We've been traveling the waters. Ain't that what a Hebrew is? More? Same word, I think, in fact. Who else is there here? Egypt and then. Like, the fuck these people think this is? They don't even know how to make a fucking language model or worldview model of the damn book. But they wrote it. They remixed it. If you had an idiot remix my damn song, you should hear the difference. You know if it's really Michael Jackson. This should be out of key for no reason over here. So yeah, nah. You ain't gotta turn that shit into like, you don't have to become them. The ideal that they're trying to sow into people. To become like so angry that they want to hurt something. And then that is the distraction. You end up hurting innocent people. And then the system still is there. And then they're just laughing to the bank again. Because the more that we crash out against each other, the more money they save. Can you imagine? That's in their damn documents. So, I'll kill them up here by realizing a better reality without their ass. And it's already happening. That's what I have realized. That gift, that power is real. Just by saying they're incompetent. No, these motherfuckers incompetent. I'm not participating in this stupid shit. They ain't voting for none of these dumb bitches. Look what they do to kids. Look at the ugly bitch. Like, nah. Just that little sequence right there. It makes you not take it so seriously. I still gotta pay bills and eat and shit. But so did Nepal. They had plenty enough energy to throw fire all night for a couple days. They'll get back. It's all that white tape and licenses and all that hatred that's getting the farmers to go away. Now imagine if they're not there and we took over our farms again. Yeah, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Back. Bigger and blacker than ever. Turn this fan on. I think it's so hot in here. Impossible. Someone's fucking around, that's why. Yep. This thing goes. Never mind. Bad idea. Wrong angle. Shit. Charge, bitch. Charge. charge it. Come on, God. Are we good? Easy. What do they call that shit? Friends, romance, countrymen. I ain't got nothing right there. I know I'm gonna have to. Almost if dying old and sick is a punishment. Damn, Haru. Worse than that. Lonely. Full of shit. No one even wants to listen to them. So that means if they don't have that influence, that control or power over other individuals, and then they're old enough to be sick, which is usually a side effect, by the way, all that ill shit that people secretly wish on you, and then having that quotient to match it, to punish yourself, if you will, per their power suggestion. We've seen people get sick with just nocebos, so imagine when it's intentional. So, they only have time to think about their life. And then, logically, it sets in on them, like a super soldier after 50. I wasn't living right. I did hurt those people. Because they have to look at their life, the result of it. Like, if I was doing everything right, why would I be here? Dying. Hopeless. Scared. Sleeping with the TV and the lights on. What did I do for your brain to turn against itself? Now imagine if their brain ain't that deep to begin with, and they never read a book about how to turn certain shit off. Because if they read those books and understood how that practices, they wouldn't live that way with all the masses to begin with. That's how I know they don't read. You can't change something so foundational like metaphysics and then turn to be a fucking dumbass. Not after all those years. They don't even enjoy flying planes. They couldn't do that with the moon. They sure couldn't. They lied about going to the moon, as per usual. Sleeping, praying, share one too many traits. Looking up people with credit cards. That's crazy. And 80% of the power lines are owned by Maxwell's sister. Yep. She's in the middle of everything. So we're distracted from the fact that the faggots that really ruined everything are still the ones that are free. Can you imagine that? A family of Nazis. Mr. Now says, or Black Rock and Vanguard. Same story. It's going to be the same people from World War II. These are all new. These are not legacy companies and pirates and banks and royals. These are brand new dumb ideas that only control numbers on the computer screen. They're not real. Their money ain't real. So the value is made up. So that means their wealth is made up too. Can you fucking imagine that? That a guy with all the gold in his closet is talking to some nigga that says, guess what? I got 1 billion ones and zeros on this iPhone. Cool fucking story, bitch. I'm not selling gold. I'm not selling you oil. I'm not even selling you people. Can you imagine when the world is like tired of human trafficking people to America? They rather keep them. That's crazy, boy. Peace. Didn't get notification. Shout out to Jonathan. Shout out to TBFB. Salute your tribe. I might need to re-click the bell icon thing. No notification. Supersonic 50 coins. Oh shit, we about to jump up again. 3. Trying to offload the debt by making people angry. Wealth management. Yeah, man. They think they slick. And China already called them out for that shit. China's saying exactly what the fuck I said. I listen. I got to run around a lap and just pat myself on the back. One of the prime minister type people in China was like, the United States is just trying to invest into crypto in order to absolve its debt. And then without saying the silent part out loud, you cannot pay off a debt by converting your fiat to a digital fiat. You didn't pay nothing off. You're converting it. They said they're trying to convert it to reset their system so that they can abandon the US dollar, but then have the centralized control of whatever crypto or Bitcoin there is. That's exactly what the fuck I said. Now, you know what's crazy about it? All the people who like made it this way and championing crypto and Bitcoin, all those yuppies on the internet. Well, if your government is the one that's buying it, dickhead, it divorces the whole concept of why it was exciting to begin with. You might as well invest it into US bonds again, dummy. Because that's what the damn Bitcoin's about to be. A replacement for their bond system. Meaning the same fucked up shit that went wrong with the bonds, like right now and forever, is the same fucked up thing that'll happen to the price of crypto. You're back into a digital stock exchange. I hope you can afford those computers and that internet. At least with cash, you can go outside with a plate and get a dollar bill and hide it in your goddamn pocket. Now you gotta be on their Wi-Fi. Now you gotta be on their 6G. Now you gotta be with their banks. You have no freedom in their realized version of that reality. It'll never go there, but that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do with the smart cities and the grid and stuff. Yeah, you don't have to have a digital coin where there's no alternative for you to access to do other types of business. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard of. But Bitcoin for freedom? Nigga, you're locking yourself into the burning castle. And they can't see that because they can only see what? The potential benefit. Motherfuckers are lazy in their brain. No wonder. I'm talking about these assholes. Like, the government's going to centralize it. Yeah, that's what kills your fucking dollar to begin with, stupid. Stand up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. What am I looking for? I need a bowl for mixing. A mixing bowl I need. This pinky. Pinky and the brain. Mr. Cool. How's Canada doing up there, man? You know, French Canada, aren't you? Middle Canada, whatever that is. I wonder why there's black people up there. How is French Canada these days? Get a bunch of mixed reports down here in the middle. Some people are immigrating away. I guess they were foreign. Others are like, I can't wait to get a better job. Nothing is new under the damn sun these days. And then others are like, let me sign up with that one doctor so I can kill myself. How is that permeating in the culture and the zeitgeist of the people and the millennials your age? What's going on? They're trying to figure out if the tariffs got to go back. How you collect $4 trillion in tariffs? What account is that? And then what are you talking about? Some judge is going to make you send it back? The devil is a liar. Ain't no judge in a hypothecated republic got that much damn power. That'd be like Jesus or something if a judge could stop $4 trillion from going into the goddamn treasury. People really believe that shit. That a judge voting on some shit when it comes to the military industrial complex and the corrupt executive branch as if it would be honored. So like even in real time, you're seeing that. You're seeing that judges are making judgments, but the president and its teals and finks are not honoring it. Think about that. That's more dangerous than burning down the building. Turning all your judgments into dishonorable. That's where you're gonna get all the resistance. And then like the only thing they have to stop that type of population is the police force. And unfortunately, the police force is that type of population too. They gotta pay rent too. So you see like, they can't afford to lose control, guys. They have to make something work or nothing will. Like, they're down to their last fucking line of Tetris, for real. If that next piece ain't that crooked ass L-shaped piece, they're not going to clear enough space in time, because the same fake ass money that's causing them to lose their trade deals is the same fake ass money they got to pay their fucking enforcers. You already know how people feel about that. They were already talking about defund the police years ago. Imagine that. Imagine if you defund the police, then you don't have court no more. Imagine that shit. It's happening. If they can't afford teachers, they can't afford police, guys. Y'all know that, right? Police are brand new. The United States did not always have police. Motherfuckers used to go outside and shoot each other in duels in the 1800s. So there was no police before that. There were sheriffs, but sheriffs are sharifs, and sharifs are Mohammedan. So you know it wasn't white people. All right, on the Indian territory. Okay, we got 5-point star and everything. All right, now stay woke out here, or 6 sometimes. You've seen it, Waka Flocka, more. So yeah, nah. They got a bigger problem than they think they got. They can't afford to pay the fucking National Guard to do that shit for more than 29 days at a time. They playing games through the loopholes. But $4 trillion from terrorists? How many billions do you need to fucking pay your people that enforce everything? Now they don't even know what they're enforcing. Because you know the AI is going to replace judges. They already are in Asia. They got AI doing their prime minister shit to avoid corruption. Can you imagine that shit? So imagine if the United States pushes that button, if it lives to that, where you don't need people and masons and secret societies and warlocks to automate fucking court costs and judgments and shit like that. They trying to put police drones out there already. That's a squad car that just got taken off. No more gasoline. You'll start to see it. Remember, Ford is going away. So that means police is going to have to do what? Pay for their own vehicles with a tariff. I hope they thought about those people. The people that keep them safe. They're enforcers. Not in the Constitution, by the way. You should check it. Neither is licensing. You should check it. That's why it's free speech and guns, bitch. 1 and 2. So they already broke their own republic rules. So they can't restore it to a republic because they never created a republic. They were never part and parcel to the republic. That's why they call it a democracy. Those are opposing ideas, by the way. That's how fucking stupid these people are. And they're hoping that it doesn't matter that they're stupid or that it's untrue. Is that you just hear a thing and you go along with it mentally. You give them permission to break the rules. It's not about me and you. Is that you get to watch them break the rules because you think they make the rules, and they're not making the rules, nor are they following them. So you're watching criminals in the literal definition of justice in the word. That would be a crime, right? To violate the Constitution, right? When you're no longer representing the people no more, what is the suggestion of all those people and the founders? To revolt, to overthrow the government, right? All right. So that's what everyone's wishing for, by the way. That's what every thought means. You don't have to deliberately say that. That is their karma. That is the only move left. And I'm talking about people who are way less reasonable than me, who are tired of everything. You should read those threads sometimes. I click on that shit and just like remind myself not to get brought down because they ain't thinking long enough. But I saw a thread most recently, was it last night? And it was like mad comments. I was like, well, this one's going to be good. And someone says, is anyone who's a 30 or a millennial that just feels like life and this and that and third? And they've been doing this for weeks, but this one was good. And I read maybe 50 comments in a row of people describing not knowing what their plan is anymore. Some of the examples was like, yeah, I'm in the middle of a career change and I have 3 different options. So it's not like it's over. It's just like, I don't know which one I'm going to go to because basically they're in their 30s and nothing up until this point worked. Or another person was like, yeah, I'm 39 years old and I feel like A, B, C, and D. Or another person was like, yeah, I'm just in my 20s and it's hitting me. And it's like, it's not that they don't want to work and make, no. They don't want to work. They want to make money. but then there's not enough money. So then it breaks the equation, right? So let me see if I can draw that to show you why it breaks. And maybe you'll have a breakthrough. And don't end up like these people, doomed and hopeless that a fake system is no longer real. Ooh, what changed besides people's attitudes and realizations? The money been fake. 1933, the president at that time he did not want to sign off on it. He had no choice. It's like entrapment. And then everything went worse. That's where all those wars came from, by the way. That's why they say all wars are banker wars. The central bank took over the government already. Why do you think you have so many APAC and dual citizens and things? Because it's a foreign bank, by the way. It's a foreign bank without a reserve, too. So it's like witchcraft, spellcraft. You know how it is. Sigils on the money and everything. Yeah. Bunch of witches and warlocks, yeah. Same story. Same fucking story. They trying to ban paper checks now. Y'all familiar with that? Have y'all heard that yet? They're gonna get rid of paper checks. Trump's trying to get rid of paper checks. Even for like contractors and stuff. Like if someone came to your house and they're like, hey, that'll cost $5,000. You can't write them a check no more type shit. Can you imagine how crazy that is? That they're not giving you the option to do business without a computer. But yeah, crypto blockchain in a ledger. So they can count all of your transactions. And that means you can't do nothing illegal. What do you think they're gonna do though? If they got away with it. I don't think the world, see the problem is, even if they did that to us, and you know how fucking reprobate this society is, it'll look way different than they imagine. They have not accounted for how indifferent and not giving a fuck millennials are, first of all. We will go from zero to not give a fuck real quick about so many things. I've witnessed it, especially with the women, right? They don't give a fuck about being hoes no more. And that happened within less than 10 years of the internet. And that's kind of important. So imagine all this other dumb shit they're making up. It's not gonna land. Doesn't mean they ain't gonna try it though. But thank God that their funds or their credit is based on the world, not us. Just keep that in mind. We're less than 400 million people. If 300, I don't even believe that number. They lie about all the numbers. But let's say if the rest of the world is what gave them the wealth, all that cheap labor, all that slave labor, all that child labor. Now you gotta actually pay people their wages, no matter what system they agree on. They know people, especially millennials and younger, ain't going backwards. They raise the cost of living and groceries. So, in the best system they can come up with, and these people are dumb. Don't confuse clout and power and extortion with people who are competent, please. Think about it, who's holding the gun, and then that's you'll understand what that is. You don't even know if they can aim and shoot for real. It's just a threat of fear when it comes to that. It is not intelligence. It is not divine. It's not like, oh, it has to go that way because they're saying it. Nah, I could have sworn this was a fucking republic. So it's almost your damn job to counter stupid shit. If it's a republic, right? If it's a constitutional republic, then it's your job as a citizen or we the people to counter stupid shit. You don't have a choice. That's your responsibility. If you don't like it, you're supposed to do something about it. And before you do something, what? You speak. Before you speak, you do what? You think. You got to think about how stupid this shit is. And then all the actions will follow it. It hasn't failed me yet with these motherfuckers. I've been debating this reality for 20 fucking years. It just took a very long time. And then by the time I'm like, aha, don't you see it now? Motherfuckers are quiet. That's how I know these niggas ain't real. They just be arguing just to feel. Like their fucking opinion matters, I guess. That's all that was back in my day. They just wanted their opinion to matter because they sucked at school. They sucked at the basics. That's crazy. You can put these people in charge. People who couldn't fucking do a nice book report. Couldn't be me. You'd rather read my report than the damn book. All right. And their pieces are curved. Pause. Emerald, the eclipse performing at the Vatican. That's gross show. Nah, they in the right place. The 13th eclipse at the keyhole of hell. That's called Bring This Whole Bullshit Down, Emerald. Oh, you're talking about symbology of it. Yeah. Think about that. For us, though, it feels like they're sellouts, if you will. But that Vatican don't exist no more. That cast of characters don't exist no more. They got a Chicago native Pope Leo, Judah, Lion. That's their Pope, which is their God, by the way, right? So their God invited Pharrell and the Clips and whoever else on the 13th of all days. Very interesting. 13 is an unlucky number for Masons and Templars, right? Interesting. And then the eclipse. We're in between eclipses. We just had the lunar eclipse and now we have a solar eclipse. And they're in the middle of it. That's all ritualistic. What sucks though is that for people like us or even Mr. Now and some of the people that have been in this type of wave, is that once you start seeing the rituals and once you start realizing it's not random, like they haven't performed at the Vatican in how long? And they gonna bring Pharrell and the clips out? That's what we be saying, but you gotta go higher than that. It's like, why are they using that ritual? Canelo versus Crawford, why are they using that ritual? What are they trying to accomplish? What are they communicating subconsciously across multiple people at once when they do that? Now, most people don't even know that's gonna happen. That's just a hip hop thing, right? So now us in hip hop and producer space is like, what's going on with the Vatican? Oh, some people might miss it. They're like, oh, that's cool, or that's old, or how come NBA Youngboy ain't out there? You know, you might get a whole bunch of different hot takes about the show. But it's not about the show. It's about the energy. What does it mean when you get Pharrell, a pharaoh, in the eclipse to perform in the Vatican? Yeah, we're talking about magic. But then I'll be the asshole and tell you, they don't have enough men. They're not airing enough for me. So whatever that ritual is, when you think about the quality of it now, this ain't 20 years ago. So you think about the quality of doing that now, that's like a low budget ritual. No disrespect to the brothers involved. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people who are in charge of warlocks and witchcraft could only afford Pharrell and the Clips at the Vatican. No Taylor Swift. No Trudeau and Katy Perry. No Britney Spears come back. You can get some niggas from Virginia. You remember King James Vatican, King St. Jamestown, Virginia, Maryland colonies? On my grandfather, you understand what they're really saying? Yeah, I know. I do. Now you do too. Mirror neurons and shit. We gonna get there eventually now. You won't believe that these motherfuckers practice black magic for a living. The problem is they suck at it. They're not the same people. Back then it was niggas. Now it's everybody else who can fit the key into the door. And there's a loose key in the door. You understand something? You met some of those women. So yeah, man, it just is. It just is right now. The fact that they're fumbling and going back to something like that, they try and bring back Club 54. What was it? Studio 54 too, right? You ain't got no fucking house music and disco for these bitches to dance to. Who the fuck wanna go there? A bunch of people waiting for bottle services with no dudes there to buy it for them? What I'm saying is they're trying to create Mandela effects. They're trying to change the narrative. They're trying to like get money no matter what they, you know what I'm saying? These are last ditch efforts, guys. If the quality isn't matched with the superstars are, like no disrespect to Pharrell, but all them niggas are 50. I know hip hop is timeless and it's not timeless life. Music is timeless, not hip hop. But no. If you're trying to get the world to pay attention from the Vatican, my nigga, who the fuck would bring the clips out? We're talking about a world full of white people. How many niggas you know are Catholic? Then you start to see the ritual part of the shit. Like, oh, that doesn't make sense for the Vatican. You're like, yeah, no. They're out of touch. They're out of touch. They're out of touch with that magic. That's not to say that the Clips and Pharrell are not magical. But they want to be, they're not part of that. Whatever Masonic degree they have or don't have, they haven't read fucking enough of their damn selves. So it's working in the wrong direction is what I'm trying to say to you. That's why you gotta be careful with rituals and witchcraft, is that it does follow divine rules. Divination is in the Bible. Like, God got those. In fact, God got the best ones. That's who taught it. The angels is who, I could have sworn those fallen angels and those spirits come from heaven, bro. So that means they're still on God's side. They're not against God. They're against the rules. One more time. Those angels that came down that rebelled, they didn't rebel against God. They rebelled against the rules. They knew they would be punished by God. But they say even the demons know the scriptures. And they're so allowed to exist. It was a deceiving evil spirit that got Ahab killed. He's the fucking king of Israel. God used an evil spirit to kill the king of Israel. They don't read that story because they had the wrong frame and context too. They think it's some, I don't know, whatever Hollywood Disney movie is. No. You can just look at it scientifically. If you're going from planet to planet with spaceships. Like, hey guys, we're colonizing a whole fucking galaxy. We got more work to do. And these people going, I don't want to go no further. I want to stay here. And he's like, if you like it, I love it. Here's the rules. Like going AWOL, like pirates abandoning ship on an island, not the middle of the ocean. Same story. And you live and die by that, by your damn self. And then I guess the rescue team comes back and take whatever was interesting left. It's a military force, by the way. When you talk about angels and demons, they're not like a society of people. They're military. Which is why the Pope would be like, I'm the God, I'm the head of the church, because the church is a military. Mind control is a military operation. It's literally military. It's nothing else. It's not how you live. It's not how you feel. It's not about the righteousness and puppies and happy smiles. No. Historically, the only story about these things is how the reason why you know what these systems are is because they were once the military that did it. The collective. It's militant thought, discipline, rules, what you got to do, what you can't do, justice, death, imprisonment. It's all military. That is not how our society's handled anything, because we wouldn't have those type of people. We won't have that class of problems. And then if we did, we probably knew how to treat it and cure it, unlike these fucking faggots at Pfizer. Grandma said, yeah, that comes from a long time ago. So yeah, no, this is a military force that tried to occupy and colonize. Doctrine of discovery, there's the word you're looking for. Read all about it, that's military. You got pirate ships, you got flags, you're dealing with the military. You got guns, you got cannons, you're dealing with the military. Not fishermen in a boat, Venezuela, right? They didn't blow up one of Venezuela's naval craft. They didn't blow up China's naval craft. They all flew the Panama Canal in that bitch. They didn't see all those fucking Russian nuclear submarines along the way. No, they blew up some fishermen. Or the fishermen and the cartel is a type of militia, isn't it? That's a military. So it makes sense why the United States would send the Marines versus a cartel, because it's military versus military, right? Militia, Second Amendment type shit. I know that's right. A fisherman, them niggas barely got a knife. So you're using a military force against fishermen. Now think about the colonization of the United States again. You came here during our time of peace. They interrupted a golden era. Faggots. Now, whatever it is interrupting theirs. Thank God for divine justice. Pharaoh clips and John Legend. Tarnar says, have they even thought about what happened if people just switched to BRICS and controlled crypto? It'll weaken the dollar exponentially with every purchase and transaction. Mr. Now says, crypto is BRICS, so crypto and dollar, crypto and euro is still blocking people from making a move that will allow them to change the level in class society. Yep. It felt like a heads up of what time it is rather than a huge move. Yeah, it's a heads up. Hello, greetings from India, Vicky. Hope you're doing good. Russell Lemaster, John 3:16. What does that even mean? Do you know what that means? Jordy, why don't skeletons ever fight each other? Because they don't have the guts. Interesting. Or they actually realize they're the same thing. There's nothing to fight about. They're both dead. Mr. Nell says, BRB taking trash out. Saying, bro, hello, love from India. Shout out to Hindustan and Bharata Kingdom. Y'all better get y'all bullshit together, too. Y'all keep going around talking about y'all Indians in India. Thought you were Hindus in Bharata. Thought you were Boers. When did you become Moors? Y'all 6'3"? You know about pedigree and genetics and shit, but y'all come over here to go to school to learn about genetics. And why you keep calling yourself something you're not? In King James English on top of that. How come y'all don't question that shit? It's crazy that we got to do it by ourselves at the disadvantage of everything, schools and benefits. But you guys still going around talking about you're in India from Indians. Make that make sense. Y'all ain't even got a white Jesus. Why do y'all believe the bullshit in India? Why are y'all speaking King James English, a Judean, calling yourself India after the late 1800s, and forgot who all your kings were? You're Hindustan. So you're Hindustani, like a Pakistan person's Pakistani. Why you call yourself Indian? Why do you let them do that to you? I don't see white people teaching you in your schools. Why do y'all hold on to the colonizer belief system? Why do you dishonor your mothers and fathers? And why are you using an angelic language if you're the Barada Kingdom? Y'all get there yet? Y'all got a Bobby Hemmett yet? Nothing? Millions of gods. Beautiful Tartarian buildings, by the way. Shout out to Genghis. But y'all don't even know who he is. Why? Like, deadass. Why do y'all not honor your own shit? We just getting started over here. Y'all should take those notes. Like, yeah, if they lied to us, you know, the Indians, then they probably lied to everyone else. I'm almost certain of this. I don't know how I would deduce that from my grandfather's language, but I think if you're speaking my grandfather's language, you don't know who my grandfather is, then you probably got hit by a smooth pedophiles. Tracy Mims, hello over there. Hello, Tracy. How are you? What else I want to this or that about? Nah, we ain't got to take them out with force. Just got to change your mind. You have to just change your mind. I ain't going with this bullshit this time. That's it. They're going to die no matter what. We will be the oldest people next. I think that's what I'm really trying to make sure people understand. It's not a matter of convince. No matter what their plan or their system is, they're old. They're dying next. Then we'll be the ones left. And if we're given the opportunity to make it better, we can't afford to inherit these beliefs that don't work, that haven't worked, and then worry and make it real, make it rigid, be resistant. And then when they're finally out the way and gone, and then we're starting voting for the people in our age group to continue the same bullshit. You have a very small window of opportunity before you're up next. If you're a millennial, you're up next. Right? Mm-hmm. Crypto and everything. That's millennial. Mm-hmm. So if it does switch, who's up next? Millennials. You'll need a new Peter Thiel. You need a new Frank. You need a new Donald. And trust me, Aiden Ross and Kai Cenat ain't good enough for this story. I don't give a fuck who you vote for in Discord. So the real urgency is that when the adults die off or end up with dementia, cancer, booty flu, HIV, long COVID, and myocarditis, they forgot, even like Trump in them, right? How old he is and how his face is falling off. Remember, like I smacked someone so hard that their face will fall off the bone, and that's what he looked like, right? Yeah, you can't make that shit up. So people like them, they ain't got that long. They ain't got that long. Trump ain't got that long. So who's next? Who's the next spellcasters? Who's the next big ideas? Who's the next civil rights or human rights? Let's get to human rights in our generation. Thank God we can do that if we wanted to, since we'd be the only motherfuckers here. Placating to a system of a bunch of dead old pedophiles. I hope I get that message across at least. That time does run out for niggas. Generationally. Tarnart says, I don't know. I just want a tech to go to a point at which people only need currency for unimportant stuff. Why would we need tech for that? Why do we want tech? Why do we want tech? Why do we want artificial? We've never had anything real. Generation. You only want to pay for exotic fruit instead of just getting the seeds and planting them? replicators. So you saw what replicating genes did to these people, and you wouldn't do that to fruit. Their science and their math is wrong. We'll never have that. That's why we don't have it. Trust me, China and Japan ain't waiting for the white man. They ain't got it. Their math is wrong. I know this intimately. They'll never be able to do anything real like that. They'll try. They'll have, you know, what they have, Frankensteins of some certain things. They still got motherfuckers frozen right now thinking they're gonna bring them back to life. Their math is wrong. They're gonna tell you they're gonna go to Mars, but they haven't been to the moon. Their math is wrong. So by the time they do it, just like none of the people at NASA can go to the moon, you're like, oh, maybe their math was off. Yeah. That's what happens when Nazis run everything for 100 years. They make it seem like the Nazis were scary and powerful. That's all propaganda. I'll beat them motherfuckers up in any timeline. The fuck are they talking about? None of them niggas put fear in my heart. They look stupid, and they was high as fuck on fucking speed and meth. I'm around tweakers every day in the desert. The fuck? An army of tweakers that got free benefits to come to America. What kind of man does that? A bunch of faggots. Tell me I'm lying. I would have been back to my grandma's house if it was over there. Anyway, you want to use the tech to be self-sufficient. You are tech. You are tech. You are the tech that you're trying to replicate. You should have kids. This way, if you have enough kids, guess what they can do? Plant all your exotic fruit that you want. You see how, like, that paradigm makes you replace yourself? If you only need essential things to be happy, and you just hope that we get to Jetson society, where you can go in the microwave and get a little pill and it tastes like a strawberry. Think about how much energy that costs versus just planting strawberries. It doesn't make sense. Tech in that sense is cool compared to our fake reality. Because we cannot do those natural things without licenses and penalties and know-how. And we're focused and forced on paying bills and taxes and rents. So you don't have that much energy left to think about how. But now imagine that shit's gone. And you're in the promised land already, or you know what it is. Everything can grow here. So you know people here. We can send you some seeds, bro. What are we replicating? We're replicating nature. That's already our nature. To not give a fuck about money and just deal with our essentials. That's why the first penny here, when it was a bunch of niggas in charge, said what? Mind your own business. Well, there's no big government. Everybody won't in your business. Just don't break these fucking rules and commandments. So we don't have to come see you. Other than that, that leaves you a lot of fucking room to grow whatever fucking fruit you want. Build whatever the fuck you want. If you don't build properly, if you don't add up the costs, it might collapse on you. We're going to have to move someone else in. That's the real Darwinism. How good people are at common fucking sense. They made technology a crutch. ChatGPT is a crutch. Automating crypto and stocks and trades is crutch. You know how many people have lost millions of dollars setting up bots for Forex trading and then try to do it now in this paradigm? Like, they starting to post all their losses. Like, damn, I lost. I had $30 million saved. I lost $29 million this morning. What is Peter Thiel doing? Like, yeah. He's moving shit around, fucking your shit up. Bill Gates moving shit around, fucking your shit up. The whales are moving. Ooh. Yeah. That means that system isn't stable. They're so goofy. And then we sound goofy trying to be compatible with a goofy ass narrative. The problem is, Brother Terranart, is that it's not that it's not a good idea. It's that it's impossible. How can something unnatural produce nature? That's breaking universal law, right? How can a microwave produce a strawberry? How can a lion give birth to a zebra? You understand where I'm going with this? The Jetsons was a cartoon. Star Trek was a TV show. The Matrix is a movie. In real life, though, they haven't even gotten to the Bible yet. They haven't even gotten to the peak of Israel and Jerusalem yet in front of us. Everybody fucking sick. Everybody fucking miserable about something. Everyone in debt if your currency is a negative 137 trillion. They can't. You gonna eat they fucking vegetables? Or should we just plant seeds and wait for them to grow and share our surplus and take care of our own damn business? It's kind of like right there in front of us, isn't it? Because then you start to realize that life was never about businesses. Business is new. What happened to the fundamentals? You a guard trying to be a center. Same story, part two. No, I mean self-sufficient. Wave Rider says nature makes you happy. Walking nature is free. It could just be the local park. I walk 2 to 3 times a day. Takes a little bit more than that, Chief. Amy Ross says one of these states wants to take crypto from people who don't spend it after some months. Yeah. Same thing to do with bank accounts and credit cards. Control. I meant more something along the lines of 3D printers creating tools. Yeah. I know what you mean. I know. I play Cyberpunk. I know what world you're talking about. I know what variation of this world you're talking about. I am very familiar with the Cyberpunk genre. I know. We're trying to handicap ourselves to everything that we do naturally, which makes us lazy. If luxury makes rich people lazy, imagine if technology does everything for you. That means humans would live even shorter. And you'd have to be super rich to stay healthy in that environment. You would have to be able to afford such technology because you've handicapped yourself to depend on something else to do everything for you. They're already showing you in front of you. They're doing it with their thinking. Donald Trump did not deliver that speech. That is AI. So while his face is sliding off the meat bone because he got a stress, strokes, heart attacks, kidney issues, he's going to die soon from health. Not from The Simpsons, not from some weird faggot predictions, but because his body's in bad shape. A lot of drugs, a lot of other extracurricular activities, probably a couple of snuff films to be that high up the damn ladder, right? Karma and spirits and hauntings, a wife that don't love him, a kid that's kind of retarded, the other 2 are fucking coke addicts. He ain't got a whole lot of time and thoughts to like believe what the fuck he says. And he's dying already. They'll never get to that reality. They won't live long enough. Whether we did nothing or not, we need to do something so that we live. But their own shit? Nah, brother, this ain't that. Methylene blue, bro? CDC, all them doctors are quit too, bro? Because they don't agree with their narrative and worldview that they have been poisoning people and making profits. They care about the profits. That's why they mad at him. You getting fired, bitch, because they ain't got no funding. Not because of philosophy. So imagine all of your who's who of points of authority, according to the Rockefellers, they don't have the funding to afford their house. How the fuck they gonna work on the fucking Jetsons? So it ain't gonna be them, either way. They're gonna have a civil war just amongst boomers that are white people. The meek shall inherit the earth. Well, what happens to the people who had it before them? They get buried in the dirt. Like calves out of stall, trampling on their ashes. That means they're gonna die. Meaning they won't make it to a new earth. They have a population problem. Computers can't fix that. AI cannot get your bitch pregnant. Only AI could teach things in school is colonization and math that sucks. The AI is going to do all the other heavy lifting. And it's wrong already. So they're going to teach your kids shapes, colors, and language. And they still going to be nonverbal until they're 10. These people suck. Genetically. Technology. How can the people who fucked up the technology of their genetics create good technology? As within, so without. Universal law, correspondence. You can't break it. It's a law. So if they haven't figured out health, genetics, righteousness, truth, function, how to create habitats that work, what the fuck's an AI computer they develop do? The same thing faster? Well, the same things they've been doing is why they're dying off. So imagine programming a computer how they think about life is going to cause them to die off faster. I would challenge you not to look forward or rely on it unless you do it your damn self. And then be really good at being your damn self when you do it. At best. At worst, though, what did God say? No Tower Battle. People want a Wall-E and went, yeah, I went to tech to automate all that. Taryn Art says, not literal Star Trek replicators somehow creating fruit. I think people would just need to discipline with the tech. Use it when necessary. Avoid a Wall-E situation. Taryn Art. Switch all of that out with guns. A technology. Have people been responsible with guns and weapons? Something that helps you kill your food faster? So you're not chasing the ox all fucking night. Shoot it in the head and it's done. Now, what have humans done with that technology? You gotta remember, in our ideals, you still apply it to these people in this world that we are all in. Bad genes, bad laws, bad everything. The tech is just as bad, bro. Trillions and trillions of dollars on record somewhere, transferring automatically between bank accounts and accounting, and they don't know how to make profits. You know how fucking stupid you gotta be to have access to billions of dollars and you can't create a good idea that makes money? I need you to think about this as a country, or the West, a military, a church, whatever it is these days. They have access to billions of dollars of your willingness to work and create something, and they have no idea what to do. Your problem is you ain't got enough currency to invest in those things. Allegedly, you also don't have the people to pay, even if you did. But if you could, you would need the money first. They got the money first. It's their money, and they can't fix this problem. Do you understand how bad this problem is? Hold on. Maybe I need to draw that out so you understand where the money comes from. Banana, squash banana. Once you see it, you understand. Once you see it, maybe it'll help you better. This is our system, loosely based, right? I'm not going to use that many variables to get this point across. It's us, the citizen class, the people that are working. Then it's the corporations that you work for. And the corporations, they owe taxes or something. That goes to the Treasury through the federal government. And in order for the federal government to do what it does, it needs a Federal Reserve or a central bank. The Federal Reserve is a bank only in theory. It's a bunch of ideas from a bunch of faggots on an island off of South Carolina in 1913. The whole thing's fucking fake. It's not federal, like your government, whatever that means. It means an allegiance to a church, by the way. So they're not allegiance to a church or the same church that founded the United States. And the reserve isn't tangible resources. So what they have done to make this valuable to other people is that they're selling slaves through paper. It's paper slavery. That's what fiat is. So the federal government would create bonds. And the bonds had a value. And the bonds is based on labor. And the labor is based on you, which is kind of like your minimum wage for your area of where your citizenship is, or your local state citizenship is, times your life expectancy, like your Social Security, basically. And whatever that number is. Now, mind you, you don't have access to that. That's just the credit value for the bond. So if you have in your labor market, what did they say it was? Like 40 to 100 million people that work right now? Let's just do 100 million. I don't know. I don't even think it's that many people, actually. It's almost 100 million that actually work in these labor markets. It's amazing how many people live for free in this country. It'll break your heart. Anyway, so you say, oh, I have 100 million, and then let's say each person is worth over a lifetime $1 million. This is all theoretical, though, right? This is just how they do it with paper. To establish rules for it. So whatever that number is, for the people that you have working, each person worth $1 million over a lifetime for the bonds. And this bond right here is why the rest of the world, that's Western at least, they go, okay, this debt, because bond fiat is debt, this debt is valuable. So what we want to do is we want to buy some of it from you. And then as you create interest, aka when these guys over here start finding other ways to multiply shit, even if it's just a little bit, right? A piece of that will go to them for holding the bonds in debt too. So they're going to invest into these United States bonds, or they did, so that they in debt now they're with the central bank, which is not even the Federal Reserve. What's the illest shit about this? The Federal Reserve is another fucking buffer, but that means it's even faker. So there's the IMF and things like that. You hear about the Bilderbergs and all this stupid shit. So they're like, oh, we gotta do these assholes anyway, but our currency is only worth half. Yours is rocking right now, or was, so it's worth ×3. All right, so instead of doubling down on our currency notes, we'll buy yours with our currencies, we'll convert it, and then we'll end up multiplying the value. So it's only 1,000 to y'all, but it's 3,000 to us. And we were only half of what your currency was, so imagine what the come up was. Of course they're going to invest in your bonds. It's a 3 times multiplier on interest. And then we can pay our debts off. ×6. As long as you understand basic fucking math, you'll understand why the rest of the world thought this was a good idea. The problem was when this shit hit maxed, where you have those people in your working force, and then say you bring in a whole bunch of immigrants, right? This is what the whole thing going on with Korea was, and China and India. It's like, all right, under this, you have some green card people, but I bet you at least a third of this are undocumented beneficiaries. So if you're an undocumented beneficiary, then they do not show up on a ledger. So what ends up happening is instead of you being worth $1 million, you end up becoming worth lesser. I don't think anyone's worth that no more. We might be down to 100,000 per fucking Social Security card now, because so much of these people working, what do? They cut into that. They cut into you, and then when they got their profits back, what do? They send it back home for the multiplier. So you had too many people so-called crossing the border. That's why you need the ICE. You need to freeze it. You need to freeze the accounts. You need to freeze the funding. Remember, people are the chattel. You're the worker, you're the doer, you're the believer. You ain't got nothing valuable. You're not the distributor. You're not the printer. You're not the bank. You're not even with the fucking thing that's enforcing it. And that's usually based on a church, by the way. Don't forget what year it is. It hasn't been that long since they've been doing stupid shit. So, in theory, they're Federal Reserve, but they're not. There's no reserve. You have a paper based on that. Treasury prints what the theory is based on the math and the numbers, and they're keeping track of that. And mind you, this is loosely based. Their numbers are worse. Then the corporations, you have to circulate the money or the paper through, 10 times for it to be valuable to a community. And you're the one that's doing it, right? You're going to work, you're borrowing the money, you're paying it back to a different corporation. You work for one corporation and you're circulating all that you earned from that corporation and you're giving it back to another. At the end of a cycle, they report those numbers back to these people who are manifesting it, and then boom, you get the fucking idea. This shit is fake. It starts fake. So they took a fake, non-reserve having, non-federal authority yet. They're not even in your damn court system. So they're fake. And then they create a fiat based on this idea. And then they create credit for it. This is what they're looking for. This is what the corporations that you keep hearing about in Delaware and Texas and Tesla and what they're talking about. Labor markets. And now they can realize it by, let's hire these people at a half of the cost, ass niggas. And as they did that, these corporations hired these people at half of your cost. Now they can't make the fucking interest that you need to pay these niggas back. You owe these motherfuckers $30 billion a day for their fucking theory and idea that's fake. They're beholden to it, not you, by the way. So take yourself out of this in reality. They have to pay that. That's what that whole GDP and deficit shit is about. If they don't get these people to circulate and realize the credit needed to get the $30 billion a day, they'll always be in a trade deficit. And who creates the trade? Who creates the value? These guys, hello. The workers and the corporations. Because remember, all these are people, by the way. They don't exist by themselves. It's just the role you assume in the system, or the privilege or the license you get to participate. Hence, you need to register this. To who? To them. And then they file it with them. They don't give a fuck. Either way, they're going to win, theoretically. They die too. They're still human. So yeah, you way over here working and doing and believing that one day you'll be a millionaire, but your money is only worth $100,000 these years. Cool fucking story. So what that means is, if you were worth $1 million, you'd be able to tackle this debt with however many 30 billion divided by $1 million. That's how much you would need a day. But now your money is only worth 100,000, and all those multipliers and shit is no longer worth it to these people on the other side of your fucking world. Now their money is more valuable than you. So what I'm saying is, the rest of the world don't need this. They don't need you. They know that you're Otis now. They didn't come here to see you, Otis. It ain't got nothing to do with you at all, boy. You were just a straw casting lots. You were a bet. You were a wager. Hence, banking theory. It's not a real fucking thing. You're people. So we, as straw men, are worthless. Like straw is. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy because these motherfuckers are stupid. Of course a straw man is worthless. It's fake. It's paper. It burns. You're straw now. You're not worth that no more. The bank, this system, per person, and it's based on your social security number. That's why they was keeping track of how much money you paid into it. It's a fraction of what they're trying to do over here. So your income tax check from this government, if it was a good government, what will end up happening is, as you're playing and paying into this, they actually owe you a check in republics. But since we're not in a real republic, you're getting treated like a democracy, which is also fake mob rule. This is not a constitutional republic. A constitutional republic would not allow you to have a foreign banker that has like sovereignty over your own people. Who, if we're not straw men, they would be sovereigns of the land. There we go. That's why Trump tried to create a sovereign bank trust. Well, a sovereign bank does not require what? These motherfuckers, or even them. So even Trump knows the first thing he did was try to create a sovereign bank. It don't belong to him either, faggot. But you understand what the language is trying to do. This is immune to all of this. These people, if it was the United States government based on fucking a republic, this would have been a trust. But they didn't. How can you trust someone that's printing fiat based on something that's a fake idea and a theory about banking? It breaks. As soon as you tell me the Federal Reserve 1913 was established by some dickheads with ugly bitches who ain't even fucking American, and they wanted to overthrow the other greenback idea. Remember President Lincoln? This is what the Civil War is about, by the way. That's only 40 years, my nigga. I guess people don't realize how close these are. Like, people are still alive who killed Lincoln. Even if they're in their 20s and 30s, they'll be 60s and 70s on some Warren Buffett shit. So that time period ain't that great. That's 1870, 1910. That's 40 fucking years, 45 years at best. So yeah, this theory is piggybacking off the fact that they killed the republic here. Now that you got this out the way, now we can go into the next thing. And now we can bring these illegal immigrants from here and put them and fill them in here. They just favored the fucking Israeli Nazis the most for whatever fucking reason from Poland. They're like, hey, yeah, we know how to ruin our fucking country. Let's do it over here. Like, well, if we can keep printing and keeping the labor market going, then they won't even care because they're working and doing to believe in nothing. Yay, where's their God? It doesn't exist in a fucking straw man. Something that's a corpse that is dead doesn't have a belief. So this whole thing is based on the fact that you're fucking dead. And that's how you know it's witchcraft. It's necromancy, right? If you're dealing with the dead, you got necromancy. Well, who's your working class when they first came over in these days, right? When they did it then, who would be in your necromancy class? Oh, the Negroes, with the straw hats on, right? The farmers. We know that's right, bitch. That's what they're saying to you. You're a Negro if you're dead. You're a Negro if you're Dred Scott. You're a Negro if you're not sovereign. You're a Negro if you're just doing and believing for a fucking carrot. Cool. We'll take your labor, Dred Scott, but we still owe these faggots. And they are not they. And that's what's fucking up everybody, every fucking person that went to college, every white boy on TikTok. You motherfuckers keep skipping something. It don't fucking matter what Trump is doing. You could change this to a Trump instead. It doesn't fucking matter about Peter Thiel. It doesn't fucking matter about Epstein. That's not your fucking problem. You're way the fuck over here. Your problem is way the fuck over there. Everybody playing this system is feeling the strain of this. $30 billion of debt every day added to 3.7 trillion in counting. You know who's in charge of that? They are. They're the ones that signed that contract. They're the ones that put you back into chattel slavery through a fucking paper class. They're the ones that made that idea. They're the ones that did the Banking Emergency Act. They didn't call that to a republic vote. They just did that because these fucking colonizers that killed these people and took over again after 1775, by the way, They fucked it up again. Their trust, their trumped, their federal government, their treasury, their fiat, their bonds, their debt. The world don't want to pay no more, Craig. That's what their fucking problem is. They were pimping you. You can't fix it. You can't create an AI. You can't create a television show. Ain't shit you can do when your theoretical value for debt-based bonds and fiat manifesting bullshit paper, that idea in theory is fake, bitch. So none of your shit is real to begin with, straw man. So you can't fake a fake problem with you being with your fake ideas. You're still believing that these motherfuckers are real. They don't fucking exist. That is a process to get them to do what they do with the buffer that you don't realize it's them, your federal government, that signed you into slavery again in 1933. But they do the technicality. Well, it's not a UFO because we didn't get it from another planet. Oh, it's not slavery because we're doing it to your straw man. But they require you to have one of these. So it's a mandated slavery, if you understand the lingo, right? Fucking faggots, they're stupid people, boy. Anyway, they really owe somebody theoretically $30 billion a day, though. And what I'm saying is, this is like this, you die by the sword, you live by the sword, die by the sword. They're like, all right, well, your little thing is generating $30 billion of debt a day, meaning you're making more debt than we can buy. It's not like Japan can buy $30 billion a day debt from the United States. Japan, China, Russia, India together couldn't buy $30 billion of debt a day. So they know they ain't going to get no fucking interest. This is about interest. This is about their own little credit and local systems with the multiplier buff on it. How the fuck we gonna get a little multiplier buff on $100,000 and you don't even have a labor force this fucking strong no more? Have you seen the fucking job reports? So you got less people working theoretically for the value that they print. You got people who are sick, dying suddenly, who don't want to do their jobs no more, who do get a job and it ain't worth fucking $100,000 to be this. It's starting here and I'm being fucking generous. Do you understand what the problem is? Do you understand what the fucking problem is? Ain't shit you, a worker, doer, believer, can do about this. That right here, what you're feeling the strain of, is that your value as a United States American went down to this. You're feeling on the way down, and I follow you, and I value from myself. Something about the way you love me. Yeah, you don't feel like a millionaire no more. You don't feel free no more. That's energy, by the way, ain't it? Since it's all fucking fake. So it's all ideas in your mind anyway. So in your own mind, worker, doer, believer, you feel that it's not as valuable to be in this fucking country, correct? No fucking wonder. 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 Does that make sense? Does that make did that help somebody else make more sense of the crazy shit and the dumb shit I be talking about? Why it's kind of important that these people who are feeling hopeless, another job where? What's another job gonna do? It doesn't make sense at the top and it doesn't make sense at the bottom. You got it. The system is broken, guys. Not about to break. It's already broken. Numerically, it's already broken. There's nothing you can do to save it. And that is the war you're in. They don't just take a country over for democracy. They make their workers part of the bond system to be part of the debt, to get more value for all the credit they're holding. They would hypothecate Venezuela's working class and assign them birth certificates or social security numbers and then sign them to the central bank. And then it would take the load off of the $30 billion a day that they spend. Now, Venezuela owns a fraction of that per day. Canada per day. Mexico per day. Brazil per day. France, Africa all day. Now they're going to a different bank. Africa, that's all gold. That brother in Africa, what's his name? I always forget his damn name. Damn African names don't ring like they need to. FB, that brother over there, red cap bearer. He got the gold and paid off the debt to the central bank with gold on some Anunnaki shit. Once he was able to do that, he then went and got a credit card with China and Russia, better interest rates. And they have gold. So they know what their limit is. Like, oh, we owe France X amount of trillion, and we finally paid it off in real tangible value. Now we're going to borrow from these guys, not only just borrowing their money so we can open up fucking little marketplaces and hospitals. No, they're going to let us use that credit to employ their people to help us build up infrastructure so that we can turn this shit into $1 trillion a year agriculture, which is what they're doing. Thinking about how we want to flip the game in their own fake system to $1 trillion a damn year. Just growing fucking fruits and strawberries. Don't need a replicator for that. You need a business plan. And a better interest rate. That's what BRICS is. BRICS is an alternative option for credit. It doesn't matter if it's crypto or digital. That's not what the fucking problem is. The problem is the United States dollar sucks. It's too expensive. It's valueless everywhere else. We don't notice the difference. They're like, oh, this shit costs 10% more, 40% more. Those increases and why things cost more is because your dollar is losing value. Not because the thing costs more. Your tariff is a fee. Your tax is a fee. There's a difference between a fee and a cost. Grapes do not cost more for nature to produce. So the tariffs, the taxes, the credit, and all that shit ain't got nothing to do with you. Meaning there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing you could do about it, if you were a constitutional republic, was to hold an emergency, banking emergency vote, and then get with very serious people who understand numbers and go, how can we lessen our burden of debt? You know what the answer to this is? You want to know what the solution is? You know what the funny thing about this fucking graph is? Here's the funniest thing about this graph. This deficit problem they have was like 300 million per year. You know why there's a deficit? It's not because you're not working hard enough, believer, doer, worker. It's not because there's not enough corporations to distribute and circulate all the things with the realized credit. It's because these motherfuckers spend too much money. Ain't that the craziest thing? That this deficit is because they spend too much money. Not because your shit costs more expensive because God has a different water bill for the fucking tree to grow. No, it's because your federal government spends so much money on military and minding everyone else's fucking businesses, including having 700 bases worldwide. So they spend so much money not even here on you. They spend the most of this shit that they're deficit of all over the world, part two. Have you noticed Venezuela? So the problem is the federal government. The federal government signed into this foreign bank. The federal government is making the printers go boom. The federal government is the ones lying to you. The problem you have, United States, is that yes, you're past due for a revolution. The problem is it wouldn't be called an American Revolution because a lot of you are not Americans. This will be the United States Service Corporation Revolution. And what you would do is go back into the system as not a sovereign or a national of the land you're on. Then you would just create a different paper manifested fiat system. So how can something fake revolt against something fake? The only thing that will result in that is real death. It's written for you, meaning there is no move to fix it. You can't invoke people, God, and belief when everything's a fucking straw man employee. Otis, you're not sovereigns. You're not nationals. You're not divines. So you can't hypothecate this and you can't flip it back in time and go, no, this is real now. They could try to start a sovereign bank, whoever the fuck that means. They need to take it to their own damn land, but they still got $30 billion a day. So it's $30 billion on interest on 3.7 trillion a day. It just keeps rising because of this number. But then their deficit is like 300 million a year because they spend too much money. These are two different problems. The deficit is they don't have a GDP to pay this off. But the problem is, even without that, they're in a deficit. So you are always going to feel that pain. As long as they're spending too much, you're going to feel it. It starts there. So it's not the people. It's not Charlie Kirk. It's not black. It's not white. It's not Mexican. Maybe it's, the value of your minimum wage and your life expectancy and your insurance and all that being cut by unregistered people from around the world. For sure. That fucks up the multiplier for both of you, though. And that's why it's beautiful. They invested into death. Now they're dying too. Don't miss that part of the story. Japan shit is crashing. Something. Canada. Yeah. Hi, King James Territories. How you doing? I'm his grandson, by the way. So I know. Like, I know intimately. I feel it intimately. But once you start to see it, it's like, all right, let's vote for another federal person that's spending too much money. You'll never fucking feel the 90s ever again. You're at 37 trillion. In the 90s, it wasn't even 10 yet. So you'd have to restore the feeling times 3 to get a semblance of what that felt like on a debt, debit, charge, death, corpse, negro, necro, base, corpse system. You can feel it. It's tied to your energy and the transactions. Not just the shit that you're buying, but the shit that you notice that everyone else is buying. Instagrams, the window to their soul. Everyone's spending is slowing down. So it makes you feel a way. Trust me, it does. It's witchcraft. It's supposed to. Not a problem, though. Not a problem. We millennials, we live between universes. We get it. It's not a judgment of character or morals. It's what else did we have? I know. Now we have nothing, is what I'm saying. Because the people back then didn't think about it enough. Because that wasn't going to pay their bills. Credit card tomorrow. No country can afford to take this over either, by the way. They would still owe that $30 billion. If China or Russia came and they assumed responsibility, they pay that debt off too. It'll take them centuries. What I'm saying is, guys, the United States, I'm optimistic because of God, but if God wasn't involved in this story, the only solution would be to death. Shout out to L Cool J. Shout out to Terran Art. And just like you said about the Return of Studio 54 with no new techno. Sir, you get it. No one is used to manage that many credits or manic enough. The pot didn't even start to simmer yet. Nebula Hendrix says, thank you, facts. The tighter you squeeze, the more sand slips through your fingers. You get it, Terran Art. It's exploitation. Food industry is the biggest one. Terran Art says the GovCorp scheme based on unsustainable math. Yep, bad math. It's a bad math problem. But it was bad actors and intentions behind it. I'm unfrozen currently. Shout out to y'all. So yeah, that's what the problem is. Like, the feeling, and why, like, the people who are under pressure seem irrational in their decision making. Like Trump's and all, it's not Trump. It sucks that he has to take all this damage because he wanted to be the fucking president. But it's so much bigger than him. It doesn't make him a good guy or nothing. I'm just saying, like, people who are obsessed with Trump. It's Trump. If I voted, people who voted for Trump, and like being catty about people dying because they voted for Trump sounds fucking inhumane and stupid and evil. Or proof that they don't understand the fucking system they live in. But they talk about the MAGA needing education. The motherfucker, what did you learn? If you're still blaming people. Are you in a republic or a democracy? Pick one first, faggot. And then when you pick one, because they're opposites, then you realize they're jug. They hypothecated a republic and made it a democracy. Mob rule. Pirates. I'm telling you, same story. Who would have thought backbiters, backstabbers, bullshit-ass faggots would ruin a whole fucking country? Could you fucking imagine a prediction based on who these people are? That would ruin something. Oh my God. Not enough DEI movies to cover that story. Of course they'd fuck the bag up. They stole their boats. They false flagged. Trojan horse. The worst one. But that's what I'm saying. I'm so glad it's not just one dimension. It's not just like people. This colony isn't about people. It's about genetics. So, back to the basics, I guess. Once I read that in Deuteronomy 28 in that lexicon, it's all started to make sense. Thank you for this recommendation. Shout out to you. I want to check that out. The Wi-Fi ain't back on yet. We still dealing with people, transitioning to a better place. Doing everything but getting ready for it. Start moving things around and stuff. Like, why don't you just pack your bag and make a phone call? Why are you doing all the extra shit? That's what I'm saying. This shit is crazy because it's macro, microcosm. I get to see it in all dimensions. When people are faced with a problem that they're used to solving a certain way, or playing certain games and saying certain things, and then it doesn't work no more. And then in the meantime, as they're waiting, they're trying to figure out all the ways out of it. Like they distract themselves, in fact. Like that's what the MAGA people or the would-be suspect white supremacist KKK people are doing now. Like, it was one of us. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. This ain't the first time a white guy killed a white guy. In Utah? Who the fuck you think it was? Who wanna live next to all those ugly bitches? The fuck? I barely want to live here because of that. Anyway, Mr. L says, oh, never mind then. I'll send you an email anyway so I don't lose the links. Just favorite later. Yeah. It'll take, I think, because of the time delay and time stretch based on the same variables, it'll happen one day. We're getting closer to 100% on the fucking GTA loading bar with that shit. I promise you. We're at the last map packs downloading on whatever that reality is going to be. And then I think Wi-Fi is right after that. And then ABCDFG. No, all correspondence is a motherfucker, boy. Once your mind opens up to like a certain pattern and you lock it in, like X, Y, and Z, and you locked in, you'll start to see that same pattern shows up in other areas of your life at the same time. So like when you try to triangulate, you're like, I'm missing something in this equation. But if you switch it to another problem and you solve it, then you know what to switch your other equation variable to solve it. You'll know the degrees or distance. That's why algebra is so important on Gabriel. Genetics. Genes of Isis. Venus. It's math. It's all math. Gabriel's the god of math. I don't understand why they don't know that. Oh, they stole it from us. I get it. Yeah, something about thieves, man. They can steal your video game, but they don't steal the manual. And that's inside of us. You triangulate how you feel about shit. And then you go, they ain't my grandparents then. These motherfuckers are doing something different. But they're lying about it. It sounds like us. It's not us. If it was us, it'd work for us. Law of correspondence. So if you're not a straw man, and if you're not a number, and if you're not a piece of paper in someone's bank, then nothing they're talking about ever. Here's the real realized moment. When your government or your politics go on the news, and they start talking about percentages and stuff, you just gotta remember, they're never talking to you. They're not even talking about you. It'd be impossible. They're referring to numbers and spreadsheets and things on computers based on a fiat fake system. You're a real person, aren't you? So think about how impersonal that is. If a person addressed you as your fucking screen name on Twitter in real life. Hey, MC Shiny Chain 69, how you doing today? You're like, nigga, what are you talking about? We're not on Twitter. I don't even fucking talk to you on Twitter. Don't talk to me like that. My name is Dwayne. MC Shiny Chain 69. Like, if you look at it that way, you'll see what's happening, what's been happening. They've been talking above you. Benign neglect, minorities, same story. You can't sit at the adult table. So it's not a republic, if there's a rule for that. A republic is for the people, by the people. So even if your people are retarded, they should have retarded representation. Come on now. You've never been in a fucking republic, in fact, in our whole life. That republic then died. It died with Lincoln. You're in a democracy under mob rule of pirates who came here to kill my family. Don't forget that part. Please? For me. You gonna send me the 3-piece? All right, thank you. El Kuja says, and you sending it, call a law of correspondence, which means that the Wi-Fi would have to get to me sooner, right? Just by taking that action. For whatever reason, you're possessed to split that into 3 files already, based on rumors, and then you did it. And then I can't get it right now, but you sent it anyway. So in order for that to be fulfilled, what would have to happen? I would have to get Wi-Fi soon. Because it'd be quantumly impossible that I don't get it, since I got all the other ones. Well, I should say the possibility of me not getting it is very low, since I have it already. That's how fast your mind starts to work when you understand what we're talking about in terms of spirituality. That's what spirituality actually is. The way I just broke it down for y'all. The spiritual terms that we used to use were just limited because our understanding of math, science, and the matrix was limited for that generation. And now that we have some shit, and trust me, we got enough shit to triangulate some shit now. It's not perfect, but it's better than just waiting around trying to figure it out from nothing, right? We're still in the pre-algebra stages of this shit, of explaining it in a more modern way. But it's the same fucking story. So, yeah, law of correspondence demands that the Wi-Fi thy shall have Wi-Fi, so thou shall download 3 files. You know what's crazy about those 3 files? Those 3 files then take me into music production space. You know what's crazy about music production space? I can dominate my mind with that. You know what's crazy about dominating your mind with something that you're passionate about and that you're good at? Is that then your external reality starts to map around that. Like, oh shit, I need a MIDI controller. And instead of worrying about Donald Trump getting better, you start worrying about, like, when someone's gonna drop a dope MIDI controller? And then all of a sudden you're part of those videos and you're back in that narrative. And you're already splitting your pie up again. I thank God I took a break from that shit. I needed it after 25 years. I got to see everything I was missing. Not shit. I had more time to crunch the numbers. I had more time to see what the timeline was talking about. I had more time to like think about everything I don't want to think about. And then it gave me a chance to deal. Yeah, gives yourself a chance to heal for real. Right? You go to sleep, you give yourself a chance to heal. If you're sick or injured, you're supposed to hibernate. You ain't supposed to put bandages and all this other extra shit so you go to work the next day. Nah, you're supposed to go to sleep. And you'll notice that you can fall asleep easier when you're hurt. You can sleep longer when you're hurt. You're supposed to go to sleep. That's your body telling you. Like, yo, I need your dumb ass to go to sleep so we can kick in this subconscious mind. Just stay hydrated and electrolyted, and your body will find time if your ass go to sleep. So it's the same thing with everything else. I had to go to sleep on music production so I could dream about something else. And that just led me to pre-existing nightmares. Like, oh, this shit. Let me knuckle up. Let me start a new journal in this bitch. Let me start a new live stream. Let me follow this math a little bit. I hate fucking algebra, but I love fucking algebra. It's complicated. I'm not indifferent to it, at least. If you're indifferent to algebra, then you're indifferent to quantum. And if you're indifferent to those, then you're definitely indifferent to spirituality. I don't know what they're talking about with spirituality. This is a way for you to not be accountable, to get away with bullshit and still talk about God anyway? Is that what you mean? You get to talk about these higher powers, but you don't get to possess any of it. Okay, that's not spirituality. That's a fucking nerd book club or something. About some shit you never read. Yeah, I like the reality. I like when things actually make sense and manifest. One more time, shout out to Napoleon Hill. Shout out to Napoleon Hill real quick. If it wasn't for him, you feel me? If it wasn't for Napoleon, I wouldn't have met Henry. Or I wouldn't have so easily understood Henry had I not started with Napoleon. Yeah, Napoleon Hill. I wonder if he's related to the Bonaparte family. Such a unique name that was just used recently. But yeah, Napoleon, man. He changed the game for me. You know what's terrible about that book right there? It's called Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. I don't read his other books, except for one that was in the Prosperity Bible. I forgot which one that was. But I didn't need it. Because of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. It was a sleeper. It was like one of them tracks on the other side of the CD that people don't talk about. And you're like, damn, that beat is hot. Why didn't we play that on radio? That was that one. That was Napoleon Hill's Success to a Positive Mental Attitude. It was in my school. It's old as hell. It's like 100 years old now. But it was in my school library. And the tragedy of it is, I would have never fucking known that, right? I wouldn't even known a book like that fucking existed, let alone in my school's library. You know how these niggas is. And the good old white folks had that book up in there. And when I needed it, that's how I know God is real. That's a whole different story, but it's the same story. Is that I asked God for help, and He sent me Napoleon Hill. Yeah, I asked God for help, and He sent me Napoleon Hill. First try, like yo, God. I remember this so loud too. I don't know why I asked for that. I could have asked for a fucking car or something. I asked God for a book, boy. You know how focused in the AP game I had to be that I'm looking for answers in books for my damn self? Yeah, I was reading for real. And what's beautiful about having that cognizance at 15 years old, at least, IV, is that I knew that whatever I was dealing with was mental. So I at least caught the fact that my mentality was changing. You call it puberty, you call it, grief or everything at once. But I caught that shit when I was 15 years old. Like, wait a minute. Not only is shit changing mentally, but I don't like it. Like, I didn't like it. I didn't like what I was changing into. So, like, step one, ain't shit gonna change until you done with it, your damn self. Like, you gotta be done with it. Not everyone damn else. Like, you gotta be convinced. You ain't gotta convince nobody fucking else. You gotta do that shit by yourself. Oh my God. So I was done with me. I was like, nah, I think I need some damn help. You know how it is. I ask people questions. They'll tell me it'll work out by itself. I need a damn book. So I found a book that saved my life. First try. First book I ever asked for. Success to a Positive Mental Attitude by Napoleon Damn Hill. Executive produced by Andrew Carnegie, by the way. Very important. I don't want no one to miss what I just said. That Napoleon Hill exists because of Andrew Carnegie. My connect know the man, not the man to know the man. So Andrew Carnegie is the connect. And he's the one that knows all these rich people, obviously. Titans of industry, still kind of important, especially to the white folks that just got here. And so Andrew Carnegie was a metaphysician. That's important to know. That's important to know that even Andrew Carnegie knows what I'm talking about over 100 years ago. Isn't that special? Think about that real quick. That me and Andrew Carnegie think similarly enough to where Andrew Carnegie took over the businesses he took over because he was able to use his imagination in such a divine way. For good or bad, we can't say. But wherever he was at that time, we know he was upstairs. And that's Andrew Carnegie of still, though. Like, I need y'all to understand, that's like Donald Trump back then. Like, their Donald Trump, Andrew Carnegie, was a metaphysician. Right. You gotta understand that. You understand how this shit starts. This is way before we get here to where we are today. I am talking about, goddamn it, bitch, a motherfucker born during Reconstruction, right after the Civil War. I'm talking about right after the Civil War. You got Andrew Carnegie as a grown-ass man, born back then, at that time in 1920 and earlier. All right, so you understand the science on this shit. He was born right after the Civil War. A motherfucking metaphysician? He had slaves and illiterates and there weren't no schools built yet. And your first dude of corporations is a metaphysician. Can you fucking imagine that? I don't think y'all can imagine that shit. We talking about sharecropping, farmers, slaves, and mean white people and hillbillies. And this motherfucker, Andrew Carnegie, right the next fucking day. Like you go from Lincoln, niggas, the Django Unchained, bang bang, and then boom, no more cowboys and Indians. We got Andrew fucking Carnegie outside. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Shut the fuck up talking to me. If you don't understand how profound that is, it's profound now to learn it. Imagine he already had that shit in the Civil War, bitch. You're not listening to me. It ain't about the fucking magic, bitch. It's about the fact that this whole fucking country was usurped by magicians. Yo, my nigga, you don't learn that in the goddamn cornfield, brother. That motherfucker was a hermeticist. I don't think y'all heard the word. Don't let Napoleon Hill fool your ass. I know where they get this from for real, for real, for real, for real, for real, for real. So I can understand where they grandma stay for real. Cause ain't no damn school yet to go to over here, fool. They ain't even got the trains ready again yet. Stop playing with me. Tell them stop fucking playing with me. Niggas ain't got a boat, but they know how to ride horses. Shut the fuck, man. Shut the front door. Shut the front door, boy. But Andrew Carnegie, though, let's talk about it. That's a very particular name, too, man. Andrew's the same name as Jesus. If you know, you know, part two. Oh, man, you ain't ready for that story. That's another day. But still, they call niggas a lot of things. We were Negroes the other year. We were Indians the year before. Then we were black. Crayon colors. I'm kind of brown, whatever. Give me Indian red next time. And now we're African American. Ooh, Jesse Jackson. What does he know? Nothing. Was he an anthropologist or something? Why the fuck he get to decide what the fuck I am, bitch? Oh, politics. I'm not my business again. So you have metaphysicians here, like Andrew Carnegie. And then your whole society's handler group is usually equivalent to the idea of CIA. Ain't that a bitch? You think about school, you think about propaganda, you think about the media, you think about crack rock and gay people in hip hop. What comes to your mind for CIA? Oh my god, I wonder how we channel that. Like we had to really guess in this bitch. Like who else could it be? Like of course, this whole '90s thing is the CIA. It's a bittersweet symphony with these niggas. They're the best and the worst of what we believe about this society anyway. They're the central for intelligence agency. They determine what the tempo is. It's a hard job. And mind control, government, right? That's what it means. Okay. So they're the strong arm of mind control. It's not always guns and Call of Duty. It can just be like picking books. Which ones can be in outside of your schools? So I prayed to God and I found Napoleon Hill on his last day of school. My library was throwing that book out. Can you imagine that? Out of all the old ass books and useless books in that library, that they got some email or some dumb shit and crossed out Napoleon Hills. Can you imagine the robbery? That this motherfucking library had a Napoleon Hill book from the 30s and 40s the whole fucking time, probably. That's like the first edition type shit. That was an old ass book too. Even in my hand, I can remember it a little bit. The plastic over it was very old. So it was at least 20 years old, right? So put that shit back in the 80s and, the 70s and 60s. And then in the millennial generation, they're gonna remove that from the library. So they rolled it outside on a cart for books, and they had a little yellow sign on it. It was like, these books are being expired. Please take one, blah, blah, blah. You know, you ain't got to check it out of our library. So it was a book giveaway. And I remember praying sometime a week or two prior, and I was walking through my breezeway, and all of a sudden, I got hit with the Matrix. Or if you ever had a deja vu, and it kind of feels like time is distorted because you're trying to like, hold on, I did this before. Hold on, I dreamed this. Hold on, I know what's about to happen next. And you're going through that fit right there. But if you did that silently, my mind does it just like a deja vu, but without one. But it's the same thing. I think it's premonition versus precognition. So that pre part, that feeling, that ESP part, It's triggered the same in all my events, but it triggered me on a fucking Friday, I guess, walking down the fucking school library. And I saw these books. And the only thing that I could see was that they were free, nearsighted or something. And when I got close, Napoleon Hill's book was glowing, but it wasn't brightness. It was dull. It was like if someone turned the opacity or the intensity down, like in a 3D program. Like you could assign a light to a cube, but it doesn't mean it's going to shatter all over the picture. You can have a very dim light, if you will. So it was lit, but it was dim lit. I don't know how to explain it to you. It'll stand out. That fucking ring around that book stood out to me, and I walked straight to it. I didn't even like really try to look at the other books. I pulled that bitch out and I turned that shit over. And it was like success through a positive mental attitude. It was like the damn title of the book was the answer to my prayer anyway. Like, run that shit back. I got to there that day on some premonition shit because I had asked the supernatural for some assistance. You know, I would need some extra ingredients for this shit to set in. And my problem was I was leaning towards a negative mental attitude. And I'm a positive, goofy person, so it's fucking with me. It was pulling me too low. And that's the age range where everything goes wrong. So you know how that shit is. It was intensity. But I picked a book. I picked a prayer that got a book that had a title like a fortune cookie. It's like, yo, all you gotta do is change your attitude for real. And then I was like, what the fuck is attitude mean? You should get that book. For kids. I read that shit at 15 years old, and it saved my fucking life. Shout out to Napoleon Hill one more time. And shout out to whatever weirdo agenda that was that removed his books from our libraries. I was able to get the last copy, I guess. Shit, if it stayed in there, I wouldn't even know nothing about it. Where the fuck were they hiding that shit? Under history or science? Like, I don't even fucking... Our library is so fucking... Well, anyway. So, I read that book. And it instantly changed my life. Like, quite suddenly, actually. But then carefully, it made it infinitely worse. I'll walk you there eventually. Because if you haven't started, you don't need this course. Because I don't want to hear shit from nobody. Like, oh, I wasn't warned, I didn't know. Start fagging out and giving up. You're not Job enough for this trial, I guess. But I just want to let you know something. The minute you take your authority or your sovereignty of your mind back, you're necessarily engaging in a war now. Even if you don't think it's a war, 5G warfare be damned. I'm talking about powers and principalities in high places, like your damn head. You're going to initiate a war with yourself and everything else. Because the part of you that you have to lose is already allied to everything else out of you. By default settings. Now, that's how they programmed us through school. I was just a smart enough cookie to notice the difference. I could bifurcate or something. Very useful. Because my consciousness that's observing does feel like a bifurcation if I channel it that way. I can step out. And I can see it. Can't see myself, but I can see it without being attached to what's next. At least for observation purposes. And once you observe yourself that way, that book right there is going to change the way you observe everything. If you haven't already. It's not just, oh, you know, think positive. Nigga. Nope. That's a gay ass title for real. But I understood exactly what they were saying. At 15 years old. Thank God. Thank God. Because some people at that time probably couldn't even read that book, let alone read that book. You have to read that book. It has to speak to you. And it was like a detailed answered prayer about how to do what the fuck I asked about because I knew I wasn't happy. And it made me detach from it made me detach from a lot of things really quickly. For instance, like you start to count actually. That's important. Like anytime you stuck in a thought or something happens to you, and then you like trying to figure out how to process it or how to go about the next step, like right there in that moment, you have a choice to make. And most people by default choose the path of least resistance. And sometimes that comes across as callous or hateful or mean. Comes across negative. Self-defense mechanism, though, if you understand those people. Which is the funniest thing about all of us. A lot of people act the way they do because they're defending something. True. So you have to think about that. Different projections that people have, and then you have to respond to them. And this thing suggests to you that before you fucking choose a choice, bitch. Now I know. Years later, he was asking you to invoke the law of polarity. He never said that in his book. It's for children. It's for grown ass people too, actually. But he writes it like a child could read it back then, at least when they was still smart. So, yeah, you're gonna realize how much of your external life and everything it's connected to is a direct respect to your attitude about it. And that's the hardest thing about it. The hardest thing about spirituality and metaphysics is that it's true. That's the hardest shit about magic right there, is that it's true. It's not if it's real. It's not mythology. It's not a belief system. Nah, bitch. It's that deep in all those years before your ass because it's true. Once you know it's true, oh my God, it's a whole different story, ain't it? You're not just dealing with science and math no more. You're dealing with shit that they refuse to talk about. That's kind of dangerous. They say if you want to know who's in power, try to invoke the person you can't talk about. How come all these smart people don't want to talk about magic and spirituality? PTSD. You know what the church was doing to scientists? So they're minding their business, but not neglect. Magic is real as fuck. That word ain't enough. And you know what's crazy about that? Once you know it's true, like, nah, it's a thing. You're in completely control of those variables. And those variables alone makes things change. Yep, answered prayers and everything. You are definitely doing it. Don't forget that part. Don't forget to take credit too. It's hard to do when you're trying to be humble for no fucking reason, trying to be cute and claim it's for God or something. Slow that shit down and think about it. You initiated the call to get a response. You're fucking magical. I guess that's why, for me, it's so suddenly weird to me now. It wasn't weird my whole life. Now it's weird to me. I was like, holy shit. I can't even process it because my attitude is so developed that it doesn't get to my head in a certain way. But to know it's absolutely true that I have been invoking magic my whole life and it's worked. Like that shit hit different right there. You don't get a chance when you're going through shit. You don't get a chance to really think about it. You're just happy to calm down and go back to the video game. But now I've had time to think about it, and I was like, yo, bro, my life is fucking quantum impossible. Nah, fuck the bullshit. Fuck happy and sad and all that shit in between it. Nah, nigga. First of all, you ain't supposed to be here. Let me revoke you a time and remember the time, Eddie Murphy and shit. Like, let me take you back to Egypt, nigga. You're still here. Your greatest granddaddy lived in a place they called Egypt, and your ass is still here. Think about how impossible that is. They don't know where their granddaddy lived. But you somebody grandson from Egypt. Start there. Oh shit. Old as hell. Dumb as hell. Wonder why I ain't got no hairline left. We lost our hairline a long son ago. We were outside the longest, bitch. Stop playing with us. Anyway, so like to really realize what that means for real though. Like, fuck all what they said and all the science about it. No, 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 no. At least this is true. I have ancestors from Egypt, quite literally, in my blood. And how impossible that is. With everything they taught us and everything that or believe, it's like, damn. I feel like these motherfuckers robbed me of something. Who would do that? Like, what fucking difference would it make today? Why hide that? The answer is obvious. Why you would go through so much to kill yourself to keep a lie up like this? It's not just about money or power. No one's challenging their power anyway. Motherfuckers are trying to have good days. The fuck? We're not Roman circuses, bitch. We're Indians. The fuck is wrong with these people? So, that I'm a Indian, literally, right? That one fucks me up the most. That shit hits me different, even knowing my grandmother's an Indian my whole fucking life. But to know how much Indian I really am on top of that, and like how Indian the story is, and how Indian it started everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, to hit that shit just hit me at 40. What that means, like through my brain, like, oh my god, it make you want to hurt somebody, but then you can't because it's like, nah, this ain't that, nigga. Nobody know. This shit vicious. This shit vicious, boy. This shit is vicious. I swear to God. Be careful what you wish for. You will get it, boy. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. I'll tell you now, in hindsight, I've asked for some dumb shit, boy. I asked for no shit I was better off not knowing. I didn't ask for materials. Not too much or nothing besides music. But I asked for a lot of shit. I understand why a lot of people don't know no more. I cannot take no as an answer. I couldn't take it was a long time ago. I couldn't take none of that. That shit don't make sense to me, boy. These motherfuckers trying to cure cancer, but they don't want to think about where their grandma from? That's a crazy fucking story, though. Fuck it. I'll do it by myself. In God. And all it has proven to me is that I'm indeed Indian. Can you imagine that? Can you fucking imagine that? I am not an African American because I'm Indian. I'm the Indians in everyone's story. No matter what. And that changes everything for me. Right? I can't even look at even the political thing is kind of like, I gotta step out again. And mind you, I got there from success to a positive attitude. Napoleon Hill. This is Napoleon Hill's fault. I swear to God. I swear to God, this is Napoleon Hill's fault. He gave me that battery in my back. That shit wasn't happening to me. I just didn't know the controls. Turn this shit into a video game for him. A very difficult one. And no strategy guide and no online partners. You're playing this RPG by yourself. And if you've never played an RPG before, try to play one of the old Japanese ones with no help. Have fun. Where the fuck am I going? I didn't know where the fuck I was going at 15 years old. It just told me that there's certain places I ain't got to go to at all. And I thank God I have to because I prayed again now. It wasn't the first time I had to pray about some shit. Damn book. That started me on the pray for books list. I can manifest skateboards and books really quick. And oh yeah, my dad got locked up. Oh my God. Why the fuck would they do that to me? Who the fuck wrote that into this story? Being an Indian is bad enough. But an Indian with a dead mother and a father in prison. Wow. I'm gonna have to live through Boys in the Hood too, ain't I? I'm gonna have to be black for a little while, don't I? Yeah, I was black for a long time, actually. I'm an Indian who lived a black life. It mattered. Imagine that shit. A completely made up social paradigm. I know more intimately because I'm Indian. I'm not a black guy. We look very similar. Hmm? I'm pretty sure there's black guys in my family tree. After all, it was Moors and Indian socialists. Kind of makes sense. But no. That ain't what the problem is. The problem is I'm Indian. Judean. On top of that, I'm not one of the Indian tribes. I'm Judah. Judges, justice, liberty, Isa, Genghis, all means the same thing. We're judges. Bloodline of judges. That should have fucked you up. You couldn't give that to a teenager. I would abuse the fuck out of that. I'm so thankful my family didn't share whatever the fuck it was. I bet you it wasn't this. It was a rumor. Maybe something that made them feel good inside. Maybe access to a secret society. Seen that story before. But nah, this ain't that. It's not a cool secret, dude. It's not a cool Black history fact. It's not cool that we're really Indians. As an Indian, that's so disrespectful. That I have to live my whole life arguing with people about who the fuck I am. And I'm the first motherfuckers they ran into. How the fuck they don't know me? I doubt anything changed about my pedigree. For me to be this damn dark skin. With a white grandmother. Fuck. Mendel's Law for Indians. Yeah, I know that's right. The first people here. Okay, Egyptians. So, learning the Egyptian part, Noble Drew Ali part, the Hindu part, the Empress part of the Saponi Indians, the Cherokee, Chalike, Arabic, Mohammedans. You're like, wait a fucking minute, bro. My existence is completely like how my mix of people is so fucking weird if they're telling the truth. Where the fuck nobles come from? Doing Hindu magic in a circus. Someone tell me that story from a civil war. The traveling band of gypsies, yeah, Egyptians, Indians, of course. They're and what did my grandfather say? Old Mexum is Egypt. He would know if he's teaching you where the fuck he is. What is he saying about himself? I'm Egyptian. But we don't call it that no more. Get the difference? Cool fucking story, bitch. Different language. That's all they were saying. It wasn't a big deal to us. It's not a big deal to us. It's us. This is where we've been. There is no reason for history to tell that spin. It just is what the fuck it is. Hey, yeah, this place used to be called Egypt. Tough. Lots of wars and new immigrants and new mixes of people. We're something else with all of it. Now that we're something else with all of it, because we were fucking each other, right? Not killing each other. Weird sciences. Now that we're not all Steph Currys and we're still our own divided lines and shit, we weren't like that. 12 tribes of Israel. Come on, Jacob. Solomon had 700 and David had 300 or something like that, man. They were fucking everybody. So you understand, eventually over time, genes of vices, genetics, that it evens out eventually. Especially amongst tribes, right? See how them kids look in Africa? They all look like their daddy? But now think about that with a little bit more genetic diversity. Something just like that will happen. We'll end up copper colored. We're copper colored. I turned all the copper colors. From the lightest light to the darkest dark. All in one body. Because I'm Indian. Quite literally. John Smith and Pocahontas' grandson. Rebecca. I'm their son, quite literally. So Napoleon Hill kind of fucked up my life, really. Because I would have just lived it and played it like a black guy, doing his damn hardest. And I had no problem with that. I didn't know I was competing to be something else. But because I dared to ask the questions that I asked, And the law of damn correspondence just brought it to me. Brought it to my front desk even when I wasn't focusing on it. And then get hit with the double whammy. It's not a spiritual awakening, nigga. It's much worse than that. It's a completely unplugged from the matrix altogether, family. Be careful what you wish for. A lot of people say they woke or something. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not woke until you realize who the fuck you are. Once you realize who the fuck you are, and if it's not who you thought you were before that, now you will. So I know intimately that most people that haven't gone through a similar process or not on the way to one, they lie to their damn self about everything. It'll ruin your whole fucking life, bro. I can never look at people the same. I'll be honest with you. If I meet new people now, my filter's so crazy and strange, just so that I don't no longer stress myself out. My first question is this person a narcissist? And I don't mean that like in judgment, like someone could do something about it. I'm just saying like, I want to see how they get their energy socially. Are they a damsel? Are they always a victim of something? And do they always have these magnificent stories about how special they are? But yet, here we are standing here, talking about food stamps. Like, are they that type of person? And the minute I go too much yes, I just don't treat them like a person no more. I have to like walk around this bitch like the Last of Us. Because I really think we're the Last of Us. Quite literally, right? Generation. That's why it's so easy for me to tell people how cap and fake shit is. Because the number one lie they tell is that I'm not Indian. And that we're not here. Like the whole society, system. I'm not Indian, thus the Indians are not here. Like those Indians from back then, like, oh, died of smallpox or something. I'm sure plenty of us did. I just saw what did happen with COVID, so imagine. Some of us lived. I'm one of them's kids, obviously. So, yeah, the ones that lived, hi, I'm their grandson. This is all of our shit. Who the fuck are you? For the rest of my life. I can't even argue with nobody about nothing that humans in English can talk about in this generation. Because on their language model and what they know and believe in, it's all a fucking lie. To me. Like, it's like, I'm not going to argue about this shit. Not on John Smith, I'm not. It's in my damn name, bitch. Where you get your English last name from? Are you from England? Maybe you need to do some damn homework. I did. The worst thing I've ever did. Nah, I went through too much before 40. I went through too much for some shit like this to happen. Nah, this shit sucks, bro. Fuck all the magic. It's real. It happens. Control your imagination. Same shit. That's just the beginning of it. You'll notice the patterns once you start to believe it's real. That ain't what my problem is. I've been doing that since I was a kid. I just didn't know what it was called. Niggas was lying too much. Or maybe my stupid ass. Why do I expect them to relate to it? They ain't woke yet. How would they give me a real answer? They're not their damn selves yet. You know what I'm saying? I can't afford to play a character. Because of what it means if I'm Indian, and I am. What does it mean that I'm Indian in America in 2024? They ain't got a book about that. Right? They stop talking about us and start talking about black and white people or something, civil war or something. What the fuck does that have to do with Indians? What do we have to do with that? I know we're in the Confederacy, since we're the Indians. And we're all down south and shit. South Carolina, my family especially, Beasley, still Jews. Judeans, Indians. So we know what we talking about. These other people who just got here talking about something else, expected fucking behavior, they're not us. And they didn't know we existed until they got here. Matter of fact, this is the first time that Indians have met these people in human fucking history. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? No matter what in my bloodline, everybody here that ain't us, this is the first time we even met these bastards. And look how they treat us. We don't have no extra histories. They just said that this place was a mystery to them. Did they ask us? Did we know about Italy and Rome, where our brothers and cousins are? They asked everyone but us. Ain't that strange? They're telling you what the white man said, what the new white man said, what the Irish man said, but he wasn't a white man yet. And they don't ask you what an Indian said and a Chinese man said. They ain't one even in America yet, in that generation. Because they left dark skin and they came back light skin. Let's talk about it one day. But anyway, I got the pictures. And that's from the 1800s. So stop playing, you know what I'm saying? They got to stop fucking playing with me. And that's the thing. Like, no matter what I get into now, it's like motherfuckers are playing with me. That's like a really fucked up attitude to have. But it's perfect too. Then I know that I had to turn it off. That means I know how to turn it on too. Thank God for Napoleon. He taught me how to turn it off and on. You can't replace it. It's irreplaceable. If you're in survival mode and you're a survivalist. I'm really good at Fortnite too. Same story, bitch. Just like Fortnite for dudes who are Indian. Nobody on our team. I'm a single playing against squads. You can't use a fifth? Oh, you don't trust me. The Indian in his homeland. What would we benefit from lying to anyone? As if the truth isn't unbelievable enough. I have a very unique dilemma. I don't think Dr. Umar or treating that shit got me with this one. Nothing wrong with being Moors. But I'm Indian. Who was here first? Cool. There's some cool stories in Africa. I understand everything. I'm in America though. And I'm Indian. Do I get a turn? Do I get a turn to tell a story? Do I get a chance to tell all these visitors here who are not Indian? Hey bro, cool story. I'm Indian. I've been saying this my whole fucking life. People start thinking about Native Americans. Nah, those are two different words, bitch. Why would they need two different words for Indian? No, I'm Indian. I'm Judean. I was here first. This is our promised land. America. Libra, justice, liberty, freedom. Freedom for us, recently in captivity. That's what we mean when we say Indian. And the reason why we have a Bible. The reason why we call it perusal. The reason why we believe in angels. It's not because we're Catholics. So who did we learn it from? Africa. No, this is in my family the whole fucking time, bitch. And there's no other group that could teach us our philosophies, our superstitions. We learned those are damn slaves. We weren't slaves in this motherfucker. At least not all of us. Whoever was or wasn't, wouldn't fucking matter. If they're Indians. So how the fuck did Indians end up in prison on their own land? By foreign immigrants? Paperwork? Fiat? Imagination? And murder, right? It would take murder for that to work. Because why would we be misusing our imagination when we have a whole book dedicated to magic? Who's going to teach us magic? That's what I'm saying to people. If they're using mind control, they're using magic. So how did they do this? With magic. Oh my God. Not paperwork. But a lot of people don't believe in magic, so of course they want to know what the story is. It's like a prerequisite. You have to believe that you have control of your imagination, understand what a magi is. When you have to use your imagination in such a controlled way that you can't, what gives? That's exactly what I said would happen. Over and over, again and again. Like my whole fucking life, for 40 years in a row now. On the dumbest shit. On the dumbest shit. That don't matter what it is. I'm not a materialist. What matters is that it works. And that's impossible, according to them. They're trying to get their tech networks and AI to do some cool shit. They ain't even talking about this shit. Fuck your AI script, bitch. What the fuck did I imagine? A grandson of a Hindu magician. They don't understand my character, do they? No. Because first they have to believe I'm Indian. From a bloodline of magicians. And then we can talk about what's happening. Whenever I get a turn. After Black History Month. I get a turn one day. After Black History Month, I guess. Catching the replay. Once you find out who you really are, it's going to be hell. Artist Mr. Now, hit single Mr. Now, hit single Honey. It was worth knowing the password at the end since we're in the tech bloodline. Knowing the password means you can activate the nuclear code. Yeah. Amen Ross says, I also read a Napoleon Hill book when things wasn't going that smooth. That's one of the books that changed me. I'm telling you, there's a magician right there. Amen Ross, my first day working at the library, the assistant director showed me the book donation room and said you can help yourself to whatever's in there. I got a nice library at home now. Shit. You either learn it from your grandmas, or you know it, or you learn it from the asylums. Shout out to Terry Will. What's up, man? Drew Inkar. You see it? Same here. That's wild. At the hospital, they put you into a pharmacological sleep, not put you in a gym with more reps. And people wonder why they have a meltdown, though they look like a smoothie. Your life is up next. Damn. What a word spell. We were just under word spells. Manipulating English. And they changed the word model with the internet, so their spells don't work no more. It wasn't how you said it in Latin. It was the intentions and what it means to other minds, not yours, stupid. That's why people need to gain agreement, consensus, democracy, my rule. It only has to work on most people. And I'm saying now, it's not working that much on me. Still ain't get to the root issue yet. They'll get there one day, probably, if they live. It's such a fucking wild lobby to be in, especially for India. I gotta follow everyone else's rules and standards to fit in to where I live by my damn self. I didn't ask for none of this. I don't want any of it, actually. I'd be fine just being Indian by my damn self. Like, if I had options. Like, it doesn't threaten me that they lose everything and go away from me. After all, there was a time where I didn't know them. And that's for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years before them. So I think I'll be okay. We got Wi-Fi now and Sega Genesis. We'll make do. If they can stop scaring the bitches away, we'll be here for a longer time. Simple science. Doesn't take a lot. You don't gotta be a genius to figure this one out, kid. If they figure this shit out, we'll be alright. We was here already, bro. We'll be alright. It'll kick in. Ancestor genetics and memory codes. It'll kick right in. It'll probably start to fucking make sense. But no matter what we do in this reality, nothing makes sense to us. That's why we notice it, because it don't add up. Bad algebra. It don't matter what you say or argue about. Motherfuckers just won't listen unless you have more than them. Such a weird philosophy. If you know half of what you think the people that know, you wouldn't want the things that you got anyway. They're not worth knowing. When you know what's worth knowing, it changes everything for you. So now I ended up in a fucking desert. I'm gonna be in the Guinness World Book just for fucking family trailer distances. I've been all over this damn map by my damn self. I ain't got one person in my family like that. They're going in 2 backyards, max. I've been all over this bitch. As an Indian, though. And I had the same experiences. Couldn't tell why. Like so many people report certain types of inconveniences when they travel. I don't know. People look at me funny no matter where I am.
black always, so I ain't wrong. But it's when they talk to me, they start telling me all their problems. Very interesting. The people confess the most to Indians. It's like they see me, like I'm a royal high priest or something. You're a saintly, godly man. I hear you, sister. Shout out to Dee Dee. She's the one that told me that shit in fucking Charlotte. I'm hanging out with drug dealers. And her and a former crackhead walk up, older woman. And they just stop. And they look at me like I was the only nigga there. Same story. Man, I'm around black people. And she said, there's something different about you. And I was like, cool, blow my spot up. I haven't heard this story before. Shoot. Priestly. First time I've heard that. First time I've heard that one. But she's an older black woman, so she had time to meet priests and shit. She said I was priestly, saintly. And the other one was like, yeah. Same story. Fuck my head up. Same spot. I met a Sadhguru disciple for no damn reason. He about to move out of Charlotte to go to Tennessee. Last day there, gets to talk to me. Told me, don't worry about the gurus in India. You stay your ass right here. You don't need them. How the fuck would he know? He could see something I couldn't see. Same story. Seen a white boy tweaker. At least I thought he was. You know how messengers are. He had blue hair, so you already knew where I was going with the shit. Here goes Mr. DEI. I ain't in the neighborhood full of niggas. He's walking through the parking lot of this store. Not much of a convenience. He stops mid whatever episode he's having. He looks at me. He says, I know who you are. Ain't the first time I heard that from a demon. Who am I, bro? You're the Messiah, and there's nothing you can do about it. You told me to tell you that. You're the Messiah, and there's nothing you can do about it. And he just trotted away. Like a white dude with glasses, blonde hair, and blue would trot away. Mind-blowing. Crazy story, though. Ain't the first time I heard that in my life. It's always from white people. I had a white woman, 19 years old, at Burger King, after my dad got locked up, hanging out with the guys, trying to get to know them. White woman walked up. A little girl, 6 years old, a little blonde-haired girl. They look kind of dusty, though, like they travel. Like they're poor, not poor, like they're gypsies, the white ones. Precisely. This white woman, I didn't know what it was at the time, but now I do. She walks up to us three dudes, just waiting for a Whopper or something. Back when that shit was 99 cents, you remember those days? Junior Whopper, 99 cents. I'm old. Anyway, she walks up with this notebook full of chicken scratch. She asks people, like, you want me to tell you your future? Soothsayer or something. Like, you're supposed to stay away from that, Christians. I'm not Christian, though, I'm Indian. Why would an Indian be a Christian? Doesn't make any sense. Where were you Judeans? So anyway, Judah, same story. Utica, same story. He got killed in Utah land. Ain't that a bitch? Very ironic, Charles. So anyway, I told her no, telepathically. It's like she could see it on my face. She said whatever to Orlando. Kind of made sense. Tommy D's the type to be like, play around with the shit. So he's talking to her. But before they walk away, she says to me, I know who you are. Why do these spirits always open up with that shit? Can they read my mind? At least I thought they could. And they said, she said, oh, they started impersonating me. Oh, I'm just Oprah. Oh, I'm just Tyler Perry. Oh, I'm just Jesus. What the fuck is this woman talking about? I didn't think nothing of it at the time. I always remembered it, but it didn't. What the fuck she talking about? She don't know me. She don't know what I'm going through. They said the devil's a lie. Those are devils, they told the damn truth. Because that's what it is. Everything captain me. I'm priestly. Yeah. Bloodline shit. Prester John Smith is my grandfather. It's the royal high priest, the descendant of Jesus. The true one. Direct bloodline of Genghis Khan. His true son. I'm his grandson. We are the bloodline of Jesus. Judah. Judges. Genghis. Yeah. They came over here and ransacked us. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. It's way deeper than Indians. You don't understand what they did. You don't understand what they really did. That's why my life sucks for now. Because no one really understands what they did. They don't understand who we are, so they can't understand what they did. They don't believe we are who we are to begin with. My grandmother's Indian, bitch. What am I? The fuck? So, they came here and kidnapped or occupied or Gaza the Jews, the real ones. If you're here in America, you're on our land, we're the people of the Bible, and we don't run anything. So what that means, if you're witnessing this, is that you're witnessing us in captivity again, by a whole different set of actors. We're not even in that Bible. Not even nothing to do with consequences, or nothing that we've ever read about. Because this just happened 200 years ago. Like, we were out of a drought for a whole fucking long time. If all these buildings was already here, like, we was good. It was good. We got it. We got it right. Obviously, we don't now. What's the only thing that changed? Between the Bible, lesbian Indians, Mama Inga, Carlos V, my grandfather, and all that shit, it was cool. It was just us. So after that, so it was after that. So from the time we left Exodus to the time we left Tartaria, all the way up to the 1600s now. Hold on, stack it up. From whatever you think that shit began, all the way up to the 1600s, when my grandfathers come in, Prester John and Carlos V, brothers or sons or something, all Genghis Khan's kids, bloodline of Jesus, Andrew. So we end up here for at least 400 years now. Just that part of who we are. Just everyone ain't that though. I am though. That's what makes it crazy, bro. That shit make me real aggy at night. Cause like it's history for everyone else. Like, this is my damn father's, bro. This ain't no fucking book. This ain't no fucking more science faggot. Like, this is my goddamn family. Like, I am their grandson. I'm not a nigga in some story implied by numbers. No. They talking about betraying my grandfathers. I'm Indian. So are their wives, obviously. They had kids, and 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 I'm their grandson. But I'm Indian. They're Judeans, aren't they? If they're Jesus' damn son, a Judean. Ta-da! So if the white people can see that shit in between dimensions, then I know it's something going on. I already know. It's like, oh, that's why they kept saying that to me every 10 years or more. They can see, like father, like son. I'm not him. I'm his grandson. I'm nothing like him. Why would I be? I'm his grandson. Are you like your grandfather? Probably not. Probably not. Unless he's dead already. Then you get that. But no. My grandfather's been dead a long fucking time, obviously. I wasn't raised by them. I was raised by these demons. And I know they're demons if I'm Judean. If I'm Hindu. If I'm Indian. And I am. So I know that this place was taken over by demons because of the magic. Very simple story. I know who we are. We're the kingdom of magic, Israel. I already know. That's what it means. Isis, Ra, and El. The bloodline of gods of Egypt. Yep, right there. We're called that because we're Egyptian first. Remember, we left Egypt. Where were we hundreds of years before that? In Egypt. So what would we have been? Egyptians. Huh? I know. It's mind-numbing. Like, if I move now to Japan, you know what I'm saying? I start a whole new tribe over there. Eventually, they'll be Japanese or something. But they'll look at them, at their skin, and they're like, you got one of them Marine dads, didn't you? Almost. Army of Heaven. Different story. So, yeah, my life is ruined by that fact by itself. Everything's a damn lie. It's all a damn lie. So how did it hold? Belief? What they invoking? Imagination? Pretend? Participation? and they extorted and blackmailed and gave benefits for participation. And that's exactly what would be required to do such an operation. No one would do that for free. Everyone would have to benefit something for them to betray themselves, to betray their former neighbors, to turn their back on gods, to go with strangers. No fight in them. And then they want me to believe they came from Mayans. Nigga, please. Don't make no damn sense. Not no fucking weak-ass calf muscle Portuguese. Hell no. We were killing giants. It wouldn't have been no fucking problem if it was that way. So they did something else. Cool story. That's why there's no story for what they really did. They call it King Jamestown, Virginia, Maryland, but they don't never tell you about kings, as if they stopped having children or something. And where's the story of them killing these kings and stopping them? I haven't found it yet. They skipped kings. They go to King George III, someone over there, a cousin or something. You're in America, bitch. What about the kings of the Indians? Montezuma and all his cousins. Where'd they go? He was a black guy too, with a Moorish headdress. You should look it up part two. Yeah, they know who we are. But then they say we're not here. But they don't tell us the story why we wouldn't be here. It's gonna take more than one trail of tears. And then we have to ask why we're crying about it. We lived everywhere. This is not our first time here. I think that's why we had so many black Wall Streets around it. Whatever that means. Cherokees become black Wall Streets. Doesn't make sense. Does it? But they're still black guys. Get it? No, they're not. They're Indians. So, yeah, they did this to Indians, Israel, Egyptians, Judeans, the children of God, quite literally, if they believe that Jesus is their God, part two. And they believe that. They use that language. They follow that Bible. Charlie Kirk, they mentioned it a couple of times. So you're telling me that all these white people worship my grandfather, but they're here in my environment, grandma, Inga, angels, and then me, being who I am, their grandson, I get to go, oh, I wonder who's fucking lying. See what I'm saying? My royal judgment, Judah, is a lot different than theirs can ever be when you're the real thing. When you're the real kids. When you're really them, out of that damn book. It won't even fucking matter which character I was. But it's crazy that they gave me that holographic at a time like this. At a time like this. I get to finally accept what I've been hearing my whole fucking life. This ain't me. And I would have got here faster if it wasn't for the self-limiting beliefs put on by this society, honestly. I was onto it my whole life. I was trying to figure out what it was. Why everyone was so fucking quiet. And I proved it to them. Why people want to argue and be ugly instead of getting to the damn truth. It was like everyone fags out, eventually. Yeah. It's a cool story. I'm not the same. I just got started. I think the more I realize that, the more retarded things get, honestly. Because for me to realize it and to imagine it, changes is called the law of revision. I'm revising all of their narratives from slavery to colonization and everything in between. You know, once I invoked the Imperial Majestic, I was like, okay, my grandfather's in this story, cool. So how the fuck do I end up a non-beneficiary in anybody's story? Oh, someone lied after this. Okay, cool, fucking story, bitch. See, I got them after 1780 now. I'm on to them, right? I can almost predict when they showed up. They can't do that shit. There's so many thoughts and stories and rabbit holes that they won't even dare jump in. And they wouldn't fucking understand it if they did. I'm a manifestation that I'm telling the truth. If it makes fucking sense. If I find all the evidence. And they never explain anything about history in a day and a damn life. They just have the authority of a bank with paper fiat ballots, right? I know. Democracy or something. In a kingdom of angels. What? That's how I know they can't read, bro. That's how I know they don't know how fucked up they are right now. They can't fathom. The people, the generations today, they cannot fathom how deep in the hole shit is. Not just because, you know, it's as above, so below. So imagine if money reflects energy and transactions between people and spirits and minds. And it's as above, so below. So the people here are in a negative, let's round up, 200 trillion deficit in energy, downstairs and upstairs. So imagination, astral, like that debt is in both dimensions, if it's magical. Hence, the ecclesiastical, same story. So they assumed those powers over people. The Pope did, them the verses. And they led them this way, cool fucking story, it's not their fault, I guess. But because there's no more way up or out or around that pillar they built, I guess 200 years ago, they probably plotted on it longer, but didn't execute it until after 1800s. Over here, that is. So recent. And since then, cool story, bitch. It's what it is now. And it's already decaying. So that means it's never going to rebuild this thing. It's never going to go up again. Not enough Third Reichs and Fourth Reichs for their kids. So I'm not worried about that at all. I'm worried that that's not even a problem. You gotta be careful what you ask for. Revelation is a hell of a drug. So what I'm describing is what's going on through humanity. Sandcastles, like the story of who gets to control what, who got the baddest bitches, who got the coolest guns. And that's what you read about in his story. Well, who's the guy writing it? Mankind. So a lot of these degrees he can't access, because he literally can't access that with his mind. So of course he can't write about it. It's not about belief anymore. They don't even have access to that realm. So their whole story, I can notice now, like who's writing about it. Like, oh, one of them are writing about it. Versus the Americans being like, oh, one of us is writing like this. Like, I can tell. It's very, like, you know, getting entrained by social media and text and stuff. The same thing with them. I can tell when a low-minded person is doing history. And you can definitely tell when people speak on videos. I don't even bother with the debates. I'm like, this person doesn't have a high enough power to read the same books as me, let alone debate it. And what are we going to debate? That he has yet to read the same book as me. He'll get the one guy, I guess, if he's ever a fucking reader. So, they don't talk about kingdoms. Not for real. They leave that for Hollywood. And those are different foreign people. Go figure in this bitch. But the people here, they have no concept of being under kings or nothing. So they don't really have no cool concept of God for real either. Because how the fuck you gonna learn that from fucking farmers and Africans? They have libraries and shit in your story? That doesn't fucking make sense. So how do a bunch of makeshift people who don't have homes, who gotta use slaves because they don't know how to do nothing, and then the slaves themselves have nothing better to do, how would they create westernization of literature? How much fucking time do these assholes have between being gay pirates and orphans? See what I'm saying? This ain't that. That's why. But I have to say it like that so you see how absurd it is given the time they had to do it. It's all very recent hustle. Less than 200 years. I'm on their head. I bet you it's Reconstruction. They'll put us right up to the fucking World Fairs. I don't forget nothing. And then all of a sudden those buildings disappeared. Yeah, I guess that's their day one, trying to be on that bullshit. So that's the 1880s. Yeah, it's like 140 years ago. So I'm revising their whole history. I'm playing Tetris, but from the bottom. But they can't keep stacking at the bottom. They're already gridlocked up top. So the problem is, they still want to foley out at the top, even if there's no bricks at the bottom there. AKA, there's nowhere for them to land. Nowhere. Nowhere. Whoever these people are in the government are damn liars about everything. It's not a conspiracy. It's not redacted because it's like useful information. It's so that they don't have to explain all their fucking lies to you. All the hoops they had to juggle. All this secrecy and these skiffs. It's a cool room for saying, hey, we need a liar check-in meeting. We need to fucking think tank some lies. Right? Everything but answer your fucking question. But it's we the people, right? They're used to, right? They get the like high secrets from me, right? Because government made a concept paperwork clearance thing that we decided as people equal to you. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. How stupid are these people? That's what I'm saying. That's what it'll bother you when you wake up, if you're going to wake up soon. That you're going to have to realize at some point or another, I don't want to ruin it for you, that the people in the Bible are not people. The Bible is not written by people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Run that shit back. I guess you could say the history in English today that we read about as kids and they base all of their fucking media on Their televisions, their lies, their telenovas of lies is based on their history events, right? They make their own Dungeons and Dragons robot. We get it. A language model that makes no damn sense. And they tend to not know it their damn selves. So how does it stand? It doesn't make sense. Were they there or not? Okay, you understand everything. So anyway, because they lie about everything and they're comfortable with that, benefits and shit, they have a very interesting disadvantage in this generation, that they don't know what happened to their damn selves no more. But they're people, mankind. One more time. The disrespect, I won't accept for my people, whatever those are. But I know that the people who wrote the Bible were not mankind. You can tell how they write about it. There's us, and then there's these sons of gods, and then there's these sons of man, and then there's these humans. But the writer is saying that. The writer doesn't switch to us versus them. It doesn't, no. It's telling you what it is. The writer is giving you the layout of the land. It's setting the tone for you, the different types of characters you have in this Lord of the Rings story. It's not just names anymore. Remember, the Philistines and giants and David and Goliaths. My people made reference to Leviathan. I could have sworn that was a Titan. You had to go as far back as Egypt. Okay. Same name and everything. On our damn manuscripts. Can you imagine that? Their kids kept writing shit. Mind-blowing shit. Like, oh my God, they lived. But that's cool. I expect that from mankind then. Mankind didn't write the Bible. Impossible. We are not mankind. We're not the same species. That's probably why they haven't mixed in 200 years. They can't. So there's no way for me to be nothing but Indian then. It'd be the only thing that'll match. We're not mankind. We don't have RH. So we don't have those genes that are compatible with the monkey side of things. We're taller, bigger, more statures, bigger bones, everything. Whole different species. And we're still alive. Like, we're still here, like, in tandem. Yeah, the Bible was written by geniuses, right? It's a whole different genie, a whole different species. All that other shit is fairy tales. But you just keep it very scientific. No matter how it happened, what's responsible, aliens or demons or something in between. What they're saying is, for sure, is that there's this awareness over here in our book, in our language, that even it invokes the name angels, English, Ingle land, land of angels. Yeah, what they're saying then, what my ancestors are saying, is that we are not people. We're not following or changing our beliefs to a religion. That doesn't make sense. We didn't write it as people or as humans. We weren't reading, you're not reading it like, oh, these are the rules and the doctrines and the decrees. No, it's a story about bloodline. The whole fucking time. It's about very specific people though. The whole thing is about very specific people who are not mankind. And it tells you that. It tells you, Azariah, parentheses, is Raphael the angel. It don't matter what that means. But what it's telling you is that that's a different species. He's Hebrews 13. Be careful who you entertain, because everybody ain't people. Some people are angels and entertain angels and don't know it. Well, why didn't they know it? They can't see it. Why? They're a different species. So it's not like they're even looking at me with the same eyes I have. I don't know what other people see. See what I'm saying? There's a lot of blind spots, right? You see how they paint everything. Yeah, no flavor in anything. That could just be because they're a different species. A different type of motherboard, a different type of graphics card. Cool. Like, the fuck? What did grandma say? They should work on that. They should upgrade their chips. Whatever. We had to. By living and reproducing. Genetics. Again, same story. We would have those upgrades if we'd been here the whole fucking time through the whole fucking story. It's multiplication, not addition. Not division. Not racist. That's why it's just stupid. Ultimately. They just use it as a social political tool. Yeah, for humans. But what happens when you're not that either? There's no more electorate. There's no more divine councils. Those are two different designations, right? A divine and a national council, right? Two different things, right? Yeah. What does divine mean? Godly. Yup. Sons of God. Yup. They're already down here. Yup. We said that already in our damn book. where everyone's speaking the language of. You're speaking the language of angels, not people. Yeah, soon you understand everything. It's English because it comes from angels. Yeah. Yup. Algebra, named after an angel. Math too. So the math you need to make this language is named after an angel. Yup. Yup. It is. Algebra was named after Gabriel. Prerequisite matrix for what? Our language. Yup. So you don't have our language without what? Angels. Yup. So English. Angels. Yup. There's a land of angels. Yup. So no, they didn't do like King John and Christian battles and betrayal and treason of like sandcastle kingdoms. No. Nope. I'm here to inform them they committed treason against heaven. That's those spirits and principalities in high places. That's the things that is not made aware or seen to them, obviously. Or they wouldn't have done that if they really believed the shit. With the damn book in their hand, right? I guess it was bleeding and shit. No. They betrayed the kingdom of heaven. If you just look at it as a tier. Not even like something different. Just like right in front of you. You have the elites, the 1%. Whatever that is, you don't even know who they are. But then imagine you have a parallel one that would be actually higher, but it's not in the money category. It's in the elite category. Those who come from God. What Forbes would they be in? How much does that gift cost? To be a descendant of God, how hard would you have to work? See, it's not even a compatible thought for them. If you can't put a benefits package on it, it doesn't make any sense to them. So of course they'll come over here just killing us for no reason. They don't see the value in their own lives. Too bad though. It's still treason. It's treason against God. And I think that's why I'm so like offended that they made this a Christian moment or a God moment or end of times moment, because if they call in any of those divine justices, it would eviscerate them like Sodom and Gomorrah. I haven't seen one righteous amongst any of them. In a damn book that says the man is copper colored. And they still persist with white people. Even the black ones do. So, but you know, man and mankind shit. That's not what we are. It doesn't matter what's mixed in. It's what it's mixed into. It's the snake coiling around the spinal cord of an angel. That's why it has feathers. It's not mankind, bro. All that symbols and sigils come from angels. We're not mankind. That's why they would lie and hide our identity. Not because we're like really Turkish or Russians. They know it's not about sandcastles. It's about the kingdom of heaven. The same ones they're trying to shoot Tomahawk missiles at. Yeah, they fucked up real bad, guys. I'm gonna have to make that prayer every day of my life. As an Indian. As a black guy. As a millennial. As a Judean. As a son of kings, emperors, and gods. Several times, actually. Multiplied. It's crazy. I did not intend to find an answer to a question that was that like that type of answer. The answer is, you feel like that because everybody got you fucked up, especially, brother. There ain't nothing you can do about it. You're that, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's what the white boys told me. Can't turn it off. You can't say no. You can't convince nobody. You just is. I'm just King James' grandson. There's nothing that I can do about it. But they have to know that King James is a descendant of angels. That's what all the stars behind their head is about in their paintings. Those are angels. This is the promised land for the angels. The ones who can fight giants. Ark of Covenants, technology, and flying craft, chariots of fire. That's an advanced civilization, right? Compared to everyone else. Right. So the Jetsons, if you will, would be angels. The Flintstones would be mankind. But they live in the same timeline. So the sky people, Jetsons, are angels. And And then the Flintstones, Barney Rubble, are the Masons and Shriners, building things out of rocks and rubble. Yeah, same story though. Hannah, Barbara, barbarians, barbers, Moors. Hannah, from the Bible. Strange science, right? That they would name their company after us again, and then tell those weird stories like that with white people. Like a habit, right? The first time they get a chance to use television magic, they start lying. Right away. So we know when the propaganda began. That's right around after the 1920s. Oh, after they got this bank. So it's the Federal Reserve and those associated with this that did this to me. Again. After already being betrayed by my own people, obviously. But after my people betrayed me, then the Federal Reserve came and betrayed everybody. It's like karma or something. But now we're here. Who's up next? It's up, down versus up, yes. Shout out to you, Hassan. Who do you think is responsible for killing angels? Besides the kingdom of Hades and the Seraphim? I don't know, these are new characters. They want to be in our books. They're not from our stories. They did not live in this timeline with us. The people are responsible. I mean, we're betrayed by our own people too. We don't have to be, it's magic. People who went to our magic schools. So Harry Potter. So. Listener now says, once you find out who you really are, it's going to be hell. Catching the replay, Noel in the future, part 2. Root in the track, peace, 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 333s. Yeah, no, so I don't have the privilege of, what I'm saying is, it don't even matter. It's how bad it is. For me, like, me being the messenger for this, what I'm trying to say, or trying to get out, is that for 40 years in a row, and 20 conscious ones, of trying to figure something out, I approached it like everyone else that does this, like the way, the model, the functions, and everything. Oh, this means this, reparations, this means this, we gotta do better, this means this, we need to organize. Like, I know how to play the political part of the game. It's the only thing we had access to. And then so if you think along those lines, you're like, all right, so what are you gonna do? Proclaim something from the pirates that don't have anything to give you? No, there is no answer in that degree, that's why. Because that's how I know that's not what the problem is. The problem is in politics. We didn't get here because we didn't vote enough. So if I can't fix it by voting, then that's not the cause. I can't fix it with money. I can't buy my land back. It's unalienable. I never sold it. So it's a dummy issue. So it's not a financial or being rich enough issue. If you're dealing with murderers. So anyway, all right, one day you raise up with a Black Panther military, a whole bunch of people who think they come from Africa. Like, you have to go through socialism and get people to read damn books finally and understand what pedigrees are. And they won't even do that with third grade etymology and dictionary yet. So that's going to take a lot of damn time. So I can't do it with black people. And that's not what the problem is. And you just go on, so on, so on, so on, so on, so on. There's like only one really cool problem though. I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about angels. My problem wouldn't be with people. So it's none of that science. All that's the white guy's mankind science. That's not what I am. His thoughts wouldn't work for what the problem is. So if he cannot solve the problem, then he did not create a problem. He's a participant. And he has a very interesting prime directive. But he and himself, the ones I see on TV, they're not magical enough for this. They wouldn't be so fucking stupid. So there's angels behind them. We're just talking about a different species. Y'all are looking for white people. What color is Jesus? So why the fuck would you be looking for white people? If the devil is shadowing all of God's creation, then the devil would be the same color. If it's a mimic, if it's copying, if it's replacing, it'll be the same thing, not opposites. That's not how that works. If the devil's from heaven. Satan's from heaven. Lucifer's from heaven. All the bad guys that man talks about starts in space. And so far, all of those characters have been black. Because it's not even about that. What it is that it's our story that they're talking about. Like, It's not black and whitewashing. No, 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 no. Whatever those white guys were that took this story from English people, angels, is that they took an angel story. It's not their fucking story to debate what color it is. Anyway, the angels who wrote the angel story in English, the language for angels and Judeans and Chaldeans, those who reincarnate down here, those who know there's an upstairs and there's other civilizations up there, what we're telling you is, when we wrote our story as the black people writing these things, we were talking about black people from space. So of course the black people in space are from space and we're their kids, because we're black people too, like the people from space that are black, and there's gods and everything. All the gods are painted black. Mayan God into Jesus and Genghis and everyone in between us. What are they talking about? Can't fix that. There's no argument, there's no debate no more. Not for me at least. They're going to try to tell me that man has different skin colors. What did the Bible say about God's kids? Then they try to say, the Mormons try to say that this was a curse from Ham or something. Bitch, I'm Shem. Next. I'm Judah, bitch. The fuck are you talking about? Why would we curse ourselves with a skin color like we can't pull white bitches? Are they stupid or something? That don't make no fucking sense. Nothing they do. Nothing man does makes sense. That's why man cannot do God, man. They don't give a fuck about it. They're indifferent to it. They want to use computers to be a liaison to something above them, a super intelligence, like a genius or something, like a demon or something. And that's the words they use to describe their quantum computers. It's like interacting with demons or something, right? But what's the key factor of a quantum computer besides a melanin chip? You would need that from a demon or something. Yeah, not an African, an Indian. That's what Indians are. Not mankind. We don't have an overlapping history. They had to steal our story. They don't have a story that goes to heaven. They're not from there. They would be my color. The heaven that we wrote about in our book, in our language that they're using, by the way. It's not about racism. It's about stealing shit that don't belong to you. They can have another story, cool, but that's not what our story is. So they can't tell us what our story is, and I'm their damn kids. I'm their damn kids first, before anyone reads shit. Those are my grandparents. I can rest assured you that they're telling you the truth about these things, because I do it my damn self. Give a fuck about the skin color, bitch. Let's bring it back. It's not talking about man at all. So even if they landed the skin color part, they say that that's a god. So their God is bronze, copper color, right? Come on now. Why do they speak English for it? They're not Christians. Christians believe in Jesus Christ or something, right? Jesus Christ will have to be a copper colored God, right? And copper colored gods come from America, correct? Like if they came over here speaking English, talking about they Christians, they believe in a bronze, copper colored guy named Jesus, right? Like I'm talking about all the white people. I'm talking about all the Charlie Kirks. They didn't invoke white Jesus Christianity. Christ is a copper-colored guy. Is that correct? Put a thing in the chat if you've read the Bible before and it described who their God is as a bronze, copper-colored man. And bronze, copper-colored people come from America. And then Heru, the god of Egypt, is an American kestrel falcon. So double down on that. Even the Egyptians, where Israel comes from, their god was from America still, because they're American Indians. Yes, they're angels. English. Okay. Hair of wool. Oh my God. Judah had a fully connected beard, part 2. We know. We didn't get this from Africa. We was here the whole time. So that story don't make sense. For us, burnished bronze, swarthy, dark-skinned brother. I know, just like me. Just like me. I'm just like my grandfather. I'm just like him. It's like he returned. Genetically, we're not the same spirit though. But me and him are like twins, genetically. I look just like my grandfather. The return. I've been him. So when I hear these motherfuckers talking about they waiting for a return or something, eat a dick. You looking for a fucking white guy. How clear does that Bible need to be? In our damn language, on our damn land, about my damn grandfather, King James. The fuck? Jameson, Jesus' Genghis Khan. King Genghis. King of Kings. Azareth. King of the dead. You got the keys to death. Pharaoh of bondage. Egypt. Souls trapped in sandcastles. He's the god of that shit. Behind it. My grandfather. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. No one, I didn't sign up for that shit in school. I did not take that elective. I was not going that fucking direction. I was not looking for that fucking testimony. I'm surrounded by demons for real, ain't I? Everyone lying in this motherfucker about believing in some God. They act like they can't even fucking at least read the shit in the damn language they speak it with. In my grandmother's home. On King Prester John Smith's grandson, Dwayne Desson Smith. It's in our name. Bloodline of angels. We're not sandcastles. Fuck the king, pharaohs, and emperors, bro. It's a genocide against the kingdom of heaven. At least on this little moon. That's crazy. Who would put someone up to some dumb shit like that? And then make them swear to it in our language. Like, they can't talk out of this. They don't have a different code switch to no. You're speaking English. You're speaking the language of angels. So you know that angels are real. You can have an angel language if you don't believe angels are real. So they can't remember a time where they didn't have this language. So all right, the King of Kings was an angel. Duh. He's the son of God. Those are angels. Duh. So Genghis was what? Temujin, part demon, angel. Same story. Polarities. An angel is a demon. The difference is polarities. All that means is they come from sky people. Scientifically. They come from the people that come from space. That's why they're godlike. They're not from this planet. And to get to this planet, you need what? Technology. That'll make you seem kind of godlike to an animal. That's why deers don't shoot back yet. They don't get it. But if they could. And the deers are trying to fight back with tomahawks. You see what happened? They got juked like a fucking football player. Like Allen Iverson in a crossover. Do you understand how swaggy that UFO is? Oh, you mad because I'm styling them. You think little gray purple people are doing shit like that? Stunting on missiles? Those motherfuckers shapeshift. Just to stunt on motherfuckers. They trying to build spaceships to go to the moon. These motherfuckers dodge missiles effortlessly. They're best. With 2 homing targets, including the drone above it. They could have turned off the whole fucking time there. Would you? So can you imagine if you met the person that made that? That would seem like a god to you from down here. Now you understand why the angels had wings. Yeah, because they're not from down here. They end up flying back upstairs. Permanently. Out of sight, out of mind, all kind of shit. That means there's something up there, or over there, or in between it. Wouldn't fucking be able to conceive it. That's what we're talking about. We're the bloodline of those things down here. You would just call those angels. Noah's Ark and shit. Like if Noah's Ark actually left the planet and went somewhere else, their storyline and their history would continue from where they came from. But they may not be the oldest thing on that planet when they get there. If there's anything that died before them, you would even dig that up. But that doesn't mean that Noah's family started from that dinosaur bone. No, Noah's family would have to be Noah's family. And we know Noah got here from a UFO. So Noah came here with his family on some Scientology shit. Ain't that what they believe, Tom Cruise and bitch? All right then, stop stealing all of our fucking stories. So we come here, your book, or wherever. Our book doesn't doesn't deal with this, because I'm telling you, my Father has many worlds. Earth and Europa would just be two. Ew. I thought we were millions of years old. And so far, we barely can make it to 100 years down here. So anyway, so imagine, multiply it. Like how many times we could have done this stupid shit. So yeah, I'm here on some stupid shit. It's a girl's marble. On top of that, it's for a little junior matriarchy. It's in the name and the degrees and everything. It's Venetian on top of that. It's Luciferian. Ooh, scary. Is what the word really means, though. The right hand of God came downstairs. Can you imagine some shit like that? And then the left hand of God, Michael, came downstairs too. Can you imagine some shit like that? When both of the left and right hand of God come downstairs at the same time? When everybody else want to come down? Exactly. New England landing, starting with 13. 13 angels. Jesus is an angel, not a man. He's the Son of God. That means he's an angel in a sandcastle. One more time, because they believe in God, but their God's an angel. Okay. Farmer's jealous God. Well, there's many angels. Okay. It's easy. If someone else's daddy got a different angel in their bloodline and they ain't overlapping, I get it. But they daddy's daddy ain't the God of heaven. So he can be an angel, but don't mean he run upstairs. Plenty of gifted and talented bloodlines. That ain't what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about how high I can do a backflip. I'm telling you who my daddy is. My daddy is the king of kings of angels, not one of them. You know what I'm saying? I could stack this shit up to the moon for real. Quite literally, I think. Like, that's what I'm saying. I ain't even worried about the fucking book report. That's not where we are. Fuck a book report, bitch. I'm looking at the spaceships now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Go to my damn YouTube shorts. They're here. The fuck? I ain't gotta believe shit. Like, look at my own damn videos. One of their kids telling you they're here, and it just flies over my head. And then the damn bird for the god of Egypt just lands in my head. Like, come on, bro. Napoleon Hill ruined my fucking life, brother. He pulled me out the fucking matrix so hard, bro. I didn't even know I was disconnected. I had to pull myself out the fucking matrix with the words and wisdom of dead people. I guess I'm a necromancer too. Cause damn sure no one living was trying to help me figure this shit out. In person, you know? I met thousands of people. I live every fucking where. I work every fucking where. Can't no one answer these damn questions. Who the asshole though? Me. Is there a social media app for angels? What government we have? We have a republic. Divines under a republic of people. It's not even the same agenda. Not even going the same direction. No wonder nothing works. I thought they sent us down here for the technology fair. These motherfuckers' AI sucks. They'll never get to the stars. They're not smart enough to do fucking pre-algebra, to know their whole fucking model of banking is off by 1 degree. Fucking idiots. Was I supposed to go to MIT and Harvard to figure this shit out? Look at they ass. They AI can't make 1 red cent. They're the smartest of their kids. Then how come their GDP is still fucked up with them? You don't understand how cooked they are. They thought we were being cute about blasphemy. Blasphemy wasn't written by man. How the fuck would they know? They're parting the Red Seas to walk over here, or are they still trying to build fucking boats? They had chariots of fire following them around? knocking out fucking soldiers? They got 15-minute cities in their drawings? No, but we do. And you find us buried next to giants to this day. We built the mounds here, bitch. I'm the Indian. So my family buried and honored the giants then. Tough. I don't believe in giants and flying craft and shit. We didn't fucking ask you. We already proved to you that we did, at the very least. It's not a fucking argument when you bring your ass to me. That's how I look at the whole system. I was like, you brought your ass over here to tell me this dumb shit. The proof is already here, and I'm the pudding. What the fuck y'all talking about? Why y'all waste my time? 40 fucking years with this stupid nigga shit. Their whole system is stupid. They can't fix it. And then for what? For white people to live? Do white people know y'all can just live? You ain't gotta control nobody else? You ain't gotta build a whole different subdivision? You should leave it up to yourself. You can build your life and live longer on cooperation. You don't need a damn vote or a bunch of money for that shit. To be fucking decent people while being a fucking visitor in their damn grandma's house. On top of that. How the fuck do I make a demand that they be respectful in a foreign land that ain't theirs? You don't think they didn't have no type of house upbringing in their genetic sequence anywhere? I know they don't think they from this motherfucker. But they get to ignore that I am and that I'm still here watching them. And what's falling apart is their version of looking at things. Ain't that a bitch? I've been saying the same fucking thing my whole damn life without their help and not knowing why. Oh, it must be in your damn blood. It must be a super Indian soldier or something. Manchurian Kennedy. Like, nigga, this is common sense if you've been paying attention to all they damn lies. Then triangulate. Oh, they ain't tell the truth yet, so what the fuck's the truth then? Do I need to work for the CIA? They around fucking betting on the fucking gambling matches and looking up dick pics. Fuck out my face. Ain't no intelligence around them. Just a bunch of motherfuckers spying and access to data that no one else has access to. Then give the access to everyone else. See who's really smart then. Problem is, I'll end up solving all their shit before they get started in this bitch. That's just how my brain works. Personal problem to them, I guess. They've been fucking too many ugly people. But they're gay anyway. They don't give a fuck. I get everything about them. They don't give a fuck about their kids anyway. So why the fuck they trying to control everybody anyway? You ain't gonna be here. They're not gonna fucking be here if they keep this shit up. They ain't worrying about the weather no more. Oh, the sun ain't hot enough. All right, well, keep that shit up. They turning that bitch up in the damn fall. The water changing on you. The plants are changing on you. The damn animals are going extinct on you. What you going to eat? Soy? Your farmers who grow soy about to kill themselves. What are you talking about? You ain't got 50 years from now. We talking about from right fucking now. You're cooked $30 billion a day. Over $150 trillion in worldwide debt. And you're in a solvent banking system. And the rest of the world is about to use their own banking system. You can't fix that. You can go to war on a soy diet? And send men to die for what? They don't get your credit card fees back? What the fuck? They're gonna barter for a better APR? Bitch, no matter what you do, you still owe over $150 trillion. Win or lose this war. The problem is none of those things. The problem is the $150 trillion of negative debt that you owe something else that you cannot see since you use witchcraft. You invoke spirits, angels, gods. Had to. They wouldn't have that little Bohemian Grove and Molech festival that they do on Malachi Part 2. Because angels are demons. Polarities. Depending on what story you're telling about them. They're not two different things. They're the same one. Molech. Malachi. Okay? So you're sacrificing men, sandcastles, to idols again. While speaking English in the land of angels, in Khalifa territory. Mock rituals to an owl. Genghis Khan's woman, Sheba. Allah and shit. the female version of the positive polarity of the male, right? In order for Jesus to have had kids, who was his woman then? If he's an angel, yeah, compatibility. It's the bloodline thing, royal to royal. Genghis Khan's favorite thing was an owl, but Jesus is a falcon. And the 13 that came here were eagles. Different pedigrees, different tribes of people who have angels in them. Hence the feathers. It's not, hey, I'm a team captain. No, hi, I'm an angel. This ain't man's rules, it's ours. We're the bloodline descendants of giants. We're just the little giants. Moors. It's a pedigree. That's why I keep telling these people. It's not skin color. Moors are a pedigree of people. They happen to be copper colored. That's their prime gene, since the gods are. Moors are baby gods. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. My grandfather, he's the king of what? Tartars. So that'd be like Tours. So when you've seen the Battle of Tours, you're dealing with giants. So Tours, Moors, Boers. Boers didn't get to the Americas until Benjamin Franklin wrote about them. So 1750. There's no Boers here, aka no little people, in our pedigree, in our bloodline, in our royalty. aka in the language and the customs and traditions and the things that run things, in the civilized part of the landmass. We come from Tartarians. Genghis is the king of Tartars. He's the king of giants. And the giants are angels. So I'm just gonna repeat that again. You have kingdoms and castles that were built by giants. Who the fuck are these little white people? You start to understand everything. Everything before the Dark Ages, like these rumors and myths about giants. They're talking about our people. Tartarians are giants. Vladimir Putin is not a descendant of a Tartarian. He's not a giant. He's a wrong patina. But that's the dead giveaway right there. Like, wrong patina, no. Maybe it could be Noah. Maybe it could be a pale skin. But is it a giant? No, not them. Go to the Moors versus Wildmen. Is that not a painting of giants for you? Look at who's inside the castle. Look at the size of the people on the boat. Now look at the wild men in the trees. So all those kingdoms were ruled by giants. Moors are descendants of giants. That's that Amorite blood and all that shit. Those are giants. Those aren't Israelite tribes. Those are giant tribes. Israelite tribes is Jacob, Jack and the Beanstalk. That's Jacob's descendant lineage. He's a giant too. Noah Ark is from the land of giants, aka a different planet. The Anunnaki were giants. Pharaohs, the first ones that came down off the spaceship. You seen their paintings? They're giants. That's what we are, genetically. Just in a smaller vessel, a new wineskin. That's where they fucked up at. They don't even know the difference. So they can just lie right through the shit. No. You can't go from a bloodline of giants to a bloodline of little people. You don't have enough time for that. And then all the giants want to do that. They want to all fuck on you. All your kids want to be the same size. No. Shh. Mandel's law. Impossible. You couldn't crossbreed like that without technology anyway. Shh. You don't have enough magnets for me. Shh. Stop making this shit up. Yeah, they just made up the thing. They hypothecated it and whitewashed it. But white doesn't just mean color either. They even just blurred out the damn truth. Like, even if it was white people, those would have to be white giant people. If they're the bloodline of angels. And if you're not a bloodline of angels, you can't be an emperor. It's not a fucking vote, bitch. Why the fuck would monkeys have emperors? When you start thinking about it. Why would troglodytes have emperors? Over what? They're trading with outer space? Yeah. As above, so below. If the angels wrote a book about agriculture and talents and percents with no user, and how to harvest things, including people and sheep, but they come from outer space, where do you think these products are going? For angels, not man. You think angels that come from space are trading with Japan? They don't do the Mayan stuff enough for me. Right in Mayan territory, ain't that a bitch? But they want to learn about African history? What about the history of where the fuck you stand? A place built by giants, quite literally, according to the people who stood here. Why the fuck would we be lying about this shit? Over and over and over again. The more they dig, the more giant it is. Yeah, those giants don't come from this planet. What we do. We're hybrids of gods, aka aliens. That's all. AKA, we were what's left. Anyway, we are the longest man standing. Let's say it like that. Yeah, if we're vampires, we're the originals. But I'm a wolf. Lycans, werewolves. We're the originals. Wolf, not dogs. I'm a wolf learning about dog history. With dogs who don't know what wolves are. I get it. Something terrible happened. Babel and everything. It must have happened to us too, since we were writing about it happening to us, descendants of angels. All those wars were with us. Hence all the big ass cannons and lasers and glass deserts. That's a high technological society. You don't just go 0 to 1,000. No, bitch, we was just there the other day too. You just burnt down those buildings. Less than 150 years ago. So it wasn't like we did it a long time ago. Like, we were just living there before you showed up. What happened to us? How come we're not in those pictures? You're not taking pictures of us. That doesn't mean we're not there. Maybe they're just minding their fucking business. Since Indians don't like their pictures taken. Remember that? So if we're the Indians, then that lore that Indians don't like their pictures being taken comes from us. And you wonder why there's no pictures of Indians from back then. If the whole rumor is Indians don't like their pictures being taken, and we're the Indians back then who didn't have their pictures taken? Everyone but us. On our land. Ain't that bitch? They tell their history based on what they did visiting someone else's country. They didn't write an almanac about the cultures and traditions of the people. That'd be civilized. They just started, hey, I'm imagining things. If I can get into this building, it would look like Paris. But they came over here to cosplay. So they did not create this system. They benefit, or perceivably, compared to us. But everything they do would be compared to us. They're using us. They did not win no land from no angels or giants. They don't know that the sons of gods are here. That's what makes the story even weirder. The people behind them don't seem to care. So even if you would invoke them as being a different type of angel, that's still not the same bloodline. Because if we come from outer space, and we're the only ones here, then where the fuck you think these new motherfuckers come from? We come from outer space. They weren't here with us. So where do they come from? And they're different. So you understand that whole kumbaya, my lord, my shit don't make sense. That a whole bunch of people are trying to save each other who just got here from a different space or planet, talking about they're the bloodline of angels who need to be redeemed from being stranded down here without their technology or Babel to get back to heaven. Atlas, he held this shit down. He left Mount Olympia, and he kept the planet. Story solved. So Atlas is an alien. But he's a god, so what are gods? Aliens. Same story. They call it alien, but they're the aliens. They just got here. They're the alien to us. We always hear. These aliens are aliens to us, and that's in everyone's recent history. And then they go, oh man, there's aliens coming by us. Nigga, we see you. I'm not wondering if there's aliens. I'm surrounded by them. If this is a land of angels, New England, speaking English, angel land, of the Judeans, Abraham, the descendants of Noah that came from another planet, 1100 or something. Or was it 144,000? You get the science. Same fucking story. It ain't everybody, Captain. Why would the angels be saving Gentiles? A book written by angels. Jesus came down here and they said he's the son of God. And he said, I'm talking about my brothers and sisters. So daughter of God, brother of God, son of gods. All of them are gods. Because why? All of them are the descendants of angels who had vessels. Yeah, remember, thousands came down here and had children. That's who the Judeans are. Chaldeans, star people, Cherokee, reincarnate through the sandcastles. Hebrews 13, be careful, we're all the same. That's what we were talking about amongst ourselves. We weren't talking to them. Why would you include anyone else in our Bible? Like in terms of instruction and discipline, like how to operate as a kingdom of heaven. What the fuck's that got to do with anything that they're talking about? Maurice Powell says, we preaching Jesus in here? No, faggot. We're preaching gods and angels as their grandson. The fuck are you talking about? In King James English, the book of an angel or a demon, depending on the polarity. Same story. It is weirdo stuff, but you're weirdo ass in someone else's territory speaking someone else's language. You're not weirdo enough. What cave did you come from? How many clicks was a vowel in your monkey tongue? You still grow tails? That's not weird to you? That you don't know where the fuck you come from? Tough. I know where you're not. So who the fuck do they be talking to? Yeah, blasphemy. It all constitutes blasphemy, no matter what they do. Since we weren't talking to them. And the imperial majestic angels told them to mind their business, and they didn't. They started burning down libraries and sneaking into shit and stealing shit, right? That's their actual history. They tell you that they burnt the shit down and stole things. We formed a great country of freedom by killing everyone here and burning things down, but we're going to preach freedom now. How the fuck do you have justice and freedom from people who just killed everyone for it? What is just and free about that? You get to murder and kidnap and hang and eat off of niggas hanging from trees, and then you get to be the authority on liberty and freedom? Within the same time period, the same fucking generation, right? Did y'all miss that part of history? Which happened recently. The chase around and hanging niggas all the way through the 60s, right? These people that talking about they love white Jesus and came here for freedom from wherever the fuck they came from. But they came over here as cannibals. But they love God and Jesus. How does that make sense? How do you love God and Jesus and speak angel from the English and you come over here eating niggas who are angels? That's recent. I ain't talking about 400 years ago, they weren't here. I ain't talking about 500, no. Gotta go real recent, like where they have pictures of them doing this. Speaking English intonates that they had a Bible. There's no reason to have that language. They're not from England. A land of angels, again. So that's not them. They're not bronze enough for me. So do they have woolly hair? Probably not. So they came here to eat niggas. Ain't that what the adrenochrome mystery is? Why do they have to eat us? Why can't they just eat themselves? Different species. A completely different species. We're not on the same evolutionary chart. There's no Darwinism for this. They don't have that blood type. Blood type means a different kind. A different kind of everything. Sulfur instead of carbon and everything. Eumelanin instead of the kind we got. Everything. Everything is inverted. That's not evolution if it's inversions. What's an evolved inversion? That would be an error. So that's not that. That is cloning. That is piracy. That is blasphemy. That is an abomination. What they have done. try to trap souls in everything but a bronze bottle. Aladdin's, genies, angels. Same story, right? Like all the shit they got from the Tartarians, the giants, the sons of God. Genghis Khan, Jesus Khan, King of Kings, angels. Kings are angels. They're not people. So why is a bloodline, blue blood, angels? It's not a color. No one gets it yet. Piracy, empire-ish, or like anity for empire. Vampire-ish. No big, son. They looking up. They wilding like that? I know. They ran a movie set to say they don't consent to being recorded, and the camera wasn't even pointed at them. Exactly. Yeah. This book and this story and this land had nothing to do with them. So they don't even know who they're in debt to. Because they didn't take over a human government. They took over a divine one. After a space battle, right? You seen the Nuremberg paintings about this? UFOs, Nuremberg. Look it up. Spaceships painted by us in America. Nuremberg is DC. So Americans, don't let the whitewashing fool you. It's the same exact craft I've seen. So that guy, however many 300, 400, 500 years ago, that's a painting here in Nuremberg, DC, during the kingdom maps. So Nuremberg, Murata, that's during the kingdoms, not the governments and states. I'm talking about Indians. So, yeah, we drew that. That's exactly what looks like what happened to Richmond, Virginia in the Civil War. They didn't do that in no damn Civil War, no cannons. That means whatever that battle was in Nuremberg fucked up the whole Northeast coast. That's why they tell a whole fucking lie about white people fighting for sandcastles over angels. How do they leave that fucking out of their history? That they come from the kingdom of heaven. They gonna lie about everything else, won't they lie about that? Why is it implied that they have to lean on the Israeli Jew guy to validate who they are as Christians? Why are they leaning towards them? Why don't they stand on their own shit? If they know that they're the people of the book, then what you're saying is that if you believe that God created you, and that's because of that story in that book for angels, then what you're saying is you're a descendant of angels and that you are a bloodline that came from heaven. So why do they act like this? So that means these are the demons in hell then. At best. That I'm stuck in hell with a bunch of demons who ain't supposed to be here. Maybe. I don't even think they're related enough for that to be cool enough. Can I invoke the law of polarity in different species? You can't do good sharks and bad sharks versus good turtles and bad sharks. Apples and oranges, there you go. Quite literally, apples and oranges. We're comparing the wrong things. We live in two different environments. You have two different backgrounds, two different war stories, two different technologies, obviously two different maps and languages, but everyone's using ours currently. And I know it's ours because I'm King James' grandson. That's why they can't escape this. They can debate about human history and all that kind of shit. No. I'm King James' grandson. You're not us. Obviously. I've met us. So, the probability of them fixing their problem is none. They skip steps in the evolutionary process. They cheated, like they do now with everything else. They cheat to the top. And I think they try to do that genetically here. And then they fuck themselves, and now they're subdivided. Mentally first, as within so far. Yeah. They die too fast. They were the ones that only lived to their 30s. And we'll talk about angels. We used to live longer, hundreds of years. It's in our Bible, by the way. Yeah, that was us writing about us living for a long time. That never included them. They just got here and killed us. Why would we be thinking about the people that are going to come here to kill us? And eat us. Delectable Negro. You can read about it. Amazon. The Delectable Negro. Starting with Nat Turner's rebellion. Slave rebellion. Slaves are slaves. So Nat Turner, a hybrid, was helping white people get freedom. And they ate him. Skull and Crossbones. You know who Skull and Crossbones that is? Geronimo's. An Indian. A nigger. They ate him. They eat us. Just like the mummies they dig up. Different species. And they know that, obviously, if they're doing it. But they hide it in the occult and Satanism and all that dumb shit. No. They're vampiric species, whatever it is. But it's not in that Bible, is what I'm saying. They're not in that book at all. There's no salvation. None of that shit's true for them. They're not angels. Why would you need to get back to heaven for? You're not from heaven. What would you need to be saved? If you're stuck on a new planet and you want to go back up, and Michael comes down to save his brothers, and you're not the same species, then Michael ain't talking to you. Metatron and Enoch ain't talking to you. Jesus didn't stop the old law or nothing, or the old covenant. He was the fulfillment of it. And that was a long time ago. You don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. The covenant's a bloodline of angels. Like, the fuck are you talking about? You can't vote for that. You can't convert to that. You fucking or not. And can you have our kids? All right then. If it's nil due to racism, then your ass not even in the fucking Olympics of angels. They're stupid fucking people. So they believe this shit, and they're gonna civil war some shit on white Jesus over the idea. I get why black people don't understand the religion and all that shit, because it don't make sense. No. Y'all don't make sense. Because you're not acting like your damn self. Especially if your grandmother told you she was Indian. You might be in the bloodline of angels. Can you fucking imagine that? Can you fucking imagine that? All these people talking about their grandma in India. What are they really saying? This ain't that. But benefits. I know. I know it's hard out here, living like a god, acting like a monkey. But you want to be magical and spiritual. Even your goofy ass skipping steps. How about you just realize what you are first? How much fucking reading do you think it is? If I could freestyle it. People are assholes now. They don't believe in what they say they believe in enough. They can't even fucking quote what they believe. They don't even know what book to start in. They'll say John 3:16 and start talking about Valhalla. On Allah. You ain't got a Quran for that. Why are you speaking English? The Cherokee spoke Arabic. Mohammedans. Ishmael's an angel. That's why there's an L in his name. Isma-El. Mars. They're so stupid. They'd rather do 8 years of college than 1 semester and change of who they are. Yeah. I know. And they can't even be who they used to be. AKA, that's why they never became it. So that means their whole life was a dummy mission. And I've been saying that and saying that and saying that and saying that and saying that on fucking video for over 10 years. And people thought I was just saying shit. It's like, no, nigga, impossible. I've thought about all the angles that no one thinks about. And I'm just getting started. And they all really don't make fucking sense. That people do what they do and believe what they believe when it comes to the information. Because the information's wrong. And no one goes behind it and gets real information and says, let me go back and double check for my damn self. How the fuck would you even do that in someone else's language? And which one of these motherfuckers really knows language? Have you heard them talk it? No. They're just a professional that went to a prestigious college funded by Jewish people who lost all of their land again. The fuck? They didn't lose their land before. They were never Jews. They were never angels. So they don't have a story of going all over the world, being kicked out of nothing. It's a book about angels. Who the fuck are these people? What? See, they assume the name of it, and then you assume the story is them. And then you assume that, well, if the name's changed and their skill are changed, that shit still happened. No, that never happened to them. These motherfuckers came straight out the gulag or something. The fuck? What is their pedigree? They're not giants. They're not Egyptians. The sun wouldn't be fucking killing them. Look it up. 61% Israeli. The sun is fucking frying their ass. So they know they're not descendants of the Egyptians, so they cannot be Israel. Israel came out of Egypt, stupid. The fuck? We ain't talking about Africa. Africa wasn't always called Africa. You notice how this game is going with them? They're stupid because they stole it. Pirates. But they're not pirates from this planet. So they're even stupid in space. That's probably why they can't get back to their planet. I bet you they want to go back. I bet you. Elon Musk, NASA, all of them. I bet you they spend all that black budget trying to get the fuck back to their own planet. I bet you. I bet you. They try to keep a little digital crypto so they can do transactions when they get back to it. I bet you. I bet you that's why they don't give a fuck about this environment. I bet you. They really put all their eggs in a basket that them AI and quantum computers will get them back to where the fuck they come from. And then I go like, so y'all don't know about the story of the reptilians? The reptilians got kicked out of a different dimension. Oh, y'all ain't coast to coast enough for me. Well, let me remind you, when they flirt with the idea that there's lizard people with them, like Britney Spears says, that's what they mean by reptilian. We're serpentine. We're not reptilian. We're serpent, dragons, not snakes. Different story. So the serpent people, the reptilian people, the lizard people, the Vril society, those types, what they're getting at is that they're reptilians. Okay, cool, fucking story, I guess. Whatever. We would have that in us too, since we're the kings of space, but we'll go with it. But if the story that they tell about reptilians is that they got kicked, they're stuck down here on some Scientology shit because they were kicked out of their dimension. That's what them motherfuckers are talking about. They didn't get kicked out of hundreds of countries on fucking King James land. They don't know who fucking King James is. Speaking his fucking language. You wouldn't even know that King James had kids. And the whole time King James is Jesus. It's the bloodline of Jesus Bible, which is why when they added the story of Jesus, it became King James. Stupid people. Minding angels' businesses. Anyway, double entendres or something. You learn how to read it again one day, fucking Jewish person. So anyway, those people who are kicked out, land to land, whatever, they're talking about bloodline pedigree-wise, yeah, they come from a different dimension then. They ain't got shit to do with our little story here. We do not have the same beginning. Don't let them lie to you. They're not from this dimension. They're not from our design, I should say. Cool story, bitch. It's still ours anyway. It's ours, writing about our people and our God and our story and our planet and our heaven and ours. Ain't got shit to do with them. They don't have to believe in our God. Our God is still our God, part two. Like, it don't matter what whoever they made by does. They didn't make the same thing either. So why would the fuck would we care what anything else made by? If we're our God's people, honor our mothers and fathers. That includes the ones upstairs too. Like, it's a family Bible. Like, we're not talking about, I believe in a foreign idol. Ain't that why we were getting our asses kicked? We kept going reprobate and going to foreign gods and shit. And how the fuck did foreign gods get here? Through their bitches. So that's a different genetic expression. Which is what all their sins were for the kings. Getting some foreign bitch who has a different god than her. Right, a different angel. A different alien. Probably from a different origin. Different planet. That's what happens when you zoom out of this shit. You can mix Doja Cat by getting an African and a white girl. That don't make her Indian. It's an African and a white girl. Doja Cat ain't black American. She not American. She's African and white girl. Doesn't matter if she was born in America. It wouldn't matter if I was born in Japan. When you look at it like that, you understand everything people be saying for real. They're not worrying about. That's why they converted everyone to straw men. Like holding a straw. That's why their system includes a little bit of everything. They even got the monkeys voting. Quite literally, people who grow tails would be considered a primate. And they vote in the same politics. And you think that's a smart idea. People who were just living in trees 200 years ago. Okay, you want AI from them. That's weird. That's fucking weird, bro. You can't even tell me I'm a liar. Because that's their fucking science. And you can Google everything I'm saying. You can even go to Amazon and get the Melanin Conference books. They study everything I'm saying. They just can't believe that L in melanin comes from God, aka angels. That's what we keep saying. The children of the sun. And the sun is God. The son of God. That's my name, by the way. The son, Sonia. Yep. All we're saying is In our story, in our language, in our book about our family, all we're saying is we're the tribe of the people that come from that spaceship. Fuck what everybody else talking about. And then obviously, the Space Force took some time off. And then now they're coming back. Yeah. Yeah. The boys are back in town. You notice everything changed suddenly after all those UAPs set up in New Jerusalem. It ain't been the same since, has it? Nope. Nope, guys. They might be reptilian, but my ancestors are shapeshifters. On Sheba and Solomon. Those are giants, not people. Not humanoids, not little people, not boars, not even Moors. Solomon and Sheba at that timeline is they're talking about giants. They're talking about angels, dude. Noah's Ark is about the children of angels. Those are the few that were preserved for a new destination. The bloodline of Adam and Eve is giants out the garden, dude. Not little people. You assume that because you don't know there's different pedigrees of people. But if you knew there were different pedigrees of people, you'd be like, well, which ones do we get all the science and math from? The giants. So if you get science, math, technology, and weapons from giants, then what are they saying? You got them from angels. Why? Because giants come from spaceships. Oh my God, again. I want to solve it all for you. You go back to Egypt and look at it again if you want to. Look at the tall person. Yeah, they come from a spaceship. The end. What are they doing down here? Genesis, genes of Isis, begin. Isn't that Venus or Lucifer? I guess that's bad guys. Worse than your damn president? I doubt it. But yeah, same thing. Keep going, I guess. And then what are you? Which one are you on that pyramid? The little person on the pyramid drew that pyramid? Like that was their philosophy? Like the little guy, the smallest person in the picture could perceive the biggest guy in the picture. That's what you're saying. That the little people, the littlest people in the picture created all the arts and sciences, but referred to the big people that they didn't believe in. Shut the fuck up. If it was a land by giants, then it was the damn giants drawing this shit to begin with. Talking about this is how we created little people. Not how you little motherfuckers forgot giants. Like they're so dumb, bro. They can't even look at the signs correctly. Everything's upside down in their damn brain, including the fucking rainbow, apparently. Like, they damn brain can't do this shit. It's common sense, bitch. The niggas that came up with the language and the symbolism ain't the little niggas in the fucking picture then. The fuck wrong with people? The slave wrote the history. These niggas today, I guess. Yeah, this is what happens when slaves write the history. Quite literally. So yeah, hopefully that breaks some spells for you. There's no reason why the slave would be writing the story about gods. What the fuck would they know? And not that there isn't a lot of evidence that slaves tried. I'm saying that's the wrong source. You would have to go to something they call mythological. Did you know that mythological does not mean fake? It's just mythological to a monkey man, I guess. Because it wasn't their story or their ancestors. It would have to be their best guess. They literally are not the same type of thing, let alone people. That's what I be saying. I don't think anyone gets that for real. They still stuck in black and white world. It's worse than that. Not the same species from the same planet. They're trying to get to space, not our ancestors. We already documented it. We're from space. They think it starts with them, yes, while using our language. That's the part I'm highlighting. They can have a cooler story, but why are they using ours as a reference? That's the death. That's the bullshit. Kicked out one country, end up in someone else's ghetto, aka gate to a garden of the heart. Lilith, Philly, Thule society. Yeah, they don't belong here. Salone, I'm from Australia. I'd like to be my friend. Add me on Discord. That is a weird story. I don't do that. Mr. Now says, they talked about what happened in New York, but forgot what already just happened there. They were your size. Gave birth to Turs and then Mur size. Tur and Mur then gave birth to Sirs and Jurs, and they can't look backwards. They think it starts with them. Short-term memory loss. Let go of the past is their backwards interpretations of go to tell the past. Yeah. And then the past ain't about them. They think it's about black people. It's like, what's the point of whitewashing this shit? Oh, you're trying to hide who the sons of God are. That's why they make all the angels white. Why would the angels be white and Jesus be black? Why would the angels that they depict in all their religious and dogma stolen building systems and the dumbass statues they put up after the 1800s, why would they make all the angels white in your mind? If literally in the Bible, Jesus is a black guy. He's bronze, copper color, this color right here. If Jesus is my color, why would the angels be white people? If he's the son of an angel. So you're saying that a white angel came down and had a baby with a black woman? Are they trying to make this make sense in their damn head? The book of Enoch, a whole bunch of angels came down, and Jesus is the son of an angel, hence why he didn't have a dad that was a man. His dad was an angel. Cool fucking story, bitch. That's how you get sons of God downstairs. Who else could get a bitch pregnant besides the book of Enoch and all the angels that came downstairs? Like, yeah, like it's a mystery because they removed the book out of our book. Like, how the fuck you gonna make an apocrypha, monkey man? It ain't your fucking book. It ain't about monkey men. It mentions them, but it's not about them. Gods aren't about to go save sandcastles. They're talking about what's inside of them, bro. They ain't talking about our damn sandcastle. Since we got so many kinds of them. They're talking about what drives them. That's what he's saving. You know, your soleil. Light. Light from angels, like angles of light. Yeah, same story again. It's a light language. Genes are light codes. Alphabet is light code. Math is light code, bro. That's why they can't go faster than the speed of light. They're doing it wrong. Forget what we did over there, ask people. They wanted to make white bread. And they could. They could. They could have did everything they wanted to do. If we decided to move over here and get the fuck out their fucking face to begin with, they could have just kept their ass over there. My grandfather can move over here. No big problem. They can have it. Why they bring their ass here? Like they always on our dick, bro. It's annoying. We're suffering because they're stupid. That's my history. My history is these fucking evil homosexual faggots came over here making life miserable for everybody and extorted and molested everyone into Stockholm Syndrome. And I gotta wait for everyone else to figure out that shit. While talking about where's the Epstein files. I mean, you don't get it from the Mr. Peter Thiel and MK Ultra. They're fucking people that paid for your vice president to go to college. They don't even follow that shit. About their own shit. I know they ain't talking about our shit. That's why I can know their shit. It's stupid. It's easy to see. It's like, ooh, that's a conspiracy. Yeah, to a fucking idiot who don't fucking read. It's a conspiracy until you know it's facts. Then it's the fact that there's a conspiracy by the people who created conspiracies. CIA. Even that weirdo earlier, like, oh, that's weird. You haven't read the Bible, bro. And I love saying that to people because they know in their damn head they haven't. And then I ask the common sense question: why are you arguing about it? What are you mad about? Some shit you don't know about? You're defending the idea of shit. Fiat, money, belief. That's how I know it's true. That's what a straw man is. It's a person that doesn't use their brain. A worker, a doer, a believer. An entrepreneur. Another French word. Isn't that interesting? It's like the French came here and ruined everything for Indians. French-Indian War. Remember? The American Revolution led to a French-Indian War. Do you remember? So that's Africans versus Americans. In case you're lost. Afrinche is Africans. So it's Africans that went to war with us. Those are the black people. We're waiting for handouts from who? The white people. To this day. Everything French, up until the what? Boule. Those are black people. They're African descendants. I'm not those people. They can go to hell too. They can go to hell or go to Africa. Because they're the worst sellouts on this planet. Since they knew that side first. They got over here recently knowing what was left behind. We was over here the whole time. So they know what they left. And they brought it here with them, like fleas and shit. German cockroaches, them type of niggas. Yeah, fuck them too. That's your civil rights leaders and movements, the sellouts. They got rid of King and Martin, the other black people. Yeah, they're African descent, from French, Haiti. Hmm? Yeah. That's what the word French means. They're Africans. Attis, the Statue of Liberty, is an African French statue. Yeah. Yeah. And it's a boy, isn't it? It's a homosexual. Attis, look it up. Wikipedia. It's going to tell you the same thing I just said, right? And then you can get a different picture of him, the non-whitewashed one. You're going to see a black guy with curly hair and a broken nose. From Africa. Greeks. Mauritania. Northwest Africa. Mare. Not me. I'm a Khan. I'm an Afro-Asiatic. We're not the same thing. So they betrayed us first. Saint Maurice and all that shit. Yeah. Those are descendants of Africans. I'm not descendants of Africans. Just like you have two different types of white people in 200 years, trust me, you can have two more than types of niggas. At least, if we're the only ones here for thousands of years. So give us more than two classes. But what I'm saying very clearly is, I'm the American class. If those people came here, that's the American Revolution. Those are the first Moorish presidents. Huh? Those who mixed in with Africans. No problem with that, by the way. That's not what my problem is. Africans can be here if they have kids with us. Duh, that's how you merge kingdoms. My problem is they're the ones that brought everyone else here and turned against us. How the fuck they don't know what kings is? If they was here first fighting kingdoms. Why the fuck these niggas jump all the way back to Egypt, Africa? Knowing damn well if their daddy came here, he was looking for Jerusalem, and Jerusalem's next to Egypt. Bitch, what? That's a long way to go the wrong way if you were just at the right place. Dumbass. So even if you think about the impetus of being on that side to begin with, why would they be over here looking for those places on our map? Why the fuck would you come to America for a church if you're right fucking there where it begins, according to you? How would you end up in America trying to bring that shit here? That's the best you can do in the last 200 years? Why the fuck would you bring that here if you just left tyranny? So you left tyranny and you brought it here? Am I supposed to be fucking retarded with these people? Come on, Masons. Am I supposed to be retarded with you? On my grandmother's land in King James English, and I'm King James grandkid. That means I'm Solomon's grandson too, right, Mason? But I should listen to you. You mad at me for not doing the way things that you and these people who came here lately do things based on my grandfather's story, right? Like, you motherfuckers got a problem with me, his grandson. Imagine how fucking reprobate and fucking retarded you gotta be to get to this point in this storyline, and you find me. I get it. I get why things would be tense outside when I start calling people. Because I understand what I'm saying. I'm not claiming to be a special person. I'm not claiming to be the richest man in the world. I'm not a man. I'm calling angels. So for angels, my representation, because it's a book by angels for angels, so I'm not including no one else's thoughts in this. Would it notify angels and descendants thereof, if they're not on the right side of history this time, that their time is up? And they go straight to the oven, I heard. This game ain't the same, so neither are the consequences. So I ain't even worrying about the others this time. There's angels here, watchers. My significance, my existence means their time is up. Especially if this is what they left, while we were in our Sin Medea. Like, why are you waiting for us to come back into these bodies? The people left behind us, they let this happen. Their time is up. So if they already got them, then that means they were the power source, which is why the magic worked. Now you gotta look at a situation, well, if you cut the power supply, then the magic stops to work, right? And I'm noticing something. We're living in a timeline where all these people, they said the Illuminati and all the magic, that shit don't work. Look how much weight they losing. Why they keep taking scripts where they gotta lose 100 pounds? No one asked for a movie like that. They're getting sicker. They look like vampires before. Used to say that about Pharrell and everybody. And everyone they hang out with in Hollywood. They used to have a different look in their face, in fact. Now they're looking sicker. They rich already. They worry about the price of eggs suddenly? Or is it something else? They don't even have control of the consensus no more. They can't even sell records by themselves. You know how much more powerful a celebrity or a rich person could just say anything and it'll change the stock market? At least you're good for 10,000 if they're famous. They're not even good for 3,000 anymore. Have you noticed something? The same entertainers, they have like little rituals and weird shit that they do. Come on, you seen G Herbo and Juice WRLD too? Nation of Islam kids. Talk to me nice, Chicago. Noble Drew Ali and shit, my grandfather. I know you're a damn liar. He would be the captain of the divine council if he created it. Then that means he's aware he's an angel. Here we go again, more. They lie about everything. They're worse than the white people. If you ask an Indian. I had to deal with these niggas first. And they still ain't got a clue. That's what the real problem is. You can't fix this shit socially. It ain't black versus white. Motherfucker, I'm Indian. Who the fuck, who's winning, who? So when the black guy and the white guy crash out in the Civil War, do I get my grandmother's house back, please? Like, once y'all finish killing each other, cool. I can just go back to being normal. Because my stress doesn't come from the environment. My stress comes from the people who don't belong here. And that's unfair to me. They're sending other people home. Where the fuck they gonna send themselves when they're done? This ain't their home either. And they know the difference. They know that these people ain't from here. And we know per their history that they ass ain't from here. We need ICE to go grab them next. Motherfucker Donald Trump ain't from no goddamn America. He first born off the damn immigration boat from Nazi Germany. And his other baby mama from Russia. Ain't no fucking American blood in these niggas. They can go back to fuck where they come from, I guess. The fuck? They can't fight for America. They wasn't here when it was great. They're not American. They're all hybrids from a recent immigration. That's what's embarrassing. They voted for a foreign immigrant. And the same foreign immigrant is getting rid of immigrants. Do you see how fucking reprobate the whole system is? It makes no sense. Donald Trump from Nazi Germany was born in America, allegedly. Fresh off the boat. He has kids with foreigners. Ain't nobody he related to fucking American. Fuck wrong with you people? You know what a fucking nationality is? Nativity? Mother? Don't you need that to be a Jew or some shit? Fucking weirdos? It's the same for everything else, I guess. Mitochondria. None of them are American. Fighting about American policies. No, they're not. They're talking about the United States Service Corporation and how they fucking bank ain't got no value. And for the first time in the millennial 30 to 40 years, y'all just realized that they have never been talking about Americans. They use that word connotatively, but they're not talking about nothing but banking. Go back to every scandal, go back to every false flag, go back to every disaster. You had the same people involved in all of it, right? There's going to be the Epstein people and their whole family is for diseases and everything. You have Gates, Frederick T. Gates, Fauci, Planned Parenthood, through all of it. It's the same handful of fucking people, in fact. And you think that you're voting them against each other. It's a corporation. It doesn't exist. So how can you win a vote between something that doesn't exist? If it's keeping it together is the board, and the board is the family. It's in the family. Nepotism. Yeah. The board behind the corporations are the same family of people. Usually most of them. The same 1% of the people hold 80% of the wealth. That's what they're talking about. That's logical. Oh my God. They get over on dumb shit. But at least I know they're not angels. They're stupid. Compared to us. It doesn't make sense that they would play this game this way if they wanted to win. I could do it worse than them and win. If they wanted to be evil, but they would have to be able to use their testosterone, and they don't have any. Mr. Now says, forget what we did as people. It's a distraction from the Epstein files with the Elmo avatar. Somebody that breathes and talks to a straw. Jonathan says 3. Supposed to walk peg leg like him. G minus Jerbo Gorabur. Yeah, Gory Burr. So really giant and really little, halfway in between them. With the double jointed elbows and shit. Double jointed, interesting. Type of mutation, isn't it? Tells you everything. People used to have 6 fingers. It tells you everything. A lot of people are still born with tails when they're babies. It tells you everything. You start to understand what a circumcision is when you're trying to blend in with everything else. In the timeline where it's too hot to wear shirts. Can you imagine that? Like you're around a bunch of Indians. When the sun was in a different polarity. Now you understand everything. Reticuli. The zeta reticuli. Fuck them too. On my grandmother's land. What the fuck? Man. All their little secret societies and dumbass bloodlines from different planets. Your bitch asses brought your ass here. We didn't recruit you. What the fuck would we need you for? I don't give a fuck about them gray alien spaceships and those little tiny stupid discs. Fuck them too. They still got niggas out here on fucking Teslas. Like, fucking useless to have that technology for 100 years and you don't start a fucking business. Think about how fucking stupid they are. That'd be impossible. That means they're lying about that to you. There's no way you take an exotic technology like that and you've been reverse engineering it for a fucking 100 years, and you haven't done anything with it in the market. You trying to get fucking Mexicans to get tomatoes and you're sitting on exotics? How fucking dumb are these evil, selfish people? Like, they're not evil enough to do that. Like, they stop at like, come on, talk about the aliens. Go ahead. Bring out the spaceships. Go ahead, show them where you got that from. Show them what kind of math that uses, huh? They can't even break their own fucking lie. So they keep that secret by design. Like, if they showed you how that technology worked, that they are trying to reverse engineer, your whole system of math and science, you would know was instantly wrong. You can't make that technology with this math and science. This is only math and science in name. Because a bunch of idiots stole it, resampled it, hip-hop, remix. It's not the real thing. That's why we keep finding problems with it. There's really problems with it. But we are finding problems with it. Imagine who we are, type of thing. So yeah, they ain't got that in they ain't got that in their language model. They ain't got that in their bloodline. They definitely ain't got that in no goddamn computer. So there's nothing they can do. They can't fix this problem. They're gonna have to lie into a better lie with better benefits or something. I don't know how they're gonna pull it off. But it ain't gonna be about creating businesses, I promise you. They even know where to start. They've been stealing and storing so much stuff. And this time we found the problems and got the solutions to those math issues, yeah. The math proves that they're liars. And now none of what can we do about it, people are here to hear it. Yeah, no one's even pushing back on this shit. Yeah. Am I from India? The first one, yeah. The real one. The land of angels and Ingas and indigenous people from Jupiter, yeah. I'm a bloodline of Hindus, yes. Absolutely. How'd you guess? I didn't look African enough for you? Mr. Now says, they failed the solution portal jump while being the most annoying ones about a solution. They failed the solution portal jump while being the most annoying ones about a solution. Yeah, they brought all of our attention to that. We have a problem, we gotta fix it. And we have a timeline and a deadline. We need extra funding. We need these special projects. We need this Paris Accord, and we need this, and we need $1 billion there and $1 million there. And we found out that we pocketed it so we can fuck on little people. You know, Al Gore and all of them. They did that to go to Haiti and Epstein Island. Like, that's what they did with your climate money. Fucked on kids. That's the only news story coming out, right? That for, at least for millennials, our generation, that all the adults were just taking all of that fiat that they owe billions a day of now, is to get away with fucking on children. Have you come to that conclusion yet, at least? About reality? That your people in power have a fetish with little people and they were willing to kill and spend a lot of money to do that. Like, not just the fact that they got a fucking something wrong with their mind and their attraction apparatus, but the fact that they pay millions of dollars to do it. Like, y'all haven't, like, caught up to speed. Like, that's way too many people every fucking day on a goddamn list, on a fucking social media bust of a sheriff county. Like, there's just too many of the people that come here to rape, pillage, steal, and destroy, still doing it, but to the tunes of millions of dollars. Have you woke up yet? That everyone in that bitch is guilty. To that, at least. To that crime right there. Because that's the crime that they're covering up, right? So if you're covering up, you're guilty. Like, because we're talking about a justice system with ultimate Supreme Court justice and constitutions and freedoms and stuff. Anti-slavery. But they're protecting human traffickers, right? Put a 3 in the chat if that's what the fuck the story is about Epstein and everything around him. Is that these are human traffickers who you elect into office and they spent millions of tax dollars fucking on kids. 3 in the chat if that's what the story is. Let's see how woke people really are. Mm-hmm. That's a weird problem. That's a weird fucking problem. That we're waiting for the foot to drop or for the next chapter in this story and how they're going to save the debt and deficits by relying on motherfuckers who wasted millions of dollars fucking kids. That's like all of your society problems. It turns out to be the people running your society. Do you understand where you are? What are they distracting you from? That they're weak-ass vampires that need children. At the very least. Before you get into politics and red versus blue and green, you got to deal with that shit. That y'all keep electing pedophiles. Waiting for justice. Waiting for shit to add up. A nigga that's turned on by a 6-year-old boy. That's who you're relying on. Peter Thiel's and Mark Zuckerberg's and all the motherfuckers that steal all your photos out your DMs, including those of children. These are the people who learn how to hack by being on the dark web. Miss me with the bullshit. They hire them at OpenAI. The same niggas distributing that shit on the dark web. Developing the language model. Imagine that shit. Who the fuck else? Like, this shit solves itself. Your tech pros are also pedophiles. All them people in power with the fake money and fiat. That's their vice. That's their dark web. Human trafficking. The pictures, too. That's why the boy who killed himself with all the crypto said that he would be planted with the fake material on his laptop and his girlfriend would do it. No, that nigga really had that material on his laptop. He a dark web boy. The doomers and gloomers. They're dark web. They're hackers. They're AIs, OpenCI, all that shit. They're all the same type. Personally, the type of white boy they are. They're pedophiles. So they put all the pedophiles in power of technology. And you wonder why AI sucks. Motherfuckers like little boys. Like their brain pattern. Like, you gotta start there. Start there. The same motherfucker that thinks a little baby's attractive then has to design solutions and businesses. The same brain gets to write off on that. Like, do the fucking science one day. It's not a little gray area of sinning here. It's a whole fucking problem with their genetics. They normalize it. They pay millions of dollars and they protect each other. So it's not like going to moral court at your grandma's house. This is like a whole society that parties like that. That's their secret. That they're reprobate. It's not because they're smart or have cooler technology. No. Now they're dying of blood-borne diseases, like HIV and AIDS. That's why Ozempic is popular. Someone spiked their punch. Someone spiked the baby oil. That's why they captured it. He never went to jail for that, did he? Everyone that party with him know that baby oil is drugs. except for the FBI. So the FBI haven't gotten to the criminal case about the drugs part, just whether or not Cassie lied. You see how fucking full of shit the whole thing is? They took all those baby oil bottles, which everyone that parties with them knows is drugs. So like the FBI intelligence agency would look for that. Did they test it yet? Or did they show you a fucking third-party lawyer that don't know Diddy to tell you about Costco and shit? And then niggas started running about it like fucking parrots in a zoo. You see what the game is? Radinites, yes. Another clan, yep. And then none of that is us. Yeah, boy. So even with the Diddy trial, they hid the biggest thing. All them damn drugs. Who's putting all them drugs in them baby bottles? They ain't worth an investigation? You can get a girl on a Joe Budden podcast to tell you that she's seen it. Ask her. Ask anyone that's partying in Miami if they've seen that before. The FBI hasn't heard of this? You see what I'm saying? There's something wrong if they keep protecting pedophiles. With your FBI. What do you think is wrong with your FBI? Who do you think runs it? If they're investigating the crimes, but they're working for the people that are doing it, that would mean they're compromised, right? Although the United States doesn't own the FBI, which is more interesting. It's only like a board, like 13%. Real life. So this foreign corporation that's assisting your government, that your tax dollars pay for, anyway, no matter how much they own, you pay for it, right? That's how the Ponzi scheme works. So you notice how like everyone your hard labor pays for in the Ponzi scheme are compromised and extorted based on kiddie bullshit. You want to wait for the revolution after they fuck up the money further? Or do you need moral cause one day to understand what you're being called to understand and pray about? You're not saving your world from people who are stupid or evil or racist. You're asking God for divine judgment against these fucking pedophiles. It's all of them. It's a society. It's the only way you get into their level. They compromise you on video. Massage shit. Epstein, Israeli, whatever the fuck that means to a sandcastle. Those are not God's children. They did not write that Bible. They're not fucking in it. They're not children of angels. That's why they're such sexual deviants. And they were punished with their no-no parts. Yet and still, eunuchs and mamelukes, back at it again. You're enslaved to eunuchs and mamelukes. A military of pedophiles. Captain Hooks. Barbary Wars. Civil War. Same time period. So it's not just piracy. It's not just hackers and technology. It's the people that are doing all the shit to the kids. You'll never get an Epstein list. It doesn't fucking matter. Because you're missing the fucking point. All of them are on it. There's nothing to investigate if everyone is on it. Someone would speak up. If they're all innocent, if any of them on that list were innocent, they would speak up like, yeah, I've heard things. And it's not like little things like, oh, I heard they make money on the side selling drugs. No, it's like all these missing people. But I want to fly back there 50 more times. I don't know anything. I didn't even get people like pull me, like my wife who divorced me for going there. You know, those type of stories, right? Bill Gates and Melinda. Like, why would she divorce him for going there? Chris Tucker, why would Melinda divorce Bill Gates for going to Epstein Island too much? You've been there a lot. What about Sean Carter? You've been there a few times. You didn't hear these things? Niggas having like peep game about things like this? Like niggas just stop peeping game when they're flying with white people? Why were niggas flying with white people? What were y'all gonna get from Epstein Island? Like, why y'all hanging out with white people? This is like during Def Comedy Jam era and shit. Niggas was in the streets with do-rags on still. We talking about back then. Why would you be hanging out with white people on Epstein Island? You didn't find that to be weird? Like, y'all niggas is scared to walk through certain neighborhoods. Y'all want to fly a private plane to a pedophile island? Y'all don't find that weird? It don't matter what the fuck they did. What type of nigga get on a private plane to fly with some Jews to a pedophile island and not find that weird, as paranoid as niggas are? So that means they're perfectly okay with all the rumors. You understand everything. It doesn't matter what they did or didn't do. Do you know niggas who don't go to the wrong neighborhood at a certain time, but they'll go on a private jet to Epstein Island full of white people by themselves? Does that make sense? Okay. 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 White people are good as long as they have money, I guess. Them niggas, right? Actionable items niggas. That don't make no fucking sense. Not for no niggas from the projects. Born in the 70s. Please. Fucking please. They all gotta be okay with something. Or they got to do it because they on tape with something else. Yeah, it's extortion. Those contracts included, by the way. That's why you never see them. They complain about the contract they end in 360, but you notice to this day, no one's uploaded one. You don't find that weird? Hundreds of people, thousands of people signing stupid contracts, and all you hear about the podcast is about the contract fucking you over, but they haven't shared one contract yet. Ain't that impossible? For the contract to be the problem? Like, I didn't read the part. They always talk about they didn't read the contract. Every fucking artist for the last 20 years. And not one of them have showed you the contract. You don't find that weird? You see what I'm saying? It'd be right in front of you. It'd be right in fucking front of you. Common sense be right there at the front door. And then common sense don't answer. So what's going on? Why wouldn't they? Oh, they're complaining about something. But they know damn well they ain't going about to break that contract by showing you. You would notice all the witchcraft. Right away. And then, unironically, you would have saved all the new artists who just got fucked over. You know, the new kids that get signed to a fucked up contract. And the older people who are signed in the same fucked up contract didn't warn them. So that's sort of like being an accomplice, right? They've been talking about it since the 90s. They still haven't showed us what the problem is. They make it sound financial. All right? It's financial. You didn't get enough money, but you sold 1 million records. How's it financial? Well, they're screwing you over. Then what's all this shit Ray J talking about? What should? What's all this shit people talking about with Diddy? What's all this shit that people talking about Clive Davis? How come every last single story of the richest people in that industry involves homosexuals having their way with little boys trying to be famous? And they wonder why Hollywood is going out of business. They push all that DEI and LGBTQ to hide the pedophiles. We've been told you that, didn't we? They put the other taboos in front of you so you can argue and bicker about that, and then that fog of war hides the pedophiles who got all the casting couches for little people, Disney and everything. Remember Justin Timberlake? They do it to all of them. Drake and Josh and all of them. They tell you that too, right? Macaulay Culkin is telling you, right? The dude from the Lost Boys, both of them. That's Harvey Weinstein too. Come on now. They've been doing that the whole Hollywood, and the women was right there letting them. You notice the women ain't speak up about that shit. Yeah, of course they can't prosper no more. They're demonic. They're worse than any damn demon in the Bible. They did all that shit for free. Fiat. Now they ain't having it. Abracadabra, bitch. That's why. You should have never had any if you just let all these fucking children die in front of you. These people are evil. We ain't talking about people in the unseen government and secret society. No, the actual famous people you're dealing with that are losing everything. You don't just lose it all for no reason. You don't have millions and billions of dollars and all of a sudden you're at the bottom already. That's not how none of this shit works. These motherfuckers are convicted. They're evil. And they can't be held to justice. That's the secret. They're all in it together. So They can arrest other people on a state or incorporated county level to make you seem like there's progress with the matter. That ain't where the problem started. The problem's at the top of your ladder. The top of your ladder is the corruption. It's not American people. It's not black versus white. It's none of that. It's that all those different groups haven't been here long enough to know who's lying, obviously. But I'm telling you, as an Indian, those people at the top of your pyramid today are not the people that were here 150 years ago. So until you do that amongst us, imposters amongst us, you understand why all the imposters amongst you are into the same thing with the Vatican, Catholic, kitties, and all that shit. Queen of England, too. Prince Andrew, look it up. Prince Andrew was the #1 stunner at Epstein Island. Mm-hmm. Prince Andrew liked them young. Mm-hmm. There was all kinds of stories about it. But clout and title, there'll never be justice in a two-tier justice system. So he gets to walk around with his fat fingers and all his blood-borne diseases. He's retarded as a 12-year-old. You should watch his interviews. Royal bloodline stuff. Giving birth to retarded people, not autistic. He classically retarded. And they give him little kids. Prince Andrew retarded. It has tons of cases about kids. I'm talking about the King of England, theoretically. In their system that they made up. He would be the King of England who's a retarded pedophile right now in 2025. Tell me I'm lying. So the king of wherever the fuck they lied about coming from, right now, is a sickly, dying, retarded pedophile. Right now. Their royal bloodline. Like right fucking now. In real fucking time. Tell me I'm lying. Prince Andrew, look him up. Retardation and pedophilia go hand in hand. It does. I signed an NDA, of course you did. But you're freaking out about the contract. But the NDA stopped you from not freaking out, I guess? The fuck? They're full of shit. No one can match their freak. They should stop vaccine. The 360 deal will make it a non-disclosure 360 coverage of evil shit. Yep. Probably even got a bonus for introducing them to other 360ers. I signed an NDA. So everyone's pushing that LGBT as low-key pedophiles. They're covering for them. Birds of a feather flock together and protect each other. They do. Terranor says, everyone getting recommended by the algo on social media is in it too. Yep, at least many of them. Yeah, any of them who get to meet and shake hands and party and get seen on camera, which is entering their contract. So anyone who can enter their contracts, and then you look at who's behind Kai Cenat. Oh my God, his management team, they're the same people. So what do they do with that little boy when he's acting like a little faggot on Vine? Why would they recruit him? Why Ray J think it's appropriate to talk about taking a shower with a grown man? They ain't fucking funny enough for me. Oh, it's funny. They're acting sus. There's other ways to act sus, I guess, but that one's not funny. I remember fucking MySpace and Raz B from B2K telling you niggas the same thing. Motherfucker said he was crazy. Raz B was telling the truth. And he could be crazy too. That type of shit, if it happened to you as a kid, would make you crazy too. So he can be crazy in telling the truth. And he was, obviously. Ray J's telling me about Sugar. Telling the truth, obviously. That their whole secret society is based on other people stealing booty from people who wanted to be famous or rich. That's the game. That's like the reason why we can't make it to the other side. Like, we're not willing to be gay enough. Mm-hmm. 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 But they do it to children. Hmm? I thought that was illegal. It seems like the FBI would have a job to do. The CIA would have pictures. The NSA too. But, you haven't heard no bust yet. Hmm? Who are they signed to and who are their lawyers? Hmm? The same Nazi Germans. They wasn't here before that. I'm fucking Indian. These people didn't come up with us. They don't even know who the fuck I am. Poof. So yeah, this is all that Johnny come World War I and II shit. And that's what they did for their fucking mind control and extortion. Hence why it's Epstein and Mossad and Maxine's father, Murdoch's and all of it. Fox, Another news agency, brand new. You should find out when they were created for their propaganda station. Registered as entertainment, by the way, not even news. News and name, registered as entertainment. Loopholes in contracts. Get it? At least many of them, yeah. Yep, and retardation and pedophilia in hand. No one older than 8 would entertain talking to someone retarded like that. True story. Mr. John says, no one noticed the dude that was always around Kai, twice as tall as him and always shirtless, but then would map their success story. Why is shirtless 6'3" man running around in a cold city with a little boy comedian? The question answers itself. There's no good reason. There is no reason. All reasons are suspicious. All reasons intonate incompetence, retardation, or some bullshit. Like, even the fact that you ask that question is so profound. Like, that don't look right. Why? It's just a grown-ass man walking around shirtless with a little boy. Yeah. That used to be common sense back in the day. Can you fucking imagine that? That you making an obvious observation of some shit being ill is like now debatable. Like, that's what they debate. They don't debate that the money is fake, but they debate that, oh no, nah, that could be ill, but I'm going to show you how it can be positive because I'm so used to lying as a narcissist. Debates is just narcissists fucking practicing future lies that they're going to tell. And it's not even that hot there. He was in New York, rainy day, cold. Yeah, 360 ill. Yeah. All those damn STD billboards up in Atlanta. Who was in Atlanta again? Every celebrity you can dream of. All of them moved to Atlanta. Mm-hmm. All of them moved to Atlanta. They don't live in Hollywood. They live in Atlanta. Beyonce laptop got stolen in Atlanta. They all in Atlanta for real. Atlanta, Charlotte. It used to be Miami for tax purposes. Maybe a condo in Vegas and a restaurant, and then Los Angeles area. But they be in Atlanta. And that's where all the fucking crime and homosexuality and all the weird shit was in. And they're like, I want to live there. Extra crowded, full of STDs and gay shit. Yeah, can't wait to go there and retire. What kind of sane man does that? What opportunities? Marvel? Then why they keep flying to Hollywood? A lot of drugs there. Same story. Pirates. Underground, though. You wouldn't know it. Now the overground is leaving. What does that mean? The plug to the underground is unplugged. Hello? Demons. They're dying off. Think about all the companies that left Georgia. Atlanta, full of black people. And around the same time that Marvel is leaving, what just happened to Big Meech's son? Black Mafia family out of Atlanta, Georgia, correct? P. Diddy was out there, right? That's where his bodyguard got killed, right? They've been there for a long time, since the 90s, right? Yeah. We know. So you have to understand the underground story. An underground story never makes the news. That's kind of weird. So you never have the full story, do you? So isn't that interesting? That at the same time that all those companies suddenly don't have enough energy to stay in Atlanta because of healthcare, then people will say, fuck the healthcare. I want to keep the job, you know? You can vote for that on a government level, I thought. Why don't you just bring it to a vote, stupid? You think all those people want to lose their job working at Marvel? Anyway, so instead of doing that, at the same time, Little Meech get arrested for millions of dollars of fraud. How he doing if he busy acting and dating Summer Walker? Sleep on his cousin on ring cameras or something in apartments. Like, how the fuck he get millions of dollars of fraud? Look it up. Little Meech just got grabbed for millions of dollars of fraud. Remember, his dad is Big Meech from Black Mafia. He's an actor with 50 Cent and stars and shit. And he got arrested for millions of dollars on some Fetty Wap shit. You gotta understand the scale of his charges. Not the fact that he would do fraud in Atlanta, but the fact that he's up there with it while he's an actor on camera. That he would even have to do that if he's making so much of that money from his contract with TV and 50 Cent. Obviously, it's not enough. but he has way more in fraud charges than he made in his damn career. Tough. I mentioned he was the Black Mafia family's son. Tough. In Atlanta. Tough. And at the same time that the big businesses are leaving, they're going down during a RICO trial centering on Young Thug, connecting to all of them. Tough. Tough. They all know each other. They have to. These are the children of the Black Mafia family. Tough. So as the Black Mafia family is snitching on each other and starting to get different charges on different members and their kids, the big corporations that money launder are moving away to UK now, where the boys are starting to drill. Bad man ting. So now Atlanta's cover is on. Hmm? Yep. It's all connected. It's a network. Obviously, you don't gotta be fucking CIA to solve this shit. They publish the damn headlines. Underground also means you can reach through the submarine without coming up from the water to the shore. And they suggest that to you. Millions of dollars. And it was like, well, how much is in their contract? You be forgetting these fucking people who make millions of dollars, then it filtered through their contract. It's not $1 million after their contract terms. So if you're a contract with a manager, a label, a publisher, and all this shit that people are pimping you to be famous, right? You're working with all these people and squeezing your check with them because they're making you famous. So you don't get that you don't get that $1 million to yourself. It's a $1 million contract, right? But you got to split it with this person, that person, that person. And then whatever's left, you get taxed on. That's how much money you got in your pocket. But you are worth $1 million to your team. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You're a lawyer and everything. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. They might see $50,000 out of that contract. You saw TLC, then we had like even on New Edition, right? They sold millions of records. Percents and points on all they publishing. And still left with a check with a few pennies. Remember those stories? They love VH1 stories. They weren't paying attention to the business, trying to be entrepreneurs. What the fuck wrong with people? They don't make no fucking money is the point. The corporation does. That they're signed to. I wish motherfuckers would listen to us. Why they keep complaining about how much the fucking contract sucks. Because they made millions of dollars for the contractor. Yeah. The person in charge got those millions and billions of dollars. Yeah, Birdman got that shit from Drake in an escrow. Yeah. Not Drake himself. Why do you think everyone was like, oh yeah, I'll just sell merch? Or I'll just do the things with the fucking Chitlin circuit on the tours. So like when if your artist has a Live Nation concert, that's in their contract, 360 bill. It don't matter how much tickets sell to the artist. But in that tour date, they might do some other shit. Like such and such is going to do a fucking club appearance. And then at a club appearance is $10,000 to $40,000 in cash. That's just the artist, the manager, and their team, security, and whatever makeup or whatever the fuck, whoever they're rolling with, their entourage. That's where they make their money. Their money that they're showing off is from all those nondescript city tours and meeting people, hood, the underground, drug dealers laundering money through clubs. That's how the artist makes their real money. How much they're worth and how much their records sold and all that bullshit you see in the headlines, that's for the corporations and stock market. Cardi B would not be busting her ass right now doing all the Chitlin circuit shit if however many records she's streamable and willing to sell will pay her rent. That don't make her good or bad. That's just what the business model is. That even her record label talking about, we want to ax 90% of our staff, but we want to sign Hillary Duff. Atlantic just signed Hillary Duff. What, to do an album with Travis Scott? Like, whose demographic is that? And then right now, Weeknd is trying to sell his catalog, the most valuable thing he got. He's trying to sell it for $1 billion. That does not make him a billionaire. He don't own his catalog. His record label does. So why is his record label trying to sell his catalog? They're liquidating. Okay. So let's say theoretically it's $1 billion. How much do you think he get? It depends on his deal with Republic. Republic gonna get theirs first. He gonna buy himself out of his contract. He gonna split his points with everybody who's on the publishing and behind it. And that, oh my God, Weeknd is a billionaire. No, nigga. Weeknd is a product. Abe is not a billionaire. Weeknd is. Abe is the character known as the Weeknd, but the Weeknd is a product for a record label. The record label will take that $1 billion and do the differences in the long divisions, and they'll cut him a check for something, I hope, but it will not be nothing close to $1 billion. There is no record label that high, not even Cash Money's. They're at least taking half of that pie. Pause. So you understand the bigger that number is, the more exciting it is, yes. But also it could be for the artist, you know. It's better than $1 million deal, and you only get 30,000. So yeah, $1 billion is good for a company. They're selling it, it's business to business. They're selling the catalog from a record label to another tech company. It's business to business. That just shows you how much interest the Weeknd had in terms of investing. Whether from the people, the fans, or the different, that's why these 360 deals are important, because they weren't just doing direct to fans no more. They're using that music and that icon and those features and appearances and the red carpet. That's part of business too. For him to show up at certain events to get more people to pay attention, it's all in their shit. They're called to do it. That's not their ideals. I'm sure they can co-produce it, but they won't have to do something. Same story. A lot of people don't know that. It doesn't matter how many records they sold. Their contract sucks. It goes to the record label first. That's why so many of them, like Fetty Wap, get caught up with drugs. They still gotta sell drugs to keep up their lifestyle. The records are not enough. LL Cool J says, dang, I thought he was set for life with acting. So essentially the foundation is tumbling, therefore the top is falling as well. Yes. The top is falling and the foundation is already gone. It's a free fall, like a 9/11. A giant game of guess who. Hello, brothers. Probably 50 million at the end of it, and it's 50K for 1 million. It's 50 million to $1 billion after tax. Yep, he had to change from his own tea company to Nespresso or to make more money quicker. Yeah, because he ain't gonna be able to sell no more records. Do I get better at sitting with discomfort? Is barely living worth comfort? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You should start with like likes and hellos, bro. How are you doing, white guy? You like it down here in Europa today? Talk to me nice. What you got going on? Shout to Dandara. Salute. Yeah. Don't worry, they got us all. It ain't just you. They got me the longest. I've been trying to figure it out my whole life. I had time for it. It took me a good 10 plus years before I really started to follow together. Then I go, oh, that's what this is. This is why they lie. There isn't a better answer. They're incompetent. So they're not lying about the truth. It's a different problem. They're not denying the truth. They don't know it either. They're lying because there's no truth. That's a whole different story. It's pathological. Our system is pathologically dishonest. It's not choice. It's not like, oh, this person came up with this lie to defend, protect, or no. They're going to lie because they don't know. They're going to lie because they don't care. And they're going to lie because they have more than you. AKA, they're treating you like an animal, like you're not entitled to the truth. That's one level. That's when you start to think the Illuminati and all this shit you hear about is a smart group. No. Imagine the Illuminati is stupid. They're just secret. Two things can be true. They're a secret organization of stupid people. More often than not, right? Because who wants kids? You understand something? So, secret organization of stupid people that does very uncouth shit. Nah, they're lying to you because they're dumb. They don't know the answers either. Especially not now. These are not the ones that set it up. These are their kids and their new associates. Yeah. As long as you understand that part, you'll understand what we're not trying to do here. We're not trying to awaken and revolutionize and tell the truth and get people to see it. It wouldn't matter. The people in power will still lie to you. And not because they know a better answer. In fact, if you debate with people like that, they just learn it for the first time listening to someone like me or watching debates about it. They don't know. That's not their benefits package, just like a 360 deal. How many people are on a record label on a 360 deal and then still tell your ass after being all the Facebooks and all the MySpace timelines where they say that those 360 contracts are ass, what do you always see? Some clown ass motherfucker that says, well, I'll take a deal like that. I'd rather be famous. And then you get what, 200 more signed artists since 2009 and shit to a 360 deal exclusively, and they're all going around sad like they didn't know the 360 deal was bad. Doesn't that sound fucking stupid? They could be gifted and talented and intelligent in other areas. Usually that's how art students are. But when it comes to common fucking sense, math and science, they're fucking stupid, aren't they? That's my point. And the ill thing about magic and spirituality, it's the latter. It's math and science. So the people stupid to math and science are also in the hidden societies that think they're doing math and science. Now you start to see why it's falling apart from both. The foundation of it being a lie, because they're not Indians or angels, and then the top part of incompetency, that they can't fix the bottom and the top of the pyramid at the same time. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know it's crazy that no matter what happens to us, we still gotta raise this retarded baby. Our problem is genetics. You realize that if you switch to scientists, we don't have a money problem, but we do have a genetic one. Something went wrong and it's killing them, and they're lying about it. Might as well ruin my physical asshole for the sake of fake money that I won't have when I need to get a new stomach lining off of the insurance. God damn it. I actually knew a boy. I worked with a boy like that at Apple. He used to be in the Air Force too. What was his name? Darian. He told me that. He had to get that surgery. But he had that Air Force insurance to get it. Imagine how many people don't. His fucking intestines was twisted. Bad. From just having gay sex in the military. Air Force. He got his intestines twisted in the Air Force. By gay officers from the Air Force. Don't miss that. He was a kid. Like 17, 18. I met him when he was 21, 22. He told me everything. More than I wanted to know. And then he ended up getting that surgery. That's crazy. Crazy thing is he only dates white guys. A black kid raised by niggas dates rich white guys. Like a pattern. Yep, because those tools those officers use are traumatizing stuff. They're not scarred for life through normal sex. They're getting impaled for a bonus. Yep. Freaky frogs and fetishes on top of that. Yep. That's the dark web. A lot of it is the videos of that stuff, in case you guys are not curious enough. I unfortunately was a kid one time on Kazaa and Nutella Network and Merc Chat and all that shit. I done seen more than I needed to see as a kid. That's what they were using the internet for the whole fucking time. So imagine the damn videos they're hiding. Y'all don't understand how bad the videos you can find are. So imagine the videos they're hiding that they're scared of, that they won't talk about justice for kids. Millions of them. Then you start to understand how high it is. That their only wiggle room is when one of them, that was the fucking extorter or the biggest vampire narcissist, is when they die off. And then they like, woo, valve pressure. They'll stop talking about this and I ain't got to start talking. And meanwhile, they don't get dementia either way. Yes, they're that nasty. They record this stuff, man. And they trade it with each other. And they pay for it. And they'll pay others to make certain videos. No different than a girl on OnlyFans. They make all their money off of requests, right? Just like a tarot reader or any of us that are content creators, you know, consults and stuff. Well, imagine these criminals with no coof, half monkey genetics, and then someone gets to pay you to go hurt somebody else and record it and send it back to the person that paid for it. Now you understand what crypto is. They pay people to hurt people and then record it. Like, that's rich nigga. That's what they're modeling Squid Games and Katniss and that shit off of. Hunger Games. It's not a dystopian world that looks like that. It's the world you live in already. If you're on the dark web. Like Elon Musk and Signal and the guy that created Twitter, like they are, since they were kids. And that's all that's there. And they keep telling you that, but it's like, if you know, you know. Just like the fake bullet inscription was like a Reddit, if you know, you know. Yeah, if you know that these hackers are from the dark web, you know they're all kids of pedophiles. That's all they trade and sell. That's the only thing of value, I should say. It's not the only thing you can sell. That's the only thing of value. You know they don't waste their time with things that are not valuable. So of course, what the fuck you think has been going on? That's why they're cursed, by the way. They thought they can get away with it, I think, because of money or something. But it's rookie mistakes. I hated that scene in the Undercover Cop movie in Too Deep, yeah, with LL Cool J's little Masonic ritual with the rolled up pants legs and the pool tables. Yeah. Then you have all the Masonic cartoons of them doing the same damn thing in the 1800s. Those are people that came here and took over the government, by the way. All of them are in the same societies, overlapping, whether it's bloodline or lodges. End up going to the same churches, go to the same high school as the captain. It doesn't matter if you joined it. You went to school with their kids. You're in it as a society, not a member. You don't have to be a joiner if your whole neighborhood is that. It's like, it doesn't matter. Just here goes our Indian associate. Fuck. It doesn't matter if you're sworn in. You defend it. All your Eastern stars and all your boule and all your incest aunties and all that shit's a side effect of the thing that I'm talking about, ain't she? Yeah, a lot of that's initiation. Can you imagine that shit? That's why they're so mad and quiet. You know they got hurt. You don't know that they signed up for it. That'll drive a person to lose their mind. That you signed up for it as a kid, and then it wasn't what you thought it was. And then you gotta stay silent, and then no one's gonna believe you. And then other people are threatening you, and now other people that could co-sign are dying. You lose your mind too. Who would you tell? People that are gonna call you crazy? How could they help? Britney Spears and everybody else. Same story. That's not because like people just turn evil because they have a lot of money. No, that is that society who's in power. That's their thing. That's what they've been doing according to their history, going their direction. I don't know where the fuck they come from, but that's the story they keep telling. Talmud and everything. That's the story they keep telling. Man, it's not ours. Who was over here, nigga? I'm Indian. What the fuck is that got to do with me? Not a damn thing. That fucked our world up. Have you noticed something? So yeah, it's demonic. It's not just for getting their jollies off. They're trying to harvest mana, if you will. I know you've heard that part. That's ritualistic. That's witchcraft and warlock stuff. Tied into perversions of the root chakra and the sacral. It blocks people's hearts off. Tough. That creates narcissism, doesn't it? So you wonder why these people in power with money are narcissists. But you gotta think about their booty hole first. Being violated as a kid gave them the predestination to become narcissists, like most sexual abuse victims are. You ever notice why narcissists are usually women? Talk to me. Talk to me. You'll start to understand everything really quick, won't you? Think about how many narcissistic girls that we had to deal with as men. Put it on paper, and then do a beeline in another column that says, were they accosted as children? Yes, 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 yes. Correct? That the reward for this lifestyle in this secret society is to keep breeding narcissists, vampires. You see how it loops everything all over again? The abuse, the victim, hurt people, lies, shame, masking, secrets, extortion, murders, allotments, insurances, and the whole game and life that they're living is a parallel to you. So you're talking to people who are in that lifestyle, that they were molested, that they were accosted, and that they're surviving. Now, you know the story about the one that turns into a crackhead because they don't have support. But you don't hear about the ones that go to Hollywood and Atlanta and make a lot of money. Different sport. Both have a problem with narcissism from ritual abuse. So it's not even a mystery to me. Like, it's like, okay, banana, squash banana keeps happening, same dramas. Yeah, Mamelukes, eunuchs, 1800s, by the way. It just happened. That's how fucked up the history is. When you realize you don't know the history at all. Because of these niggas. And the women that sent them. It was women that sent them, by the way. If you're trying to figure out why the women in Hollywood and stuff are not stepping up, they come from a matriarchy. That's why the cucking and simping came with them. They come from a matriarchal design of their zeitgeist, of their governmente. I think is, what's her name, Persinia? St. Maurice, Mulan, all that story. DEI, LGBT, yeah. It was an African woman that sent them here, the homies. Just less than 200 years ago. Don't miss it. I ain't talking about a long time ago. We ain't got to talk about a long time ago. I'm talking about these niggas here today. They just got here recently. Their story is not our stories. It's not the same history. So I'm sticking to their ass. The people you have the problem with, all the fake fiat. These niggas, they just got here. Who think fiat of a fiat and making your fiat digital is going to be a good idea. No. They have a mathematical problem. They don't have enough people to justify how much debt they have. And they think they're going to save their debt by killing off people or letting people, like, not try to preserve them, we should say. It'd be a kind way of dealing with idiots. So yeah, you got an idiot problem. You got a genetic problem. You got a narcissistic problem triggered by childhood trauma. And then you have everyone that's a victim of that, in denial of that. And as long as they say in denial of that, they have to defend their accoster, right? Because in order to, if for anyone to point their finger, like Usher, for instance, if Usher has to point his finger at Diddy, which he should have, because he had a fucking limelight at Vegas residency for at least 2 years during the pandemic, and he could have been spoke up and helped a whole bunch of girls and boys, right? With any of his first-hand accounts, knowing all the same people, he could have spoke up and put the nail in the coffin and gave justice to a lot of people in relief. But he chose not to. So what does that mean to me? Do I now just demonize Usher from now on? Like he did not make my way or something? No. I have to think about it differently. Like, wait a minute, if Usher doesn't want to speak up, the guy that was wrestling in the bed for cereal with him, imagine what Usher went through between him, Clive Davis, and everyone else. And Andre Herrera. All the people that end up dying of AIDS. Have you noticed something? Okay, so yeah, so Usher would have to say, yeah, I could point my finger at them, but then I would have to acknowledge, manhood-wise, I'm supposed to be a sex symbol to these millennial women, but I was a little boy, and not only as a little boy that happened to me, and I have to come to Jesus with that moment, and a lot of those victims don't do that first. That's the first step. And then they have to realize in that altar they created that they put on other little boys onto the same fucking carrot wheel, Justin Bieber. So Usher can't just speak up about Diddy. He would have to speak up on what happened to him and everyone that happened to him, and on the fact that he enabled other little boys to follow his footsteps and then let it happen to them vicariously. Because you know already. Like, I know who I'm sending this kid to get signed. I know what I had to do to get signed. It was like, oh, they banned grazing from colleges. Bitch, it doesn't mean that some colleges still don't graze their kids, bitch. If anything, that fraternity is more prestigious. Same story, bitch. These are fraternities from colleges and HBCUs, ain't they, bitch? Greeks, France, Africans. I ain't trying to figure out shit. I already know who did it. They keep telling us. The problem is we kept acting like we're the same, or like we're, one team. No, they're black, yes, they're black, African, French, whatever they want to be tomorrow, in King James English. It's the lack of nuance in using those terms. They don't have a noun. They use adjectives to describe what they're like. John says 3. Eloquent is his name. Damn, I need to read that one again myself. I didn't even know it would come out like that. Lord. Hey, bro, what's good? Shout out to you, Art of War. And how his son turned out probably let Diddy dope to him, too. Yeah. And Usher's little brother, Jay Light, who produced on that Last Train to Paris album. I haven't seen him in a music video since. He was in that Darnell Jones video, You Know What's Up. He was the one that looked like Usher getting his hair braided, but that was Usher's brother hanging out at the same LA Reid house with all the studios in the basement and all the girls on strip poles. Go back to the music video. That's Usher's little brother. He's a teenager and a grown-ass woman braiding his hair and all that shit going on in the basement with the strip poles. LaFace, LA Reid, Babyface. It'd be right in front of us, don't it? Just like Epstein was on VH1, Millionaire Cribs and shit. It'd be right in front of you. Like all the coolest people in the world are the same fucking people with the same fucking secret society. Yeah. Black and white. They're not different colors. None of them are Indian. So I do not have to subdivide them. They don't belong here. But the ones in power here that came here that don't belong here, they're in that society. That's normal, bros. That's the revolutionary part. When you finally say no to that. You gotta get to the root of the problem, baby. Hellfire Club. Molech worship. Child sacrificing. Adrenochrome harvesting. All these cool terms that white people like to flirt with. What does it mean, though, fundamentally, if everyone's involved? What does that speak about America, the United States, government? Oh, it's everything that niggas said it was. And now, more importantly, what the Indians says it is. It's a usurp of a usurp of a usurp. It's not real. It's damn self. There is no beeline between the Revolutionary War and these damn people. Maybe a 16th drop of blood if they're fucking one of their descendants, but that is not where this came from. There's a whole different philosophy. That's why they have so many intelligence agencies. They still don't do nothing smart yet. They haven't done anything smart in 100 years. All of this shit is old. It decays. It doesn't last long. They're fighting over oil. In a society that just had free energy 200 years ago. They replaced that for money, for control. And now they're not smart enough to remember how to do it because they came here when it was here already. They're not the ones that did it. Hence the reverse engineering, Lockheed and Gunthrop and all them dumbass Dulce base and all that. They might have some cool stuff, but it's never commercial. They ain't got the juice, bro. They don't have the energy for it, the source. It's bloodline related, guys. It wasn't theirs, so they can't turn it on. They're not the ones that turned it on. They're the ones that caused us to pull out. Pause. Probably blew it up on the way out last time. All right, rematch and go. And this is what we built up to. On some battle royale shit for real. The Fortnite for real. This is what they built. Getting ready for the storm, I guess. And they're looking through their eyes. And we keep telling them over and over and over and over and over and over and over again that everything in that Bible happens inside of you. First. As within, so without. So when they give you algebra functions that requires your mind, all they're saying is Revelations at the end of time is when enough people finally change their mind and stand up to the bullshit. To the synagogue of Satan. It ain't about one or two sandcastles. It's about the whole synagogue, the whole church, the whole congregation, that whole secret society of satanic people who do these things with children. That's how you know they're synagogue of Satan. It's the children part. It's not bad stuff. It's not even murder. Wars are all through that book. It's the fact that they harvest people. So synagogue of Satan will go tandem with human traffickers. Remember, we're in captivity because we're being kidnapped. They're killing us as babies. They're not dealing with warriors and men. They're dealing with orphans and widows, Masons, Templars, Romans, Catholic, Vatican, Christians. The Christians did that to us. I'm King James' grandson, speaking King James English. They ain't got shit to do with Christianity. That's the other problem. There's a lot of Christians and Christianities. That's not what we are. There's no Christians in the Bible. Jesus Christ is not a Christian. He's a Judean. He's a Jew. It's not a belief system. So that means Christianity is something else. Yeah, we know. It has nothing to do with the Bible. Ain't got nothing to do with us. Following? They made Christianity based on the idea that they understand the Bible of a Judean. But that Judean is not Christian. We're Tartarians. Like, we're doing with magic and shit, so we couldn't be Christian. But it's a book made by us, so how the fuck does a Christian get credit? How can you talk about white Jesus and Christians and white people, all this shit? Fuck them. Ain't they book, ain't they language. Next, you start to see what the whole society is. Society of Christians, bro. Those aren't the people in the Bible. There's no Christians in the Bible. Just because they call him Jesus Christ, that's not his name, Andrew. John, James, Genghis, Ishu, Isa, whatever title you want to give him, it is not Christian. Since Christos is the light that's inside of you, your soul, his soul from heaven. He's a son of God. It means he's from heaven. His dad's an angel. He's a bloodline of angels and demons. That's what Christos is. You can't just turn that on if you don't have an angel inside of you. We're writing about it to each other, those who can do that. These motherfuckers say they're Christians. They believe in a Christ. Bitch, Solomon's a Christ. The whole bloodline is, we reincarnate here. The fuck are they talking about? Oh, no, that's not true. You just said Jesus came back from the dead. Faggot, ain't that reincarnation? Lazarus came back from the dead. Elisha never died. Enoch part 2. Like, are they reading the fucking Bible or are they just saying shit and calling it Christianity? Christianity is Cretan, and Cretan means stupid, a dwarven idiot. So all the Christians that came over here, what they are were what? Dwarven idiots. Boers. Different species. Issues of Mankind, 1751. Read it again, through those eyes. You'll hear everything. He's telling you above, but you have to read it from his perspective, not theirs. Talk about it. Yeah, Sandra Chapman. What you know about this, Sandra? Why ain't you speaking the gospel out here? Why ain't you waking up the angels in your bloodline? What are y'all waiting for? Y'all waiting for a human to do something better? Y'all waiting for AI to save you before you start having this conversation with the people in your family that you know need to know? Or you're afraid that they'll think it's crazy? Versus what? Charlie Kirk's a Christian that died for white people? Yo, you're right. I feel called. You're right. I hate being right. Because what does that mean? That I'm right about this bullshit. That our hold up is a bunch of faggots. That's what me being right and doing all that research led to. They already think I'm crazy. I know. You gotta be. To question the fucking fiat, fake credit-based theory, bank idea from printer paper manifestors, distributing and circulating unrealized real life to believers and doers and working like slaves again. Same story.
To question anything, internet says, to question anything, people think you're nuts. Okay, yeah. They're only primed for drama and narrative. They're not primed for solutions. Every damn TV show and movie gives you the setup. Like, here's the airplane, open up, and here's the reality, here's the ending. That's what it means. And they're like, hey, you don't read between the lines. It's people are behind it and ideas. And a picture's worth 1,000 words, so it should be more than a few sentences. You know? That's the game that's a mind map, or what is that called? Program. It's a whatever it is. MK Ultra. I get it. We can't fix it. It's genetic. It's a blessing that any of us question anything. I guess that's what I'm realizing. I'm frustrated that I can't save them. So I know my grandfather did. Or we wouldn't need to keep coming back. It would be saved already. That was hundreds of years ago. And we're still here, surrounded by faggots. So that didn't change anything. It's worse than it was when he was. At least his people knew who they were. Now my people are lost. They went from Jews to Christians for benefits. They went from Israelites to Christians for benefits. They went from Indians to African Americans to go to school with demons. That's worse than falling from Olympus. They went through Hades. They went through Tartarus. If they're in my bloodline, we went through worse than this. And they gave up on faggots who like kids. Like, we talking about fighting giants and shit. Motherfucking magicians, drowning in fucking rain for real. Going between destinations and dimensions. And these faggots give up on faggots. I can't land that kickflip. I don't understand it. Shout out to Sandra. Facts. I'm so glad I found your hoop 3. Yeah. So all that to say, ain't none one of our fault, man. Don't feel bad about it, black, white, or indifferent. We all fucking mixed up now. But I think you should know what you're mixed up with, at least. Right? What the potentials are, and what's different, and why this game is dangerous. To make it colors or politics. Because you're gonna miss the whole fucking point. That your leadership ain't none of that. That's what's revolting against. You're revolting against their ideas and their liminal space of their brains. The way that they see things. You're like, why don't they prioritize our healthcare and our people and care and taking care of the people that work towards these things? Because they don't ever give a fuck if they're a narcissist willing to fuck kids and protect people who do. Why would they take care of veterans and warriors and people who need help? They're the ones that need fucking help, apparently. They're in control of what? Narrative. Crazy story. Now we're going to convert this to digital AI and 3D. Faggots are at it again, automated. Be careful what you say. A faggot might hear you. Then what they're going to do? Cover their damn eyes and ears on King James' grandson? The son of God? What are they going to tell me? They're speaking language. Mine. They're in America. Mine. They're talking about God. My father. What the fuck are they going to tell me? That I'm weird and crazy? Yeah, okay. And then? Why are you a faggot? And I'm not then. What's weird and crazy about knowing who the fuck I am? I know it's weird and fucking crazy. You still holding on to that goddamn list with all your best friends. Can't make no fucking money because everyone waiting for you to expose the pedophiles that's supposed to pay you next.
You start to understand everything why the music industry in Hollywood is dying. Because all them fucking actors and all those fucking producers and all those people you see on the end of the credits, they could speak up too. But they rather be on Reddit and Threads and Twitter talking about fucking black people and white people having a civil war. How about you have a faggot war in your secret society? And let our fucking people go already. Y'all whack and weak and lame as fuck. You can't even read a damn Bible for children. That's what I think of him. And King James English. As an American Indian. I say whatever the fuck I want. It's my language. They can't stand on that. They ain't got nothing close. They don't even have a sentence to match that shit. That's what I'm saying. How are they in power and control? They don't even know who they are. And then it's distorted, right? It's like, well, they're the kings of the fake things, and the fake things are still there. I know. They're starting to fall down, though. And you're going to see it happen really fucking quick soon. It's going to be like Project Warp Speed. Because it's exponential now. You know how it is? They show you that J-curve. They're about to hit that. And fuck around and find out math. And y equals mx plus b don't add. They're going to find out what 3 cons plus 13 tribes and 1 really means to them. Because we are quantum entangled. If we're lights to begin with. Beehives, Beasleys to begin with. You'll see. You'll see. You already are. I just have to untie them of their delusion. That's all I'm doing. And hopefully someone can watch this and come across it and be like, I felt something, I knew something was off. That might be it. Well, I'm glad to help you get started. And if you find out a different landing point, you let me fucking know, okay? mgthefuture@gmail.com. Dwayne Desson Smyth-EL, the direct son of Presser John Smith, a son of a god. I'm not a sandcastle. We're royals. I want to meet theirs. I would love to talk to their royals. They're real royals, right? Blue bloods, immortals. I want to talk to them. Because who the fuck else would talk to me? Everything else would be the wrong language. It's a language for angels. I want to talk to angels. They believe in angels. I've read all their secret society stuff. They invoke the energies and the laws and Kabbalah and Lesser Keys of Solomon, Goetia. Sound like a bunch of girl names, but cool story, bitch. They with it. They with it. I'm with it. And then you'll realize that they made that up too. They don't know what the fuck that shit means. It wouldn't be still a fucking mystery. Their mystery is that they kidnap people and do things against their will, and they're sick in the fucking head, and they're ashamed of it, or they want to keep it hidden. And they project and gaslight everybody fucking else to act like they're the fucking problem. Meanwhile, it's the whole fucking fat ass people on the damn pirate ship eating lobsters and carrots while you fucking drowning. That hasn't changed in 100 years, by the way. We have not done anything about it. We have not voted against the pedophiles, against the other pedophiles. Because Elizabeth Warren is worrying about fucking social benefits. How about all the missing fucking children, bitch? California, all of them. What about the fucking missing kids in Virginia, Maryland, faggots? What are you talking about a vote for? That don't concern you as a person first? It doesn't make sense for nobody in power to think that's a problem, right? Like nobody in AOC can cry at the border, but she can't go, oh my God, 400,000 black girls missing from DC? How do I find out how to do this with all this CCTV and all the NSA invading all your privacy with Snowden and fucking all the white guys that are hackers in databases? I'm like, them niggas work in the CIA. They picking up pizzas every day. Shut the fuck up. You don't worry about a Zoom ass nigga on TV. Like they use real people instead of actors. It's a thespian society, bro. They lie about everything, bro. They never talk about shit that makes sense. They never talk about shit when it comes to people, but then they're talking about justice and corporacy. Oh, y'all only protecting property policemen. Oh, you're only doing the justice of the dead corporations. You've never been talking about people. I guess we haven't been minding our business. Dred Scott decision. Oh, you want to play this game too? Dred Scott had no business even playing that game. It had nothing to do with fucking slavery. He signed up for that 360 deal. If his master died, why he going to court? You're free, bitch. Like, nah. I want to take over this shit. That's Dred Scott, by the way. He's trying to take over a business once his master, or, he's a servant. It wasn't his business. His boss died. He was like, I know how to do this better than my boss did. And they're like, we don't play this game with you, Indian, Scott, United Kingdom, King James and brothers and cousins, English-speaking angels. Scotland, France, and all that shit was here 400 years ago. Yeah, French and Indian War, right here in Detroit, huh? New Madrid earthquake, right there in the Carolinas. Can you fucking imagine that Europe and its names of Europeans, or Europa of the Titan Angels, were named after here, after our fathers who was here 400 years ago? Can you fucking imagine that? We're Indians, though. Don't forget that. We're the Indians that were those Europeans in America. That's our language and our math with our designations from the Bible. They hypothecated that and made something else. Cool fucking story, bitch. Cooler for me. It wouldn't fucking matter which one it was, since my father's the emperor of all of it. And that's where it gets dicey for me. I'm not even arguing as an Indian or a king. Jesus is the emperor. Genghis is the emperor. Carlos is the emperor. They're the king of kings. So they're the king of angels. So they're the archangels. That's why you invoke heaven. To my archangels. Those with the spaceships. Arcs. So it's their genetic expression, their genetic experiment. So my archangel handcrafted our first sandcastle. So our blood, our DNA is literally his creation. Who he is to everyone else is different, depending on who their angel is. Mine is the archangel of heaven, king of kings, as above so below. So they got me fucked up no matter where I go, no matter what color I got, no matter what they think or believe about anything. They betrayed an emperor. That's blasphemy. So it's treason and blasphemy from here on out. Every time they tell a lie in English. That's why they sound running out faster every day, kid. They can't control this narrative. Charlie Kirk ain't enough. People get tired of that bullshit. They don't realize how much everything costs again. And then they'll go back to the Epstein files. And it's going to keep on looping. And then what happens is when it keeps on looping, it gets faster. When it gets faster, it gets more combustible. And then the CIA is trying to curtail the tensions so that when that bubble finally does pop, and it's going to need to, you need a valve release of any system, physics. They're trying to get it to release so that there's like a fallout in a civil war narrative. They're trying to get you not into a real civil war because that war wouldn't fucking matter. You're dealing with a corporation. But what they're trying to say is, we don't mind if you crash out against your own cities and other people, burning crosses in people's backyards, turning over Black Wall Streets, Trail of Tears. They did this like 100 years ago. So they don't mind you causing another Trail of Tears incident, as long as you stay away from Washington. The United States is foreign. D.C. Nuremberg is his own territory. So your federal government is foreign to the states anyway. Y'all know that, right? Yeah. They don't even know who the fuck to attack in this story. So how the fuck would a revolution work? You take over Dakota? Can't even make good fake martyrs. They can't. Not without AI on top of it. They fucked it up by using AI in their videos. I don't believe none of it no more. And then I'm like, I don't care if he's dead or alive. I don't believe any of them anymore. Like, because they keep fucking doing this. And by trying to force a civil war, they just implying the main war just ended, right? It's a civil war after the revolution. It's a war of civics after your power source changes. Yep. How are we going to run this narrative? And who people will put number one, and who's going to be a buffer class, and who's going to do what? Now they're doing the Hunger Games socially. Nobody got time to be debating no niggas or no white people, boy. About fucking what? That these motherfuckers are gay and they ran out of money? Like, anything else is a side effect. These stupid motherfuckers in charge ran out of money playing with booty hole. telling you, dog. I grew up on the internet. I know what videos are out there. Mr. Now says, and by trying to force a civil war, they just imply the main war ended. You can't even know if Charlie even existed like that. Yeah. You don't even know if that's his real name. He could have been a fucking agent. The woman they try to act like his wife that misses him, she's a terrible fucking actress. She act like she didn't even know that nigga. The way she's carrying on with her language model. It's not sincere at all. I know, they're actors, but I mean, seriously, she's an actor even to being his wife. He's gay. He didn't have no wife. Beards, you know the story. Same story. That's what they do in these secret societies, by the way. That's their arranged marriages. They're just doing business. All of them. Look at Barbara Bush again, the one that told you not to do drugs. That was a man with a wig. Look at him. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me you don't see that man. Tell me you don't see that man in Barbara Bush. Look him up. Look at Barbara Bush. So how can George Bush and Barbara Bush have a son? They can't. So who's his mother, bitch? We don't know. Same story, bitch. Same fucking story. But they want to talk about our community having single mothers and shit. These niggas was raised by two men that are kissing. Fuck out my face. Fuck out my face. They favorite people was raised by two sissies. Fuck out my face. Fuck out my face. They complain about DEI. Barbara Bush and George Bush are two guys, no fries, nigga. Fuck out my face. Michael and Obama too. Fuck out my face. The top of their corporation ladder through masonry ends in that, by the way. Like, the crazy thing is, like, oh, sick or whatever. No, that's the ritual. In a thespian society. Shakespeare, they said that the men would take the parts of women. They love that shit. They're cross-dressers. Murmurs Parade, Philadelphia. Philadelphus, brotherly love city. They dress up like what? A bunch of sissies. Every fucking year religiously. They shut down the block for that shit. You know what's crazy about that? They do that on what? Moore Street. So they're dressing up like black women. Can you imagine that shit? Indians. Murmurs Parade. Look it up. Google real quick. Murmurs Parade, Philadelphia. January. Every year. What do you see? A bunch of gay-ass men dressed up like Moors. Tell me I'm lying. Give him a wife, so now all the trad invaders crying about a man of the house lost to gun violence. How you bring balls to a 1-versus-1 game is crazy. You said 4 balls. That is even crazier, boy. I'm not even counting. I'm not even studying about their sexuality for real. I know that it's weaponized and ritualistic. So at the best, it's meant to be evil. When they do it. Shit crazy out here. But yeah, we'll get through it. I'm gonna figure it out. As long as I live. Lord forbid. King James' grandkid get caught up telling the truth again. It's almost like it's always the same story. I don't even give a fuck about that, man. All I give a fuck is that I was able to tell it and let other people make their own fucking informed decisions about it. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Yep, and they playing dress up and probably wrong color combos because they're colorblind. Yep, genetic problems again. It's all genetics, fundamentally. The evil part is optional. I don't have the genetics for the type of backflips and slam dunks I want to do. I don't go around and start killing people at the basketball courts, you know. Fuck. Find something else to do. Maybe you'll be good at something. So, man. Hopefully this helped though, earlier in the video. Maybe you should do that for every idea that you're battling with. Anything that's looping or lurking in the back of your head, or anything that's bothering you, or a thought pattern you can't let go of, start stress testing the math on it. Invoke law of polarity. And you'll get out of it. If I did, my crazy ass, I know you can too. Like, comment, subscribe, part 2. Hopefully, Lord willing, I'll see you tomorrow.